Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku ran away and found a new heroic family. Here is short summary. Izuku, tired of the constant bullying and neglect from being quirkless, decides to run away and start a new life. Little did he know, he would run into a young hero that decides to take the boy under his wing. The two of them navigate their new life together with the help of a chaotic principal with a vendetta against the commission, a tired sensei who gains some problem children, and the #1 hero in search of a successor. Can they change the world and save those that slipped through the cracks before it's too late? Or is their ending already written in stone? Or, Izuku becomes the greatest hero in the world and gives happy endings to everyone, because these kids deserve it after all that trauma. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Rain poured down from the sky and thunder rumbled in the distance as a small green-haired boy ran down the sidewalk, clutching his yellow backpack and pulling his raincoat closed around it in a desperate attempt to protect the contents. Everything he owned was in his arms. Everything he could take with him from his old life. A violent strike of lightning lit his path, followed by a sharp crack of thunder. Passing by an abandoned building, he noticed a side door with a dingy awning above it and runs towards it hoping for shelter. He pulled on the door's handle to no avail, it was locked. The rain was falling harder minute by minute, soaking the boy to his bone. Tears threatening to fall, he grits his teeth and shrinks under the awning in a desperate attempt to get some protection from the rain. Sliding down, he sits on the concrete with his back to the door, his backpack pulled close to his chest and starts to sob. Why are you so useless, Deku? My life would be so much better if you were never born. You're useless without a quirk. You bring shame to this family. You'll never amount to anything. You might as well give up now. Stupid Deku thinks he can be a hero. What a joke. Izuku wasn't sure how long he sat under the awning waiting for the rain to stop. He was pretty sure he had dozed off when a bright red feather snagged his attention from the corner of his eye. When he reached out to touch it, the feather moved almost intelligently. Wait, he knew of a hero that could control feathers. Hey kid, you okay? A voice called out from above. Izuku looks up and sees a man with bright red wings floating above him. Izuku knew exactly who it was. He had just debuted as a hero, and had actually just started his own agency despite only being 19 years old. A man too fast for his own good. Hero name Hawks, quirk, fierce wings. Even though he was so young and new to the hero scene, Izuku had 2 whole pages of analysis written on the hero already. Izuku was speechless, eyes widening as the hero descended to the asphalt. Hawks landed in front of Izuku and looked him up and down before waving his hand in front of Izuku's face. Hey you, did you hear me? Are you lost or something? Izuku shakes his head. And no, I'm okay, his voice wavering. He tries to stop shivering, the cold from the storm seeping into his clothes. Okay, well, can I help you get home then? Your parents must be worried. Izuku's eyes widen with fear and shakes his head more violently. No, I'm sorry, it's okay, I can figure it out myself. Hawks narrowed his eyes. Something didn't feel right to him. Maybe it was his shitty childhood radar going off, but something about the green-haired boy made his hackles rise. The kid's wariness and the way he reacted to the mention of his parents made him feel uneasy. Listen kid, I'm going to ask you a question and I need you to answer me honestly, okay? Hawks waited until Izuku hesitantly nods his head. Are you in danger right now? Hawks didn't miss the swell of tears in the younger boy's eyes before his head had bowed, or the hunch of his shoulders as he clutched his knees to his chest and curled himself into a ball. I don't think so. Hawks inwardly sighed. At 19, it's not like he was a responsible adult. But even without the commission's hero training, he knew he couldn't just leave the boy in the situation he was in. The kid was going to end up getting sick from being out in the rain at best, and he didn't want to think about what the worst-case scenario would be if he left him out here. He definitely didn't feel comfortable bringing this boy back to wherever he had obviously run from. Well kid, I can't just leave you here. You know that, right? The young boy nodded, still looking down at the asphalt. So, why don't you come with me for the night? You can at least get dried off and sleep in a real bed. We'll figure everything out tomorrow. Does that sound okay? Izuku's head slowly rose, finally looking at the hero, eyes flitting around his face cautiously. Hawks supposed it was a good thing the boy was suspicious of taking such an offer from a stranger. He really needed to get him out of this situation though. Why? Izuku muttered, so quiet that Hawks almost missed it. At that one word, his heart broke for the boy, but it also made him shake with rage. He understood the tone it was asked in. It was not just a simple question. The boy really didn't understand why the hero was helping him. There was a lot to unpack with that one word, but that was for later. Because I want to help you. Hawks stated simply, smiling down at the boy before holding out his hand. What do you say? Izuku looked at the outstretched hand before slowly uncurling himself. Oh okay, he said with a timid smile. Hawks internally let out a breath of relief and got the kid to his feet. He felt strangely protective of the small boy as he helped him get secure in his arms before taking off towards his apartment. It would be easier and faster to fly there. Besides, it was still sprinkling, and the boy was already shivering from being wet and cold. As they flew, Hawk's mind was spinning with possibilities. But he knew above all else, he would not let this boy be hurt by anyone else ever again. When Izuku awoke, he didn't recognize the room he was in. The furnishings were sparse and there were no personalized touches anywhere. It felt like the room was decorated for show, not to actually be lived in. There was a small dresser across from the queen-sized bed, a vase of fake flowers and a candle on top, along with a stack of the clothes he had packed for his escape. The faint smell of vanilla and jasmine permeated the room. On top of the nightstand next to the bed was a bottle of water and his cell phone. Looking to the other side of the bed, he noticed his yellow backpack sitting on the floor next to an armchair. There were two doors, one obviously leading out of the room, and he guessed the other was to a bathroom. He laid there for a minute, taking in his surroundings and recalling the events that led him to this strange place. He remembered crawling out of his bedroom window and running to the train station. He wasn't sure where he wanted to go, but he knew he had to get far away, so he bought a ticket to Kurum. It was far enough away that Inko would never think to search there, especially since the Midoriyas had no connection in the area. All of his relatives lived in the north near Sendai and Osaki. It would at least give him a pretty good chance to disappear like everyone wanted him to. Then, running through the rain, hiding in that alley, and, Hawks. Everything finally came back to him. Is this Hawks' apartment? Shuffling from outside the bedroom door distracted Izuku from his thoughts. Someone, hopefully Hawks, was clearly up and moving. Cautiously, Izuku sat up and removed the blankets covering him. He slid off the bed and tiptoed to the door before slowly pulling it open and peeking out into the hall. Hawks was walking towards what looked like a kitchen when he turned, hearing the door open, and gave Izuku a smile. Morning, kid. Feeling some breakfast? I'm not much of a cook, if I'm being honest, but I can probably figure out some eggs if you're hungry. I've already been too much trouble. I don't want you to have to help me any more than you already have. Izuku mumbled, head bowed, not wanting to look Hawks in the eyes. He couldn't believe he had imposed on the hero like this. He didn't deserve any more of the hero's time or effort. Thank you for your help, but I think I should go. I'll figure something else out. Whoa there, pal, slow down. No one's kicking you out and I offered to help because I want to. Why don't we talk about things over some food? Yeah, it'd be nice to have some company for once. Hawks said gently, not wanting the younger boy to feel like he was getting upset. In reality, Hawks was upset, but not at Izuku. He hadn't slept much after Izuku had finally passed out last night, his mind moving a million miles an hour trying to figure out the best solution for him and the boy. He knew the kid's backstory had to be pretty bad for him to run away and be as scared as he was. Izuku nods and started walking towards the kitchen, keeping his head down. Thank you, he whispers out as he passes by. Hawks stops the boy with a hand on his shoulder and waits until Izuku lifts his head and looks him in his eyes. You're safe here, kid. I promise. Hawks smiles and gently squeezes Izuku's shoulder in assurance. Now come on, you can watch and make sure I don't burn the place down. Izuku's lips quirk up in a timid smile before going over to one of the stools at the kitchen island to observe. As Hawks works around the kitchen, Izuku takes in his surroundings. The kitchen was modern, with white cabinets and a black slate countertop. It spilled over into a living room with a couch, a couple of armchairs, and a TV mounted to the wall. Just like the bedroom, everything looked clean and barely lived in. There were a couple magazines on the coffee table and some art hung on the walls, but Izuku couldn't see any family pictures or personal items anywhere. One wall with a sliding glass door, flanked by floor-to-ceiling windows, led out to a large balcony that looked over the cityscape. They must be on one of the top floors, if not the top floor, with how high up they were. All the windows on the east wall meant that the room was basked in natural light as the sun rose, creating golden rays that cut through the apartment. So, you got a name. Figure I can't keep calling you kid, if we're going to be friends, Hawks says cheerfully as he starts prepping some eggs in a bowl. A few seconds went by, and when there was no reply, Hawks looked over his shoulder to see Izuku looking at him funny. What? You want to be my friend? The younger boy questions, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion, head slightly tilted. Well yeah, why wouldn't I? Hawks asks incredulously, as if he didn't understand why Izuku could question something like that. Izuku couldn't help but be suspicious. He had always tried to give people the benefit of the doubt. He had at least hoped that there were people out there that were nicer than those that had shaped his life, but he hadn't had the best experiences so far. He studied Hawks for a minute. So far, the hero had been nothing but helpful and kind, so could he be trusted? I'm just not used to people wanting to be around me, I guess. Izuku shrugged. Hawks gave him a strange look before turning back to the eggs. The look wasn't exactly one of pity. It was more like a sad sense of understanding. Izuku Midoriya, you can call me Izuku. Hawks almost missed the boy's answer since he had whispered it. Well, Izuku, you know my hero name, but my real name is Keigo Takami. You can either call me Hawks or Keigo. Whatever you feel comfortable with. Hawks turned and smiled at the boy, noting Izuku's timid smile and blush covering his face. He scowled as he turned to put the eggs in the pan. He never gave out his real name to anyone, sometimes almost forgetting it himself, but it was apparent he had to build some level of trust with the boy before he could get him to open up. His reaction to social interactions, along with the constant stuttering and second-guessing himself, meant he was naturally shy at best or suffered from some sort of emotional abuse at worst. There was a comfortable silence in the kitchen as the eggs cooked, Hawks not wanting to push more conversation on the boy before he was ready. Besides, he wanted to get some food in him before they started talking about the real topic at hand. Here you go, Izuku. Eat up. If my cooking really does beep, let me know and we'll order breakfast. Hawks says with a wink, setting the plate of scrambled eggs in front of Izuku. Anything else you need? And no, thank you. I'm not used to eating breakfast anyways. Izuku mumbles as he picked at the eggs. This is more than enough for me. Hawks tentatively stretches out his arm and ruffles the boy's green hair. He sees the boy stiffen for a second but then he relaxes into the touch. Well, let me know if you need anything at all. Hawks sat on the stool next to Izuku and took a chance to check the boy over as he sipped on his too-sweet coffee. He couldn't get a read on the entirety of his physical health, but there were no signs of bruising or scarring, so that was a good sign. Although he knew better than anyone that the best abusers are careful about where they leave their marks. His biggest concern at the moment was about how withdrawn the boy was. He seemed to shrink into himself as he sat there eating, cowering from the world. Izuku had finished most of the eggs and was washing down the breakfast with some orange juice when Hawks figured it was as good a time as any to bring up the topic. So, Izuku, can you tell me what's going on? Izuku froze with the glass suspended in midair before slowly setting it down on the counter. What do you mean? I know a runaway when I see one. I want to help you, but in order to do that, I need to know the situation. Will you tell me why you ran away from home? Izuku lowers his head and looks down at his hands in his lap. What could he possibly tell the hero? He didn't want to get anyone in trouble. But he also didn't want to go back home. Even just making the decision to leave that house had given him a feeling of freedom he'd never experienced before. I'm useless, Izuku states, voice cracking. He could feel Hawks freeze next to him. Excuse me, I don't have a quirk. My mom said I brought shame to our family and started calling me Deku because of it. She encouraged my best friend to call me that too. He started bullying me and everyone else followed. Why yesterday, she hit me for the first time and screamed that it'd be better if I hadn't been born. Izuku was shaking, fists balled at his sides with tears building up in his eyes. I know it sounds bad, but at that moment, I didn't want to be alive anymore. I knew I had to leave before it was too late. Hawks was shaking alongside Izuku, but out of rage. This kid was traumatized and suffering because of him not having a stupid quirk. He had heard about ideologies that spewed quirkist rhetoric, but he had never experienced it before. He'd never seen the consequences of it. How long has this been happening? Since I was diagnosed. I was 5 at the time. So, 7 years I guess. Izuku, Hawks starts, keeping his voice low and forcing a small smile. You are not useless, and not having a quirk does not lower your value as a human being. He reached out a hand and grasps the boy's shoulder, squeezing lightly. Anyone who disagrees is an idiot and doesn't deserve to have you in their life. Please tell me you understand this. At that, Izuku let out a small whimper, fat tears starting to roll down his cheeks. Hawks pulled the boy towards him, curling him into his chest. It's okay, Izuku. Everything's going to be okay. I'm going to make sure no one ever hurts you again, you understand? Hawks murmurs to the boy. Izuku nods weakly as he continues to cry into the older boy's shirt, clutching onto it like an anchor. Hawks holds him and murmurs reassuring words until Izuku is finally able to calm down enough to stop crying and wipe at his eyes with the back of his sleeve. Hawks nudges him as he feels the boy relax in his arms. Hey kiddo, let's move to the living room. It's a little comfier and we can talk more about what I think our plan should be. Sound good? Izuku nods into Hawks' chest and gets up from the stool to move to the living room, curling up on the massive couch and hugging one of the throw pillows to his chest. Hawks sits down in the armchair across from him, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees, a serious, determined look on his face. So, Izuku, you may not know this, but when you become a pro hero, you have certain responsibilities and privileges when it comes to the treatment of neglected or abused children. While the police can investigate abuse claims and remove children from abusive homes with the help of Child Protective Services, pro heroes can make emergency decisions to protect a child they believe is in danger and act accordingly. Do you understand? Izuku nods, glancing curiously at Hawks. He wasn't sure where the hero was going with this. I believe, even if it wasn't major physical abuse at home, you have been emotionally and mentally abused and neglected both at home and at school. Would you agree with that? Izuku hesitates, but nods again, owlish eyes peering at Hawks from above the pillow. Izuku, I need you to think about this before you make a decision. I won't hold it against you if you don't agree, but please know that I am doing this because I care about you, okay? Hawks says carefully, gauging the look on Izuku's face. Oh okay, Izuku answers hesitantly. Was Hawks going to make him go back? Turn him over to the police? He couldn't, right? He just said he had responsibilities to help him. Right. Izuku, I want you to come live with me. Permanently. Or at least until you're 18. Izuku's breath hitches, eyes widening as Hawks continued. I know I'm very young and I'm not 100% sure on how to raise a kid, but I'd like to try. Maybe not as a parental figure, but I bet I can be a pretty cool big brother. A confident smirk curling Hawks' lips. I grew up in a similar situation before I was taken away from my parents and I know how it feels. We can figure it out together. How does that sound? Izuku couldn't speak. He was shocked. Hawks, pro hero Hawks, the Hawks, wanted Izuku to stay with him. Why? Why would he do that, for him? Hawks kept his attention on his face, calculating Izuku's reaction to the idea. But why? Izuku asks. I'm just me. Why would you want to be stuck with me? Tears welled in the boy's eyes again. Look, I'm not big on raising the next generation of heroes or anything like that, okay? But I know the look of a child in need of help, and I also know when someone has potential. And I can see both in you. I just want to be there for you and do what I can to help you achieve your dreams. I don't think you'll be able to do that in your current situation, right? But how does this work? I don't know if my mom will let you just take me, even if she hates me. Hawks looks away sheepishly, hand coming up to scratch at the back of his head. I have an idea that might help with that. I have some contacts that can be pretty convincing. If you trust me. I don't want anyone to get hurt or get in trouble because of me. I promise no one will be hurt. I do think they need to answer for what they've done to you, but that's ultimately up to you. We won't do anything you don't feel comfortable with. Izuku sat silently, looking down at the hands in his lap. He knew he wanted, or needed, to leave his old life behind, but he felt conflicted. Listen, why don't you take some time to think it over and let me know? I have to go out and patrol for a few hours, but once I'm back, we can talk about everything again and decide our next step. You can head back to the bedroom, explore the apartment, or stay out here and watch some TV if you'd like. I think we have all the big streaming services, but if you see anything you like, you should be able to purchase it right from the TV. The Wi-Fi password is on the back of the internet router. Okay. Izuku nods, a timid smile dawning on his face. Thank you Keigo, for everything. Keigo stood and ruffled the green mess of hair on his head before moving towards the balcony. My business card is hanging on the fridge. It has my personal cell number written on the back of it. If you need anything at all, call or text me. Okay, I never go too far from the area, so I can be back here pretty quick if you need me. Keigo opened the balcony door, turned back to give Izuku a final wave and smile, and took off. Keigo liked the time he spent patrolling. It was by far the favorite part of his job. Stretching his wings and soaring over the world gave him a feeling of freedom that nothing else could. After being caged all his life, it wasn't something he would ever be willing to part with. His love of flying was the main reason he left all the paperwork to his sidekicks, much to their dismay. Administrative duties had always bored Keigo to tears. The commission trained me to catch villains, not fill out forms, a response his secretary Akane just rolled her eyes and snorted at. A couple of petty thieves, a back alley drug deal, and a few hours of sending his feathers out for some surveillance gave him a sense of accomplishment. His time in the air also gave him a chance to think, mainly about the green-haired boy back at his apartment and how his life plan had swerved completely off the path he had it on since last night. This morning was the easy part. There was so much that had to be figured out, and Keigo would be fooling himself if he said he wasn't scared about the next steps. That is, if Izuku even decided to stay. He frowned at that, an uneasiness washing through him at the thought of the kid leaving. He was lost in his thoughts when his headset beeped with an incoming call. He pressed once on his earpiece to answer while coasting down to the roof of the building below. Hawks speaking. Hawks, have you had any success in tracking down the target? Keigo rolled his eyes. Madam President, what an honor. His voice dripping with a fake sweetness he reserved only for these calls, considering the target has been hunted by the commission for 5 years now, and I just got this assignment last month. I thought I'd be allowed a little bit more time than this. Not that I don't want to hear your lovely voice. Don't patronize me, boy. You are the best we have, so we are expecting excellent results, Hawks. You were brought in on this because you have the training necessary to track him down faster than anyone else. He's been on the run long enough and needs to be dealt with. The cold indifference in her voice always set Keigo on edge. Roger that. Now, I'd love to continue this lovely conversation, but I can't do my best work if I'm distracted. I'll keep you updated, he answered robotically, wanting out of this conversation as soon as possible. Make sure you do. The line went dead without another word. Well, isn't this just a beeping mess? Keigo mumbled to himself while looking up at the sky and carting a hand through his messy locks of hair. He let out a long, tired sigh. The commission's target, and his latest mission, was one of the bigger thorns in his side at the moment. Even if he had only been on the job for a month, The 5-year-long case was a complete disaster from the very beginning. There were only a handful of eyewitness reports of a mysterious villain with blue flames, the individual seeming to disappear into thin air once his job was done. No hero had been able to apprehend him. Villains speak of him as if he's an urban legend, and he moves around so much it's almost impossible to track him for more than a few hours before he's gone. There was so little information on the guy that it was almost disturbing. Keigo couldn't help but wonder about the Commission's interest in the guy. It's true that he was a villain, but he had never committed any crimes that were anywhere near notable. On the surface level, there was no real reason why the Commission would be investing so much manpower on such a minor villain while also keeping so tight-lipped about it that only a handful of pro-heroes knew the case even existed. He must have either really pissed them off or drew the attention of someone with deep pockets and a strong connection to the Commission. However, Keigo had been trained to follow orders without question, so he continued to send out feathers and visit the darker corners of society, seeking out any scrap of information he could find. The sun was low in the sky when he finally landed on his balcony. He hesitated for a minute, doing his best to tame the faint trickle of hope that beat in his chest, before opening the sliding glass door and walking into the living room. Part of him had been bracing himself to come home to an empty apartment, because there's no reason why Izuku would decide to stay and wait for him. A small smile curved his lips and he let out the breath he didn't know he was holding when he saw a green mop of hair sticking up from a pile of blankets on the couch, a small arm hanging limply off the side. The TV still displayed the "Are you still watching?" message on one of Netflix's original All Might docuseries. Not wanting to disturb the boy, Keigo clicked the patio door closed as quietly as possible and tiptoed through the living room, down the hall and into his bedroom. Stripping out of his hero costume, he took a quick shower before changing into some sweats and a plain black fitted shirt. Slipping out of his hero persona and being able to relax was the best feeling after a day's patrol. There were no eyes here judging his appearance, schooling his actions and reactions, telling him how to be better. Falling stomach first onto the bed, Keigo let out a huff and let his eyes close, taking a minute to decompress before it was time to clear his head again. His job was done for the day, but there was so much left to do once he walked out that bedroom door. Sneaking quietly into the kitchen, Kei peered over the island to see that the boy hadn't moved positions. His eye caught on a stack of notebooks, with "Hero Analysis for the Future" 14 inches written in bold, black Sharpie on the top one, spread out on the island. One was open with a pencil lying across it, a large sketch with a bunch of scribbles filling in both pages. He walked to the other side to get a better look, sitting down on one of the bar stools and pulling the notebook towards him. Pro-Hero Hawks. Fierce Wings, was written over top of the page in big, bold letters. Below the title was a sketch of him in his hero costume. Even though he could see it clearly, Keigo leaned in further towards the notebook, eyes widening as he digested the image. The detail was absolutely incredible. The fur lining his jacket, the delicate lines in his feathers, the markings on his eyes, the lopsided, PR smile, as he liked to call it, even the stitching pattern on his gloves. It was like looking in the mirror. More incredible than the sketch was the analysis that had been written in every possible blank space around the image and on the opposite page. Everything from patrol habits, aerodynamic maneuvers, individual feather uses and drawbacks, fighting style, quirk strengths and weaknesses, other quirks or hero types that he would work well with, details of past villain encounters and rescue missions were there on the page. He had to take a seat on the stool next to him when he got to the bottom portion. In a section that looked like it had just been added was a comprehensive personality profile. It went into detail about how his heroism stemmed from a sense of duty, how his fighting style suggested he had been trained differently than the normal hero course curriculum of the elite schools in Japan, how he excelled at de-escalating situations and empathizing with victims. At the very bottom was a bullet point explaining how the hero may struggle with loneliness and worked as much as possible to avoid being alone. He swallowed past the lump in his throat and chanced to look back at the couch where Izuku was still sleeping. Who the hell is this kid? He studied the boy, trying to find an answer in his peaceful expression. Flipping through the rest of the pages, he could see similar analyses on other heroes. Sketches of Mirko, Yukio, Mt. Lady, Kamui Woods, Death arms, crust, and some hero named Kachan he'd never heard of before were drawn in impeccable detail. He could feel the feathers on his back vibrating and twitching as he read through each analysis. Calling Izuku intelligent wouldn't even cover it, this was genius level. The details in this book, and he assumed the other notebooks stacked on the counter, would be downright dangerous if they were in the hands of the villains. That meant two things. He had to make sure Izuku's intelligence didn't go to waste, and he could not let the commission get to him under any circumstance. They would sink their claws into him so fast that even Keigo wouldn't be able to stop them. He quietly got up from the seat and made sure he left the notebook exactly the way he found it. Tiptoeing back to his room, he softly shutting the door and pulled his phone from his sweatpants pocket, tapping it thoughtfully against his chin. He was still reeling from the fact that this 12-year-old boy had completed a more comprehensive analysis of him than the one currently on file with the commission. He didn't even want to think about the fact that the kid had latched on so accurately to his innermost struggles, weaknesses he thought the commission had long ago trained out of him. Weaknesses that he couldn't afford to show the world. If he did that, it would mean more training, more punishment, more behavior correction exercises. The thought made his blood run cold. Izuku had said he didn't have a quirk, but this talent couldn't be natural, could it? Keigo paced the length of the room. For the first time in a long time, he really felt like he was in over his head. This kid needed help that he couldn't provide, but, thankfully, he might know just who to ask to get him that help. He nodded to himself, a plan quickly forming in his mind. Keigo usually only went to this contact for his more discreet requests, since the hero didn't appreciate the spotlight and focused more on the underground world of their industry, but he was perfect for what he needed to get done. Swiping through his address book, he quickly found who he was looking for and hit call. The line rang 3 times before a gruff, sleepy voice answered, "Hello." "Yo, Aizawa, my man. What's up?" Hawks thought he heard a sigh before the other man grumbled, "Hawks. What a pleasure." It did not sound like a pleasure. Keigo chuckled, "Don't sound so excited to hear from me. I might think you actually care. How's life at UA? Did you just call to catch up, or was there a reason for interrupting my evening? You know I only gave you this number for hero work." Keigo clears his throat. "Well, now that you mention it, there are 2 things I need to talk to you about." He paused, walking over to his bedroom window and absent-mindedly looking out over the city. "First of all, what kind of debt would I be in if I asked for Nezu's contact info?" There was a long silence over the line, so long that Keigo had to check to make sure the call was still connected. Frowning, he put the phone back up to his ear, opening his mouth to ask Aizawa if he had heard him, before a reply came over the phone. "What business could you possibly have with that rat?" That's kind of a funny story," he grimaces, unsure of what Aizawa's reaction was going to be to his current predicament. I just so happen to have this kid staying with me, and I think he has the type of potential that Nezu would be seriously interested in. You should see some of the analysis he's done. There's like 6 notebooks sitting out on my island right now and..." "Wait, slow down. What do you mean you have a kid staying with you?" "I found him stuck out in the storm last night and brought him home. As far as I can tell, he's running from a pretty bad situation. So I've offered for him to stay with me." "For how long?" "Indefinitely." Keigo squeaks out. When he doesn't hear a response, he rambles on, picking up speed as he goes. "I mean, he hasn't given me an answer and I'm not sure what he'll decide yet, but I told him he was welcome. He's a great kid, Aizawa. Even just knowing him the past 24 hours, he's special. I don't know, I feel the need to protect him, you know. He needs help." Keigo definitely heard a sigh come over the line this time. "I'm not sure what terrifies me more. The image of you being responsible for a whole ass kid, or the fact that you think Nezu would be interested in him." Come on, he can't be that bad. I'm pretty sure he's currently planning world domination and the entire human race," Aizawa grumbled, "but hey, don't come crying to me when your ward becomes a little psycho that you're not equipped to deal with. I'll email you his information." Keigo pumps a fist in victory. "In exchange, you'll make a guest appearance at one of our hero training courses for the upcoming freshman class. I expect you to provide valuable input and words of encouragement." Keigo's sense of victory wanes as he hesitates, weighing his options. Steep price, don't you think? I don't know the first thing about teaching. Hell, I'm not much older than your class. Well, if you're really serious about raising this kid, think of it as good practice. Keigo rolled his eyes again. Yeah, I'll do it. Now, onto my second question. He quickly detaches one of his feathers to glide under the door and make sure there were no sounds coming from anywhere within hearing distance. You don't happen to have any information on that blue flame villain, would you? I'm hitting dead ends everywhere and the commission is up my ass about closing this case. They still haven't let that one go. Nope. If anything, they seem to be getting more desperate to find him. Keigo lets out a tired sigh, watching the last bit of sun set over the horizon. The line went silent for a minute. Some are calling him Phoenix, saying he rises from the ashes of his flames, but I wouldn't put much stock in that. At this point I think people are just making up ghost stories about the kid. Whether it's for fun or to throw the heroes off, I'm not sure. Any idea what he did to deserve so much attention? Keigo hesitated for a second. I've got some theories, but they're all just as crazy as those ghost stories. Probably just pissed them off or something. He wipes some dust from the windowsill, contemplating the limited information he's gathered. There's one theory that I can't let anyone find out about. It's just wishful thinking anyways. It's not possible that it's him. Keigo closes his eyes, willing himself to bury those thoughts, before slipping back into his cheery tone. If you hear of anything else, let me know. I'd owe you big time. Yeah, you always owe me. Good luck on your runaway situation. If you, ever need any advice or anything, you could give Zashi or I a call. You know we officially adopted Shinso last year and his situation was pretty bad before we got to him. He could use a friend if we're being honest. It's been a pretty rough transition. Keigo's eyebrows shoot up in surprise over the kind gesture. Oh. Yeah man, thanks. I really appreciate it. I'm sure Izuku would love that. A small vibration from the feather set outside the door catches his attention. I'll let you know. The two men say their goodbyes and Keigo hangs up, tossing the phone onto the bed. A timid knock comes from his bedroom door. Keigo, is that you? Keigo smiles at the use of his real name. There wasn't really anyone left that even knew that name. To the rest of the world, Keigo Takami stopped existing over 12 years ago. He was glad the kid felt that comfortable enough with him to use it. It kindled the faint glimmer of hope in his chest, the longing for a family he'd never known. Walking over to the door, he pulls it open to find Izuku standing on the other side with a hesitant look on his face, one of the blankets from the living room still draped over his shoulders. Sorry if I scared you, kid, he ruffles his hair. I got home a little bit ago, but you were sleeping and I didn't want to wake you up. I was just finishing up a call. At that moment, Izuku's stomach rumbled loudly. The boy's eyes went wide as he mumbled an apology and wrapped the blanket around him tighter. Keigo chuckles, dismissing the response, and the boy physically relaxes. Wanna order some takeout for dinner? You pick. I'm pretty sure I'm in need of a grocery run before I attempt to cook anything other than eggs, he says with a sheepish grin. A smile spreads across Izuku's face, his eyes scrunching up in the process. Yeah, that sounds good. Can we, order katsudon? He asks, his voice growing quieter towards the end. And honestly, how could Keigo say no to the hopeful look on his face? Sure thing, bud. Keigo walks back over to the bed and, after finding his phone, puts in an order at one of his favorite go-to takeout places. He drops a hand on Izuku's shoulder and leads him back out towards the kitchen. Let's clear a place to eat before the food gets here. At that, Izuku's eyes widened and he squeaked, zoning in on the notebook he had left open on the island. He hurried over and slammed the notebook closed, stammering, yeah. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to leave a mess. He kept his eyes averted and a slight blush coated his cheeks from embarrassment as he shoved everything into his backpack. Keigo chuckled. I'm not a clean freak myself, so you don't have to worry about messing up the place a bit. If anything, it makes it look like someone actually lives here. He smiles fondly. But, I did catch a glimpse of your notebook. I wasn't trying to snoop, I swear. He holds his hands up in defense as Izuku's head snaps up to look at him with wide eyes. Oh, well, it's nothing. It's just a stupid hobby. Izuku lowers his head again, nervously playing with the strap of his backpack. Keigo could see his shoulders tensing, trying to make himself as small as possible. A stupid hobby. Izuku, your analysis was brilliant. Izuku's head snaps up again to stare at Keigo incredulously. Kid was going to get whiplash if he kept this up. Hell, I think I may have learned a few new things about myself and my quirk. Really? Yeah, I'm telling you, there are analysts out there that are paid big money to do this stuff, and your work is some of the best I've seen. Not just anyone has the mind to put together something like that with no training. I knew you had potential, but you've been holding out on me, kid. At that moment, they were interrupted when the doorbell rang, so Keigo turned away to answer the door and collect their food. After thanking the driver and closing the door behind him, he turned back around to see that Izuku hadn't moved an inch, the same shocked expression covering his face. The only difference was the tears welling in his eyes. Hey, what's wrong? He ran back through the conversation, trying to figure out what he could have said to upset him. It's just, Izuku starts, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. My mom used to yell at me about wasting my time studying heroes when I could never be one. She wanted me to spend more time on other schoolwork so I could at least be somewhat useful after graduating. He fidgets with the hem of his shirt, picking at stitching that had started to come undone. And Kachan told me I was being stupid and that nothing I did would ever help me become a hero. He destroyed one of my notebooks and I had to start over. Kachan, wasn't that one of the heroes he wrote about? Oh, my best friend, Izuku stammers, or I guess, we used to be best friends. We were inseparable, but then I found out I was quirkless. He sniffles, a loose tear falling from his eyes before he wiped at them again. The one that started bullying you. Keigo put down the takeout bag and stepped in, pulling Izuku into his arms and stroking the boy's back. He contemplated asking why this ex-best friend had an analysis written in a book full of pro-heroes, but he decided against it. Instead, he made a mental note to look into this Kachan kid later. He'd clearly been one of the main tormentors in Izuku's life, but it seemed like the kid still had some respect and conflicted feelings towards him. I'm sorry, kid. The way they treated you wasn't fair to you. Don't ever let anyone tell you what you can and can't do. Your dreams are just as valid as everyone else's. He pulls away, taking their food out of the bag and moving to find some bowls. After the food was dished out, he set their portions at the bar. He really needed to think about getting an actual table to sit at if Izuku decided to stay, and sat down next to the kid, ruffling his hair in the process, the small gesture quickly becoming natural. Izuku gives him an adorable smile as he picked up his chopsticks to dig into the food. Thank you, Keigo. A few moments went by, both of them enjoying the meal, when Keigo cleared his throat, pushing his food around the bowl. So, I understand if you need more time to think about it, and I don't want to seem too pushy, but I want to stay here. Keigo's head snapped over to Izuku, a calculated look on the boy's face as he continued on. You've already done more for me in the last 24 hours than anyone has in my entire life. Maybe my mom and Kachan did care about me years ago, but that's not who they are anymore. At least that's not what they've shown me. I'd like to stay with you, if you still want me to. I'll try my hardest to repay you for everything you've done and make you proud. His small fists ball up in front of him, the confidence in his tone a welcome change to the timid boy he had been so far. Keigo felt a slight pressure behind his eyes as he stared back at the boy. It was a somewhat foreign feeling. The last time he cried was almost 6 years ago. He had thought the commission trained that out of him as well. He tried clearing his throat before answering, if that's what you want, then we'll make it happen. The words came out softly as he tried to school the tremble in his voice. I'm glad you decided to stay. He leaned over and squeezed his shoulder, Izuku beaming up at him before going back to his food. The rest of the meal was spent in comfortable silence. It may be just the two of them, but at that moment, Keigo had looked into those emerald green eyes and thought that maybe, just maybe, he had finally found a piece of the family he always longed for. You have reached Principal Nezu's office. May I ask who's calling? Yeah, it's Hawks. Numero 7 on the charts. Keigo cheerfully chirps out, internally cringing at that last part. What the hell was that, Keigo? How is he supposed to take you seriously if you say shit like that? If he was being honest with himself, he was a bit nervous. It had taken him half an hour just to build up the courage to dial the number that morning. He had never spoken to Nezu before, but he had quite the reputation. The receptionist clears her throat over the phone. He's in a meeting right now. Would you like me to deliver a message? Would you, just let him know that I need to talk to him when he gets a chance. It's a sensitive matter. Of course. What's a good number to reach you at? Keigo gives the girl his information before thanking her and hanging up the phone, shoving it in his pocket. Sighing, he tosses on a sweater, detaching his feathers to fit his wings through the slits in the back before assembling them again. Walking out the bedroom door, he calls for Izuku, "You ready to go?" An excited, "Yep," came from the kitchen area. Izuku is sitting on the kitchen counter, swinging his feet while reading through the new manga Keigo had picked up for him during his patrol yesterday. If there was one thing Keigo had learned about the green-haired boy in the short weeks since they met, it was that Izuku loved anything to do with heroes. He loved reading about them, watching them, analyzing them. But most importantly, he wanted to be a hero, more than anything. Keigo remembered being a kid looking up to heroes, but he had to do so in secret. He lived a childhood of hiding his Endeavor plushie under the floorboards where his father couldn't see, only to take it out for brief moments when his parents were passed out drunk, and he wanted to make sure Izuku had a different experience than he did. A mischievous grin spreads across Keigo's face as he flicks the cover, breaking Izuku's concentration. "Hey kid, you ever wonder what it feels like to fly?" Izuku's head flies up, manga forgotten, wide eyes full of excitement and disbelief. "No way. I mean yes. You're kidding, right? We're not gonna fly, are we? You're gonna let me fly with you? You're joking." Jumping off the counter, he bounces from one foot to the other, tugging on Keigo's arm. This was the most animated he'd seen the boy since he'd been here. "Keigo, really?" Keigo laughs at the display. "Yeah, little man, I figured it'd be fun, and we can travel faster that way. Are you up for it?" "Hell yeah. Hey now, language." Keigo tries to act stern, but he couldn't fully erase the amused grin from his face. Izuku's excitement was contagious. "Now, make sure you have everything and it's secure. You don't want to be dropping something up in the air." Izuku zips around, muttering as he checks off the list in his head of everything he wanted to bring, shoving it all into his backpack. It was just a simple shopping trip, but he insisted on bringing his notebook just in case they ran into a hero that Izuku wanted to analyze. Finally, equipped with his backpack and a blinding smile, Izuku was ready, running through the living room and ripping open the sliding glass door to the balcony. Keigo followed, chuckling and shaking his head in amusement. "One thing before we leave." Keigo regards the boy seriously, bending down to look directly into his eyes. "You need to call me by my hero name in public, okay?" Izuku scrunched his brows in confusion but recovered quickly, nodding enthusiastically. "I understand." "Okay, now, turn your back to me and put your backpack on so it's in front of you. I'm going to wrap my arms around your front and carry you that way. Sound good? That way you can see as we fly." Izuku nods his head enthusiastically, still bouncing with excitement as slipping the backpack straps on and wrapping his arms around it. Keigo settles the boy in, making sure Izuku is comfortable and secure, before stretching his wings and flapping them a couple times to warm himself up. "Ready?" Izuku nods excitedly. "Then here we go," Keigo exclaims as he bends his legs and pushes off from the balcony. Izuku's startled yell and excited laughter echo through the air as they speed off towards the city below. A couple hours later, the two are browsing through the clothing section of the shopping center. Since Izuku had only packed a few changes of clothes when he left, Keigo had suggested they expand his wardrobe so he wasn't wearing the same things constantly. The only other option was confronting his mother and attempting to get the rest of his belongings from her house, but Izuku wasn't sure he was ready for that. There was also the question on if she would fight Keigo to make Izuku stay with her, and the thought of going back to that life terrified him. He felt bad letting Keigo pay for his things and asked him what would happen if he ended up not being able to stay, but he didn't seem too concerned. "It's really the commission's money, so go wild kid," he had answered, a sly grin on his face. After picking up a few shirts, some pants and shorts, pajamas, socks, and boxers, Izuku wandered through the store into the merch section. There were different plushies, posters, figurines, and other little trinkets for all the top heroes. Naturally, his attention went straight for the All Might section, which was bigger than any of the others. His eyes lit up when he saw the new figurine that had just been released. Oh man, it's the 15th anniversary edition in his Silver Age costume. It's so cool. This was the suit he fought Bone Crusher in. Even though Bone Crusher's quirk allows him to fight both short and long distance, All Might managed to contain the damage to a city block and apprehended the villain in less than 10 minutes when no one else could go up against him. That fight solidified his. "You really like All Might, eh?" Izuku startles, turning his head to see Keigo there smiling at him in amusement. "Crap, was I talking out loud? Yeah, he's always been my favorite." Guilt flooded him as he realized what he just said. "Not that you're not my favorite too. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, your quirk is amazing." And Keigo chuckles, "Stop apologizing, kid. It's okay for him to be your favorite. I'll get over it. Put it in the cart." Izuku looks at the figurine, looks at Keigo, then looks at the figurine again. What? Put it in the cart. You want it, right? Oh, I can't. It's too much." Izuku shakes his head, eyes wide as he steps away from the shelf. Keigo rolls his eyes and steps forward to grab the box before adding it to the pile. "Didn't I tell you? It's the commission's treat." He winks as he ruffles Izuku's hair. Izuku is still conflicted, but he doesn't fight him and just stares at the box, excitement bubbling up inside him. At that moment, Keigo's phone rings and he glances at the caller ID. "Hey, I gotta take this. Stay here. I'll be back in a second." Izuku nods and turns his attention back to the merch section as Keigo steps away. Hawks speaking. "Ah, Hawks. This is Principal Nezu. I'm told you wanted to speak with me." Keigo's heart flutters with nerves. "Yes, sir. I got your contact from Aizawa. I hope that's okay. There's a situation that I was hoping you'd have some insight on." He absent-mindedly started perusing through the clothing rack in front of him, eyes glancing up occasionally to check on Izuku. "Yes, he mentioned you'd be in touch. I can't say I'm not intrigued by what you would want to talk to me about, given your status with the commission." Keigo detected a bit of animosity at that last part. It's no secret that the commission and UA have had some ups and downs over the years and, unfortunately for him, Pro Hero Hawks was technically the commission's poster child. Nezu wasn't the biggest fan of their activities, and he never made much of an attempt to hide his contempt for the organization. Keigo wondered if that had anything to do with the rumors of his origin. "Well, to be honest sir, I think it may warrant an in-person meeting." Keigo looks back, seeing Izuku mumbling under his breath as he browses. Keigo's lips turn into a small smile as he realizes the kid has ventured into the Hawks section of the merch aisle. "Oh, well that certainly is interesting. Go on. I need help keeping someone off the commission's radar. A kid that I'm currently taking care of. A kid that I think you'd be extremely interested in." The rat lets out a contemplative noise as Keigo waits for a reply. "Well, I guess it can't hurt. You know I can't ignore a chance to give that president of yours a headache," Nezu answers with a maniacal chuckle. "How about you bring him to UA? Does Monday work? Since we're on break right now, it should be quiet around campus." Yes, sir. That would be great. Thank you," Hawks exclaims, the tension leaving his shoulders. "One hurdle down, another 1,000 to go. I look forward to it, Hawks. See you then." As Keigo hangs up the phone, he looks over to meet Izuku's eyes, returning the kid's smile when he sees a Hawks plushie added to the cart. As he walks back, done with shopping for the day, he quickly sends Aizawa a text asking if he's free on Monday. The reply comes in minutes later. Second hurdle down. Early Monday morning, Izuku was frozen in awe as he stood in front of the UA campus gates, the main building eating up the horizon and reflecting the early morning sun. He had always dreamt of going to UA, spent countless hours wondering what it'd be like to walk the grounds to and from class, researched any information he could find about the facilities and history, but nothing compared to being here. He had spent half the night last night in the hotel tossing and turning in anticipation. Now that they were here, his hands clenched the straps of his backpack tightly, carrying his notebooks that Keigo encouraged him to bring with, his stomach fluttering with nerves. Ready. A calming voice came from his right. Izuku turned his head to meet Keigo's eyes, grateful that he seemed so confident and collected. He mustered up all the courage he had before nodding, painting a determined expression on his face. He could do this. He had to do this to chase his dream. The duo walked to the designated meeting spot in comfortable silence. Izuku had been too distracted anyways, stealing looks inside the various classrooms and lounges as they passed by, contemplating what it'd be like as a student. He wished they could stop so he could jot down notes, but he didn't want to make them late. When they arrived, a secretary greeted them before opening the massive doors to the conference room and motioning them inside. A large, wooden table sat in the center and a projector screen hung from the far wall. Sitting at the head of the table was a creature that Izuku recognized as the principal. He had read all about him, practically memorized the short blurb the UA website had posted about him, but no one really knew his background. He could be a mouse, a bear, a dog, or anything in between for all they knew. Nezu turned to face them as they entered. "Ah, Hawks." He hopped down off the seat and bowed politely, hands behind his back. "It's an honor to finally meet you. And this must be the boy we spoke about." His eyes peered over to Izuku, studying the boy curiously. "The honor is all ours, sir. Thank you for meeting with us." Hawks bows back and Izuku hurriedly copied the gesture. "This is Izuku Midoriya. He's been under my care for about a week now. It's nice to meet you, sir." Izuku chokes out, willing his voice not to shake with nerves. Nezu smiles at the boy before gesturing towards the table. "Come, sit. I'm sure we have a lot to discuss." As Keigo and Izuku take their seats, the principal hops back up onto his chair, pressing an intercom button to ask for tea service before turning his attention back to the boys, interlocking his fingers in front of him. "Where would you like to start, Hawks?" "Well, sir, there are a few topics I'd like to discuss. Some more confidential than others." He steals a quick glance at Izuku. "If we could start with Izuku's situation, Aizawa is on campus and offered to keep him occupied for the rest of our meeting. He mentioned something about a tour." A small smile tugs on his lips when he hears Izuku let out a little squeak next to him. He'd been keeping that part a secret, knowing the boy would be over the moon about being able to wander the campus. Nezu gives Izuku an amused look before chuckling. "Of course, go ahead whenever you're ready," beckoning Keigo to start. "To put it plainly, I believe Izuku has the potential to be an exemplary hero, sir, with the proper training and guidance, but I'm self-aware enough to know that I'm not equipped to be the person he needs to learn from. I believe it's easier to show you rather than explain." Izuku brought some of his work with him. Keigo trails off, looking over to Izuku. Oh, right." Izuku fumbles with his backpack, bringing out the stack of notebooks filled with his analyses before passing them over. Nezu takes them curiously, glancing at the front with a small smile before starting to flip through the pages as Keigo continued. "I believe Izuku has an extremely high level of intelligence and analysis that can be turned into a great power in its own right with the right teacher, and your reputation precedes you. Since his home situation has changed recently, I'd like to look into pulling him from the public school system. I don't think the regular curriculum is doing him any good at this point." He pauses to gauge Nezu's reaction as he continues poring over the pages of the notebook, letting out a faint chuckle or contemplative noise every once in a while. When the creature nods in agreement with Keigo's statement, he continues on. "I guess what I'm trying to ask is if you had any recommendations for private programs to enroll Izuku in, or if you may be interested in mentoring the boy in some way." Nezu hums quietly. "What's your quirk?" He looks up from the book curiously. Izuku hung his head. I don't have one, sir." He felt a wave of shame flood through him. This was it. All this time and effort that Keigo put into bringing him here and getting a meeting with the principal just for him to send them away because he was quirkless. He startled when the man let out a sharp laugh. "Fascinating." He closes the notebook in his hands, glancing at the stack of others. All of these have similar analyses. Yes, sir. Can you explain your process of gathering this information? I usually watch videos online of each hero's work. Most big fights are recorded these days, so it's easy to start there. You can learn a lot about someone's weaknesses and strengths, as well as fighting styles, which can usually be traced back to whichever school they studied at. Since each school has unique instructors with their own techniques and curriculums, Izuku continues on, gaining confidence as he explains his process. He knew those notebooks inside and out. This was something he was comfortable speaking on. For the underground heroes, it's a lot harder since they shy away from cameras and their real identities are usually unknown, but there are some videos out there that show a baseline of their body language, which can be used to determine fight style or strengths and weaknesses when using their quirks. Although most underground heroes have mental quirks rather than physical, so their quirk usage can be sometimes hard to determine on video. But even those villain encounters are documented, so if you can compare those reports to the timestamp of the videos on the actual fight, you can get an idea of what the hero's quirk might do that way. As he rambles on, a gleam enters Nezu's eyes, the smile on his face growing more maniacal with each word. Interviews are a great place to build a personality profile, at least to start out with. Comparing civilian videos with official interviews and social media posts can tell you what behaviors are natural, and which ones came from some sort of public relations training. For example, Izuku pauses, throwing Keigo a nervous glance. It's clear that Hawks has a certain script, or basic behavior, that he was extensively trained on for talking to the public, versus heroes like Endeavor who either lack that training or make up for their harsh personality in other ways like resolved case rates or overall strength. The best analysis comes from seeing a hero in action, though. We didn't have a lot of crime where I lived before, but I tried to be on scene as much as I could when there was an altercation. Izuku trails off, realizing that his explanation had turned more into muttering near the end. Nezu had still listened with rapt attention, and Izuku realized the principal had actually begun taking notes as he talked. The look on Keigo's face was comical, stuck between awe and horror. An awkward beat of silence falls over the room before Nezu looks up, studying Izuku calculatively, before turning to Keigo. I'll teach him myself. The pair froze, Keigo's eyebrows shooting up and Izuku letting out a squeak as his eyes grew wide. But I'm quirkless, confusion lacing his voice. This is just a hobby. I don't understand. Your quirk, or lack thereof, doesn't concern me. In fact, it gives me more reason to extend this opportunity. I agree with your caretaker that you are an exceptional talent. Letting you slip through the cracks would be shameful. Nezu gives Izuku an encouraging smile. Of course, the choice is yours and I will not pressure you. But you have more potential than I've seen in a very long time. Tears start to well up in Izuku's eyes as he bows his head, choking down the lump in his throat. Thank you, sir. Like I said, it's your decision. I don't need an answer now. Take some time and let me know whether you'd like to proceed. I appreciate it, sir, Keigo cuts in, smiling politely. We'll talk it over and let you know. His hand reaches over to clasp onto Izuku's shoulder, giving him a gentle squeeze. At that moment, a knock interrupts their conversation, the door opening to reveal a tired-looking man in a black jumpsuit with a long gray scarf wrapped around his neck. Izuku squeaks, then covers his mouth with his hands when he recognizes the underground hero. He was one of the few he spent a lot of time analyzing because he basically fought Quirkless when going against heteromorphs and heavy-hitting brawlers. Eraserhead had always given him hope that he could chase his dreams too, even if he'd never be powerful like All Might. Ah, Aizawa, just in time. I believe we've finished what needed to be discussed with Izuku present. Nezu looks to Keigo for confirmation, who nods in agreement. Aizawa saunters into the room, bowing slightly, sir, before turning to Keigo. Hawks. I'm assuming this is the kid you were talking about. He spoke in a gruff, monotone voice, his eyes turning to meet Izuku's before flicking back to Keigo. This is him, Keigo answers cheerfully, smiling at the boy. I hope you don't mind. I promised him a tour. Aizawa sighs, of course you did. Well, if you're done here, we can get started. Ready, kid, He waits just long enough to see Izuku nod before turning and heading out the door, calling over his shoulder, "Hawks, you have my number. Text me when you're done here." Izuku looked nervously at Keigo, who just gives him a reassuring smile and tells him to text him if he needed anything. Nodding, he throws his backpack on and jogs to catch up to the teacher, closing the door behind him. Keigo watches Izuku leave the room with a small smile. It had only been a week since they had found each other, and he couldn't help but be proud of how far the boy had come in social situations. He was still shy and had a problem stuttering when he got really nervous, but it was a start. It made him happy to see Izuku finding his confidence little by little. When he looked back, Nezu was sliding a cup of tea over to him, which he thanked him for. "I haven't been pleasantly surprised by a potential student like that in a very long time," Nezu started. "You mentioned the commission. What does that have to do with the boy?" "Well, sir, I've seen what happens with the people the commission finds interesting." Keigo pauses, unsure how much information he wants to give out, and, in my experience, those people either cease to exist or come out changed once they've outlived their usefulness. His voice grows cold. "Over my dead body will Izuku end up like that?" Keigo thought back on the training, if you could even call it that, he was subjected to at an even younger age than Izuku. It had been a little different for him since it was his quirk the commission had been interested in, but Keigo knew of the rumored scientific research the organization had been part of in the past. He remembered being injected with different substances to see how his quirk reacted and knew it had something to do with creating a world where the Quirkless no longer existed. If they found someone with the potential Izuku had, and were able to give him a powerful quirk with the guarantee that he would do their bidding, Keigo wouldn't be able to do anything to stop them. The last thing he wanted for Izuku was the same prison he had found himself in all these years later. "So, what exactly are you asking of me?" Keigo clears his throat. "I still haven't informed the commission of the situation. To be honest, they'll be blowing up my phone the second word gets out that I have a kid staying with me without their permission. From there, they'll be curious, and I don't trust them not to act." He takes a sip of the tea before continuing. "I guess what I'm asking is that you help me ensure Izuku stays with me and is safe from the commission's reach." Nezu studies Keigo for a moment before a maniacal grin creeps up his face. "Consider me in. But what about his previous home life? Does he have any family? You know you're cutting it close by keeping him for a week without reporting the situation to the proper authorities." "I know. I just needed to make sure he was safe first." He sighs, fiddling with the rim of his cup. "From what I've been able to gather from Izuku, it's just him and his mom, and she seems indifferent to him. There hasn't even been a missing persons report filed with the local police. I'm hoping she doesn't put up a fight, but I'm willing to go to bat for the kid if it comes down to it. She's not fit to be caring for him." A hard edge enters Keigo's voice. Everyone in that kid's life failed him. "I can't call myself a hero if I do the same." Well, if you need my assistance on that front as well, I'm willing to provide it." The principal took another sip of tea. "He is lucky to have found you." "I'm lucky to have found him," Keigo corrects softly. Clearing his throat, he looks to Nezu. "There's one other thing. Unrelated to Izuku. It's about a case I'm working on." "Oh." Nezu's eyebrows shoot up in interest. "I'm listening." Jogging out the door after Aizawa, Izuku was surprised to see another kid waiting outside for them. He looked to be around his age, with purple, fluffy hair and tired eyes, wearing a perpetual frown. The boy studied Izuku, his mask dropping for a second to show his curiosity at the newcomer, before he slipped back into a bored expression. "Izuku, this is my son, Shinso. Shinso, this is Izuku. He's currently staying with Hawks." Izuku smiled at the boy, bowing slightly. "Hi. It's nice to meet you." Shinso hesitantly bowed back but didn't respond. Anyone else would think the boy was uninterested, but Izuku could tell there was an uneasiness and distrust that the boy struggled with. He wore the mask well, but the subtle physical tics, like the upward quirk of his lips when he wanted to smile back or the fleeting curiosity in his eyes, gave him away to someone as detail-oriented as Izuku. He decided at that moment that he was going to be Shinso's friend. Keigo had made it so easy for him to open up and be comfortable. He could surely do the same for someone else, right? As Aizawa started to walk away from the meeting room to start their tour, Shinso and Izuku followed behind awkwardly. Izuku noticed Shinso stealing glances at him, trying to figure him out, so he took the initiative. "So, do you want to be a hero?" he asks excitedly, looking over at the purple-haired boy with an encouraging smile. Shinso simply nodded back, studying Izuku as if he was a wild animal that might bite if he got too close. "That's so cool. I always wanted to be a hero too. Everyone told me to give up though. But Hawks says that I can be one if I really want to be. I just have to work hard and never give up." His steps bounce as he speaks, excitement filling him. He noticed Shinso's lips curl up slightly before schooling himself again as Izuku rambled on. "My favorite hero is All Might. He's the best. Do you have a favorite?" Shinso shrugged. I guess Eraserhead." He stole a glance at Aizawa in front of them. "All Might is cool too, though," he muttered softly, looking away as if he was embarrassed. "Good choice," Izuku encouraged. "What kind of hero do you want to be? An underground one like your dad?" "I dunno. I guess so." Shinso shrugged again. "Well, whatever you do, I believe in you." Izuku beamed at the boy. "I always wanted to be like All Might, but that's impossible." Shinso looked over curiously, his head tilting slightly. "Why?" "Oh, well, I'm Quirkless," Izuku replied hesitantly, glancing over to gauge Shinso's reaction. His past experience with revealing the truth had always been uncomfortable at best and terrible at worst. Even though the Quirkless still made up 20% of the population, there was a lot of discrimination and judgment. There was a reason the suicide rate for Quirkless people was so high. To his surprise, Shinso just nods and looks ahead. "What's your quirk?" Izuku asks curiously. He knew he made a mistake when Shinso tensed up, his hand reaching to harshly rub the back of his neck. Aizawa's head tilted slightly up ahead of them, subtly tuning into the conversation. "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked something so personal." "You don't have to." "Brainwashing," Shinso mutters, looking away. When he's met with silence, Shinso tentatively looks back over to see a huge smile on Izuku's face. "Whoa, seriously, that's so cool." Izuku was bouncing around excitedly again. "You have to tell me all about it. Is it like controlling what people can do or implanting false memories or something else?" At this point, Shinso had stopped walking, looking at Izuku in disbelief. You think it's cool?" Duh, mental quirks are amazing. I have a whole notebook on them. Here, let me show you." Izuku stops at a bench, chore forgotten as he takes off his backpack and digs through the notebooks he has stuffed in there, muttering to himself as he finds the right one. Aizawa stands off to the side, watching the exchange carefully. After finding the notebook he wanted, Izuku beckoned Shinso to sit next to him, and starts flipping through the pages one by one, excitedly explaining all about the heroes that used mental quirks in their work. "Do you mind if I take notes on you? How does yours work?" He digs to find a pencil at the bottom of his backpack and turns to a blank page, looking up at Shinso expectantly. Well, I can control people." Izuku's eyes widen excitedly as he starts writing, nodding in encouragement. "If someone answers me, I can take over their mind and get them to do whatever I say. I can't get them to talk or think independently though." "Oh wow, that's amazing, Shinso. Can you imagine all the villains you could take down with just one word? That's a perfect quirk for a hero. You could de-escalate situations and stop villains with minimal damage. I'm so jealous. I bet with practice you can make it even more powerful." Shinso stood frozen, disbelief coloring his features as he watched Izuku scribble on the page. "Why you think so?" Izuku looks up at the hint of vulnerability in his voice, noting the disbelief on Shinso's face. He considered his reaction before wondering what kind of treatment the boy had gotten from other people when they had figured out his quirk. He knew how cruel the world could be, and it was easy for some quirks to be labeled as villainous, but Izuku knew that villains didn't exist because of their quirk. Villains were made from the failures of an imperfect society, from innocent children who had been failed by those around them. His heart ached at the thought of the boy being bullied for something he couldn't control, the same way he had been bullied for not having a quirk at all. "Of course I think so. You'll be a great hero, Shinso." A small smile finally makes its way through Shinso's mask, one that he didn't try to hide this time. Off to the side, Aizawa looks on in awe. It had been a tough year, and no one had been able to break through his son's walls. He and Zashi had come close, and the boy was becoming more comfortable when at home, but there was a constant cloud that seemed to follow him no matter what they tried. He knew Shinso's quirk was a sensitive topic and there was a lot of trauma the boy was carrying because of how people had treated him before the adoption. You could even see the scars the muzzle had left if you looked close enough. But somehow, this quirkless kid had recognized that trauma and had broken through those walls faster than anyone else could. Observing the joy on his son's face as the boys continued their conversation, he hides his watery eyes and shaky smile behind his capture scarf, silently thanking fate for putting Izuku in their path. About a month after Keigo took him in, the adoption papers were finalized, and Izuku was unpacking the last box in his now permanent bedroom. The whole process had been expedited thanks to Keigo's status in the top 10 and some help from UA, and he was happy it was finally over. The part he was most grateful for was that Keigo had given him the choice of going back to his mom's house to pack up his old room. He wasn't sure what his reaction would be to see her again. Keigo had made sure that Izuku never had to face her during all the interviews with the authorities and CPS and had gotten special permission from the judge that Izuku be excused for the hearing so he wouldn't have to be in the same room as her. So, when Izuku decided that he didn't want to go pack up his old life, Keigo just smiled and said he'd take care of it. He heard the story from Keigo later, how everything in his room had already been packed away before he got there. How his mother sat at the kitchen table with a blank look on her face, refusing to acknowledge him. Izuku took a few minutes to wonder, or maybe hope, that his mother had cried packing up those boxes, that she was somehow upset at Keigo for taking him from her. Those few minutes was all he gave himself before throwing those thoughts in a box and locking it with a key, never to see the light of day again. The issue now was that he couldn't help thinking about the blonde boy Keigo said he saw sitting at the swing set across from his apartment building. When Keigo said the boy looked like he was about to attack him, Izuku knew who it was, even though he didn't know why the boy would be outside his apartment complex. They lived near each other, but his apartment was in the opposite direction of their walk to school and back, so there was no reason for him to be there. For whatever reason, he felt guilty for never saying goodbye to Kachan. It's not like the boy would even care anyways, Izuku convinced himself, but they had always been in each other's lives, and it felt weird knowing he would never see him again. The last words Kachan had said to him were to tell him to swan dive off the roof, and Izuku felt a strange twinge in his chest knowing those would be the last words he'd hear from the boy. What would Izuku have even said though? Goodbye, thanks for tormenting me all these years, see ya never. It didn't matter. Kachan thought him useless, and Izuku was comforted by the fact that he was going to prove him wrong. He'd be a hero, even without a quirk. And maybe someday, Kachan would be running to catch up to him, after so many years of it being the other way around. After a week of the nerd not showing up to school, Katsuki was really getting pissed. What the hell did that dumbass do, get himself hurt? Was he sick? He hated Deku for putting him in this position, for being so useless that he had to have someone look after him. It was bad enough that he didn't have a quirk. Katsuki knew that it wasn't exactly a choice. Deku was so annoyingly obsessed with heroes, of course he would have chosen to have a quirk if he could. But damn it, he couldn't help it. He couldn't help the anger that had bubbled up inside of him at 5 years old when he heard from Auntie that their dream of being heroes together was crushed because Deku was defective. He couldn't help the anger that festered when Deku still continued to act like being a hero was even an option and would get himself hurt in the process trying to save people like he was some all-might wannabe. The nerd just kept trying, even when being told to quit, and Katsuki hated that. He hated that Deku tried holding on to this hope that their childhood dreams could come true when Katsuki knew they couldn't. He would just end up hurting himself, and Katsuki would have to come to his rescue time and time again. Why couldn't he just stay? Beeping. Still. Now, however, he hated the feeling of dread that took root in his chest after the damn nerd missed school for the second week in a row. He hated the feeling of dread thinking back on the last words he spoke to the boy. He had heard the nerd muttering about the fight that had been on the news that morning, writing in his damn notebook about the heroes taking the villain down, and of course Deku had to be front and center of the action. Of course the nerd didn't think about what would happen if things ended badly. He was so tired of the dumbass being so goddamn careless with his life. As if the possibility of being hurt or killed running into danger he wasn't equipped to deal with never even crossed his mind. So, Katsuki snapped. He knew he had crossed a line the second he saw the look of hurt and resignation on Deku's face, and a heavy ball of regret threatened to crawl up his throat and make him apologize. But instead, he turned and walked away, not daring to look back. Then, after a month of being haunted by that damn look, Deku was gone for good. He knew, even though he hadn't actually seen the nerd or heard anything from Auntie about him. Whenever Inko came over to the Bakugo residence, he made sure to lock himself in his room. He didn't want to see her face. It was too similar to the one he saw in his nightmares. But he had made a habit of going out of his way after school to go sit on that damn swing every day for the past month, wondering if today would be the day that the nerd would finally show his face. Instead, he watched as boxes labeled Izuku were carted off by a pro hero. Katsuki knew who he was, of course. He kept up on the billboard chart and had caught Deku muttering on and on about him as he wrote about him, but that didn't answer the question of what he was doing here. It didn't answer the question of why he was taking Izuku's stuff away as if he didn't exist in this space anymore. When he told his mother what he had seen that day and asked what was going on, Mitsuki just pursed her lips and said, "Inko gave up custody." That's all she would tell me. "Izuku's gone, honey," before gently patting his head and turning away. "Izuku's gone, honey. Izuku's gone, 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 gone." The ringing in his ears got louder until everything else faded into nothingness. 10 months later, Izuku sat at his desk with furrowed brows, a clean sheet of paper staring down at him from his notebook. He was in one of the classrooms at UA that the teachers left open for private tutoring. Over the past 9 months, he had gotten used to the space. Since he lived in Fukuoka with Keigo, most of their sessions happened virtually, but Nezu requested that Izuku travel to UA for 1 week a month for in-person lessons. Izuku, of course, agreed immediately, not wanting to turn down the chance to study on campus. Aizawa had also offered to have Izuku stay with them while on campus, so he and Shinso had become close friends. He still missed Keigo while he was here, though. His big brother had become such an important part of his life. Someone he could look up to, confide in, and put his trust in. On top of that, Keigo pushed him. While Nezu mentored him, Keigo trained him. The duo had fallen into a routine. Izuku knew that strength was important for a hero, especially if he was going to do it quirkless. He had to be in peak physical condition or else he would fail. So, every morning, they would head to the private gym in the basement of Keigo's agency, and train until Izuku's body threatened to give out. Since beginning, Izuku had gained a healthy amount of muscle mass, his stamina had increased dramatically, and he was quickly learning about fighting techniques that were, according to Keigo, unique to the training program he had been in growing up. What kind of hero do you want to be? The question given to him by Nezu bounced back and forth in his mind. It's not that he never thought of himself as a hero or what that would look like. It was easy to imagine the fearless smile of All Might as he symbolized peace and hope, or the effortless control and calculated focus of Hawks as he patrolled the skies, or the fierce determination of Eraserhead as he guaranteed safety from the shadows. But putting those ideals into words was different. What kind of hero did he want to be? What characteristics of the heroes he admired did he want to embody? Izuku began writing furiously, a clear idea taking shape in his mind as he scribbled out his answer. It was a good thing Nezu had become used to Izuku's messy scrawl. With only half an hour left in their lesson for the day, he didn't have time to go back and clean it up. At the end of that half hour, Izuku set his pencil down on the desk, nodding confidently at his words in front of him. After handing it in, Izuku jogged out the door and headed towards one of the training gyms, the path familiar after all this time. Catching his breath, he entered the facility, gently tossing his backpack to the side. "Ready to go down," a cocky voice called out. Izuku smirked, opening his mouth to answer before shutting it quickly. Nope, he was not falling for that again. Locking eyes with the purple-haired boy, he gave him the, "I'm watching you," signal before stepping up to the sparring ring. Shinso chuckled before readying himself in a defensive position. "Ah, come on, Izuku. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue." Izuku studied the boy carefully, adopting the same stance. Shinso had become his training partner during the weeks he stayed here, since he wasn't able to train with Keigo. At first, Aizawa had supervised them, guiding the boys during their sparring sessions, but they had quickly grown comfortable enough to train on their own. Aizawa still came to watch and provide feedback sometimes, especially when they were training Shinso's quirk, but he was busy with classes now that the new semester had started. Izuku made a motion of zipping and unzipping his lips, the universal signal the boys had created to indicate, "No quirks allowed." "Fine, little baby," Shinso answered back fondly, rolling his eyes. "Take away all my fun. You just know you can't beat me otherwise," Izuku egged on with a mischievous smirk. He jumped forward, feinting to the right before turning on his heel with a roundhouse kick. At the last moment, Shinso put up his forearm in a block before jumping out of reach. Same move to start as yesterday. Getting a little sloppy, huh? Shinso ducked at another kick before sweeping Izuku's foot from under him. The boy's back hit the floor with a grunt before he rolled away, scrambling up again. If the enemy doesn't expect you to repeat moves, repeating moves can throw them off. Is that the type of psychological bullshit you're learning with that rat? Izuku lunged forward with a punch. "Hey, he's got some good ideas," he ground out, ducking and blocking to keep Shinso's attacks at bay. They continued to go back and forth, one gaining ground then being driven back, only to gain ground again. Breathing heavy, Izuku jumped back at a punch thrown by the purple-haired boy, taking the chance once he was off balance to feint again and kick. His foot connected with Shinso's stomach, throwing the boy back onto the mat. He kept a defensive stance, but lowered his hands when the other boy didn't make a move to get up, panting from excursion and looking up at the ceiling. Giving up. "Screw you," Shinso ground out as he reached out to Izuku's hand that had been extended to him. "You're so annoying." The boys chuckled, walking back to retrieve Izuku's backpack. "Love you too, Toshi. Let's go eat before I have to leave, I'm starving." Keigo sighs, leaning back against the counter, swirling the whiskey in the glass while frowning at the liquid. "So, still no luck with your little boyfriend?" He rolls his eyes before taking a sip. "Stop calling him my boyfriend. He's a huge pain in my ass is what he is." He looks over at Rumi, who had plopped down on one of the armchairs with her feet kicked up on the coffee table. "The more time passes, the more I'm convinced he's not even real. I haven't had a single lead in 2 months." Rumi snickered. "How long before the commission loses patience? You're acting like they haven't already." Before Rumi can respond, the front door is swung open and Keigo gives her a look warning her to keep her mouth shut. "Hey, brat, welcome home," the rabbit hero calls out. Izuku just rolls his eyes, turning to him. "Why do you keep hanging out with her? She's being rude to your baby brother." Keigo snorts and can't keep the smile from his face at their banter as they continue to go back and forth. It had only been a week, but he had missed the kid. There's an emptiness that permeates the apartment during the weeks he stays at UA. He had lived in that silence for almost 2 years before Izuku came into his life, but now it felt unsettling. Even with the brat's snarky comebacks and no-nonsense attitude, he was miles different than the timid, little kid he found cowering in the rain. "Hey, I ordered dinner. It should be here soon. Why don't you put your stuff away so we can eat? I swear, K, if it's fried chicken I'm seriously going to beat your ass." Izuku deadpans, heading down the hall towards his room. "Language," Keigo calls after him, waiting to hear the door close before turning back to Rumi. Not a word around the kid, got it? Standing up with a sigh, Rumi walks to the kitchen to put her empty glass in the sink. "You act like the kid doesn't know what you do for work. He's too smart for you to be keeping secrets from." She comes to stand next to Keigo, leaning up against the counter, studying him closely. Why is it so important for him to be in the dark? Keigo hesitates, checking on his feathers set up down the hall for any vibrations. He needs to stay as far away from the commission as possible. Zuko's the type of kid that will want to help if he knows what I'm working on. Especially if he knows I'm stuck. If he helps and the commission finds out, they'll start asking questions. I mean, it's not like they don't know he exists, right? Yeah, they do. Keigo tenses at the memory from that particular conversation. To say his employers were not happy is probably the biggest possible understatement imaginable. He ended up taking Nezu up on his offer before the commission would back off. He's still not sure what the principal said to get them to drop it, but it worked, and he wasn't about to draw more attention their way. But as far as the commission knows, Izuku has a low-level levitation quirk and is an average student at the local public school. Completely unremarkable and not worth their time. Rumi nods in understanding. Ah. So, what are you gonna do? What I do best. Continue to search from the skies. 2 nights later, Keigo is sat atop a water tower, watching over the skyline. He knew he had to get going soon so he could get some sleep before they had to be up for training, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. As if looking away for a second would mean he'd miss something, all he needed was one sign. One lead. That's it. That's when he sees it. A blue flash of light coming from an alleyway a few blocks to the east. He squints, focusing his eyesight on where the flash had just disappeared, when another one erupts from the same area. Eyes widening, he realizes that it wasn't just a flash. It was blue fire. He dives from the tower, keeping his wings tight to his body as he falls, before opening them up to glide towards the entrance of the alley. He lands behind 2 figures that have a younger man cornered. Blue balls of flame dance around the younger man's hands that he holds at his sides. Bingo. Hey-oh. Keigo calls out cheerfully, beautiful night tonight, The 2 men swing around, eyes widening when they see the hero. Realizing they're cornered, they run at Keigo, hoping to throw him off to run out onto the main street. He dodges their punches easily before pinning them to the wall with his feathers, keeping his eyes on the young man at the end of the alleyway. You have 10 seconds to leave and not look back, he tells the men calmly, before releasing his feathers. They hesitate for a second before Keigo hears them flee, footsteps echoing into the distance. The balls of flame slowly extinguish before the man speaks. If you don't mind, I'll be on my way too, hero. Keigo studies the person in front of him, keeping his feathers sharp and ready at his side. If this went wrong, it could get bad really quick. Why the commission thought he'd be the best person to put up against a fire quirk, he'd never understand. The man was dressed in black pants with a white versus neck shirt and a dark studded jacket. Spiky black hair fell over his forehead, making his vibrant blue eyes pop in the moonlight. Not even gonna give me your name, hot stuff. I did help you out just now, you know. The man scoffs, looking him up and down before meeting his eyes. Keigo thought he saw a flash of recognition cross over the man's face as he held his gaze, but it was gone before he could know for sure. Doesn't mean you earned my name, birdie, he croons, before a bright ball of light and heat burst from him, engulfing him in flames. Keigo jumped back, shielding himself from the heat, before the flames disappeared, leaving him alone in the alley. No, 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 he feels all the air leave his lungs, eyes locked on to the spot the man had stood. He had to go, he had to move and find him. He couldn't let him get away. But he couldn't get his body to listen. He just stood there, repeating the man's words in his head, being pulled under by his memories. 7 years earlier, HPSC training facility. Donned in their black training outfits, the 2 boys stepped into the sparring ring ready to begin their joint training for the day. Most of the time, their handlers had them train individually. Hawks was still working on honing his feathers' micro-movements and his partner had been subjected to a variety of exercises to evaluate his weaknesses and areas of improvement for future training sessions, since he was new. Hawks had seen the boy struggle with some of the tasks, but the determined look on his face never left. He simply refused to quit. They all end up quitting. He'll be gone soon, just like everyone else. Hawks couldn't help but be curious of the boy, though. It was true that he wore a brave face through everything his handler had thrown at him, but it was different when they went back to the dorms. That first night, Hawks could feel the boy's heart rate pick up and the sound of him crying through the feather he had slipped in under his bedroom door. That routine had continued every night over the last 2 weeks. He didn't really understand why he was upset though. When Hawks had come to the commission, he had been happy to escape. The commission had given him a place to sleep, warm meals, and a purpose. It was far more than his villainous father or neglectful mother had ever done for him. What did this boy have outside these walls that he missed so much? As they circled the ring, Hawks studied his partner. He kept a low, defensive stance with his hands at his sides facing outwards, sparks flying. His eyes shone as he silently challenged Hawks with a mischievous smirk. He had the type of energy that he felt himself being drawn towards. Even if he was at the other end of the training hall, it's like he beeped up all the light in the room until Hawks had trouble focusing on his own training. He was just so alive all the time. On their walks to and from training, the boy would talk non-stop, even when Hawks stayed silent. It didn't matter what the subject was. He buzzed with an excitement that genuinely fascinated Hawks, and his voice had become oddly comforting. Bringing his focus back to the ring, he dropped into his own stance, wings fluttering open behind him. The bell rang to signal the start of the exercise. "Let's see what you've got, Birdie," his partner taunted, grin widening and piercing blue eyes shining, before making the first move. Back at UA, Nezu sits in his office, skimming over Izuku's last assignment absent-mindedly. He had given the boy the discussion question after scheduling this meeting, a plan already forming in his mind. Izuku had grown to become an exemplary student in the short period of time he's been teaching the boy, and Nezu could tell he was destined for greatness. If this meeting goes the way he hopes it will, that greatness will be guaranteed. A sudden knock at the door draws his attention. "Come in." The door opens slowly to reveal a frail-looking man in a yellow pinstripe suit. "Ah, Toshinori, it's been too long." "Nezu, sir." "Yes, it has." The man walks in, closing the door behind him and taking a seat across from the principal. "Thank you for taking the time to see me. It's not every day I get to meet with our symbol of peace," Nezu responds cheerfully. "I know you're a busy man, so this must be important. Would you like some tea?" "That would be great, thank you," Toshinori responds, looking a little nervous as he glances around the office. As Nezu starts pouring tea, he motions for Toshinori to begin. I've been thinking, and it's time I take Night Eye's advice and search for a successor," he begins, taking the cup from Nezu with a thank you. "Since UA is my alma mater and has an incredible roster of students, I wanted to start my search here." Nezu sips on his tea, observing the man in front of him. "So, my theory was right. What's changed your mind? From what I remember, you were adamantly opposed to Night Eye's suggestion." He didn't miss how Toshinori's shoulders tensed. Still running from the past? All might. He had hoped the two heroes would have reconciled by now, but he knew it was a complicated situation. They were both too stubborn for their own good. "I'm afraid I'm limited to 3 hours of hero work now. It's becoming clearer that I'm on borrowed time, and I know my duty as a holder is to pass this power on." Toshinori glances down at his tea in thought, sighing in resignation. "From what I know, most of the previous holders transferred the power shortly before being killed. I want to find someone who I can train while I still have the strength from the embers, to give them the best possible chance and help bridge any gap there may be once I officially retire." Well, I agree that's the best course of action," Nezu answers while glancing at the paper he had placed to the side, drumming his fingers on the desk. "I may have someone in mind. On one condition." He glances up at the blonde-haired man. "Join the faculty at UA next year. The person I have in mind will be coming in as a first year. It will be easier to train your successor without drawing attention as a teacher here." Coming in as a first year? Isn't he a little young? There has to be another option. Someone who is further along in their education, maybe. Nezu chuckled. "I assure you, he is miles ahead of most already. I happen to be teaching them personally." Toshinori's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. He had known Nezu for years now, ever since he started his education at UA, and he had never heard of the principal taking on his own private student. He must be quite remarkable. What's his quirk? He doesn't have one, Nezu stated, carefully watching for the man's reaction. "I believe that's one thing you may have some experience with, no?" Toshinori looked at him in surprise. How did you know? We get copies of public records for all incoming students. Your record showed that you had updated your status from being quirkless before entering UA. When you confided in me about One for All, it was easy to put together. Toshinori hummed in acknowledgement, lost in thought. Of course, the explanation made sense for someone who knew what to look for. Clearing his throat, Nezu grabbed the paper Izuku had written last week before reciting the first passage. I want to be the kind of hero that saves not only lives, but souls. To give hope to those who are hopeless, to protect those who are helpless, and to bring smiles to those who have fallen into darkness. The kind of hero that moves forward when others are paralyzed in fear. The kind of hero that will not quit even when the odds are stacked against them. I want to be the kind of hero that this world can rely on. The kind that saves everyone with a smile. Toshinori looked on in awe as the principal spoke. If I didn't know any better, I would think this paper was written by a certain number one hero. Nezu chuckled while extending the paper to him, urging him to take it. It wasn't an actual assignment Nezu ever intended to grade anyways. I know I can't, and shouldn't, make the decision for you. I may be a little biased as it is. But I do have a suggestion. Reach out to Shota and ask him about the boy. Toshinori reaches out to take the paper hesitantly. Eraserhead. He knows. He looks down at the paper for a name, young Midoriya. He has quite a bit of experience with the boy that I think you'd find enlightening. Nezu gave the hero a small smile. You'll understand once you speak to him. Right. I'll do that. Both stand, their meeting coming to an end. Thank you, sir. No need to thank me. Also, please think over my offer about the teaching position. You'd be an invaluable asset to the school, and it would provide cover for your absence as All Might. Not to mention helping you train your successor, whoever that ends up being. Once you make a decision, let me know. In the past 10 or so years of teaching, Aizawa had asked himself if it was worth it plenty of times. At least last year, the freshman class had been somewhat bearable. Even if Tugata acted like life was full of unicorns and rainbows all the time, at least he had potential. Looking at the stack of papers he had to grade, he saw no potential. Or maybe he was just really tired. I wonder if I could get away with expelling an entire class of first years. He lifted his eyes when he heard Shinso snort softly, lounging on the sofa across from him. The boy was looking at his phone, a mischievous smirk on his face, probably talking to Midoriya. God help him survive these problem children. He was, of course, happy the two had found each other. They had both helped each other get through extremely hard times and were now inseparable. But the threat of gray hairs was getting more and more serious the more time they spent together. Not to mention that damn rat he calls a boss was turning Midoriya into an evil genius clone of himself. He shuddered at the thought of being on that kid's bad side. Something funny. Shinso looked up innocently, barely concealing his laughter. Nope. Not at all, Dad. Aizawa narrows his eyes. Shinso was clearly not laughing at a meme of Eraserhead in drag that Midoriya had just sent him, and he was definitely not sending back a meme of Hawks and Eraserhead as Rose and Jack from Titanic. Suddenly, a knock at the door of the teacher's lounge interrupted their conversation. Saved by the bell, Aizawa recognizes the number one hero peeking his head through the door. Eraserhead. Nezu said I may find you here. All Might. Didn't know you were in town. What can I do for you? In the corner of his eye, he can see Shinso sitting with his mouth open in shock, before discreetly angling his phone to get a picture. He internally rolls his eyes as he hears his son's phone vibrate over and over again with incoming messages. No doubt he sent the picture to Midoriya. The kid may as well be president of the All Might fan club. Well, the hero glances over at Shinso awkwardly, like he's unsure what to say in front of him. This is my son, Shinso. Zashi and I adopted him a couple years ago. All Might visibly relaxes, apparently eased with the boy's relation to the hero. Oh, well, I guess congratulations are in order then. Aizawa nods in thanks and All Might continues. Just had a meeting with Nezu about a potential student of yours and he suggested I would be interested in what you had to say about him. His name's Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa cocks an eyebrow as Shinso tenses next to him. What do you want with Izuku? His son asks cautiously. He reaches a hand over to squeeze the boy's shoulder. Why don't you head home, Toshi? I'll be right behind you, he reassures softly. Shinso looks like he's about to argue but decides against it, packing his things and giving All Might a defensive look before leaving the room. Aizawa quickly sends him a text reminding him that he shouldn't tell Midoriya about the conversation. Hawks would kill him if he gave the kid a heart attack. Sorry about that, Izuku's his best friend. He's a little protective of him. All Might nods in understanding before coming farther into the room and sitting down in the spot Shinso had just been in. So, what is it you want to know? All Might hesitates, as if cautious of how much he wants to give away. Well, you see, I'm looking for a student to study under me. I can't keep going forever, you know, he nervously chuckles and rubs his hands together in front of him. Like an intern? Well, kind of. I guess you could say I'm looking for someone who could potentially become more of a successor. He highly recommended Midoriya, but I had some concerns about his age and if he truly was the right choice. He mentioned you may be able to help sway me. The next symbol of peace, huh? Aizawa's mouth pulled up in a small smile thinking about how the kid would probably faint if he could hear this conversation. Maybe I should have had Hitoshi stay for this after all. Your son, Aizawa nods, leaning forward with his elbows resting on his knees. When we adopted Shinso, it was a bad situation. His parents had him muzzled and locked in his room. The only time he was allowed out was when the family had guests over. I guess they figured they should keep up the happy family act, Aizawa growled out, features darkening as he remembered the fear and pain on Hitoshi's face when they found him. Apparently, he had managed to get the attention of a neighbor from his bedroom window, who saw the muzzle and called the police. Aizawa was on patrol in the area, so he was the first on scene. All Might sat with a hand over his mouth in disgust, muttering how sorry he is that the kid had to go through that. For the first year he was with us, the kid barely talked, barely interacted with us at all. It's like he was coasting through life. We took him to countless therapists and doctors to try and help. Social situations gave him panic attacks. It was a mess. He leaned back, glancing to look out the window at the view of the campus. The bench they had stopped at during their tour was visible from here. The day he met Midoriya was the first time I'd seen the kid smile, his eyes crinkled fondly at the memory. The first thing that kid did was tell my son that his quirk was amazing and that he'd be a great hero someday. To someone who had been told all his life that he could only be a villain, it meant the world. To put it plainly, he saved my son's life. He did what everyone else in the world had failed to do. All Might looked lost in thought, nodding along to the story. It's more than that though. While what he said was inspirational and impactful, it was why the kid said it. It's like he had Shinso figured out in the brief moment they met and chose his words because of the impact they would have. He sounds like a remarkable boy, All Might says softly, a tender smile tugging at his face. He really is. Look, Aizawa leans in, meeting All Might's eyes with a sober look on his face. I can't tell you if Izuku is the right choice to be the next. You, because the boy is uniquely himself. I do know he idolizes you and bases a lot of his choices around your ideology. But he is a natural hero, and he'll become great no matter who he studies under. All Might glances down thoughtfully at the paper Nezu had given him, before looking back up at Aizawa. Thank you, Aizawa. You've given me a lot to think about. Glad I could help. You should get going. God knows there'll be news crews sniffing around if you stay too long, he grumbles. The look of disgust on his face gave away his thoughts on the media. After All Might takes his leave, Aizawa sits and takes a minute to process the conversation before he has to head home. He burrows his head in his capture scarf, a habit he picked up when he's lost in thought. Chuckling to himself, he stands up and stretches before gathering his things. This could get interesting. Watching the landscape fly by, Izuku sighs in boredom and turns to his right. You know, it would have been much faster for you to just fly us. Keigo scoffs, playfully kicking at his shin. I'm not a pack mule, you damn brat. Izuku sticks his tongue out at him. You try carrying 2 suitcases and a grown-ass child 3 hours in the air. I'll wait. Bet All Might could do it, Izuku mutters under his breath. Keigo shrugs unbothered, Bet he could. Maybe you can ask him to be your new daddy. Ew. Keigo, shut up. Izuku scrunches his nose, turning all his attention back to the window. Keigo internally preens, pretty damn happy with himself. Lately, he's been trying to give the kid the experience of being embarrassed by parental figures. Not that he had his own experiences with that, but he knew it was a rite of passage for being a teenager, and he took the job very seriously. He made a habit of using slang terms incorrectly or loudly bringing up embarrassing topics in public just for Zuko to give him that signature, "I'll kill you," look that he'd grown accustomed to receiving. Hey, Kei, he makes an affirmative noise without looking up from his phone, scrolling through his work email. Why do you think Nezu wants you to come with me this time? He looks up to see Izuku still absently looking out the window, resting his head on his hand. He probably just wants to go through your progress. You know, since it's been almost a year and all. He cocks an eyebrow when Izuku doesn't answer, a small frown forming. Why, are you in some kind of trouble I should know about? Izuku rolls his eyes. I could never be in trouble. I'm too smart to get caught. Cocky bastard. It's just, you would think if it was a check-in, it would happen next month when it's actually been a year. And you'd think he'd give you more than, oh I don't know, 2 days notice. I mean, the kid's not wrong. Not that he ever is. Maybe he just forgot. He's a busy man. Izuku turns to face him in deadpan. Yeah, Kei, the psychotic mastermind with superhuman level IQ who is privy to more state secrets than the Emperor of Japan and has an entire staff of underlings at the most prestigious educational institution in the country just forgot to schedule his only student's parent-teacher conference. Give me more sass and I'll use these pretty babies to give you that haircut you're in desperate need of. Keigo croons with mock sweetness as 2 feathers twirl around Izuku's head, getting dangerously close to his green curls. At least you know you have another option if being a hero doesn't work out. Izuku winks, quickly covering his head and giggling when Keigo swoops in with his feathers, transforming them into a scissors shape as he makes snipping sounds. About an hour later, the train finally pulls into the station and the duo steps off, eager to stretch after the long ride. Keigo fluffs out his wings, glad to be out in the open again. Aside from the obvious physical discomfort of being on a train for 6 hours, his attention span can't take being in enclosed spaces for too long without a break. From the psychotic twitch in Izuku's eye, Keigo's pretty sure one more dad joke would have gotten him thrown off the train. Because they're only a short distance from campus they decide to fly the rest of the way, ignoring the smartass remark Izuku makes about how they could've done this from the beginning. Not far from the station, though, they see a big plume of smoke rising over the skyline. Keigo debates leaving it to the local pros, but when Izuku rapidly taps his arm 3 times and glances up at him, the excited look on his face has him rolling his eyes and changing their course for the chaotic scene below. One of the perks of having a pro hero for a brother is the up-close and personal view of villain attacks. It never fails. Whenever they're flying anywhere together, something gets Keigo's attention and he's off to help, ever the hero. He always makes sure he drops Izuku off somewhere safe and far enough away, of course, but it's close enough that he can usually get some good analysis done. As they land on the street below, there's a barricade around the shopping district, with pro heroes fighting what looks like a slime-type villain. Keigo drops Izuku off near the barricade before telling him to stay safe and flying off towards the action to help. Looking on, Izuku realizes with growing confusion that the heroes are all just standing around. Inching closer to the crowd, he overhears them saying they're waiting for someone suitable to help and that the villain took a middle school kid hostage. Loud explosions ring out from the shopping center, blowing out the windows of the surrounding buildings and setting everything on fire. Not sure how much help Keigo will be with fire involved. I hope he doesn't hurt himself. Looking towards the action, Izuku frantically searches for his brother. He finds him hovering above the villain, just out of his reach, watching as his feathers tear through the sludge. It doesn't look like the feathers are doing any actual damage to the villain, but from the look on Keigo's face, he's not focused on that. Izuku squints, trying to figure out what Keigo's doing. Stepping to the side to get a better angle, he sees someone being swallowed by the sludge. It looks like the person's fighting, a hand or leg flailing around clutching at the slime desperately. That must be the kid they're talking about. So that's what he's doing. He's trying to attach his feathers to the kid so he can pull him out. At that moment, the kid thrashes, his face turning towards the crowd. All the air is beeped from Izuku's lungs and the crowd around him fades away as he stares directly into piercing red eyes, attached to the very familiar face of a spiky-haired blonde. Kachan. Suddenly, his body is moving through the crowd, past the heroes trying to keep the villain at bay. He faintly hears someone call out, "Izuku, stop." But the pounding of his heart in his chest drowns out all the surrounding noise. All he can see is the pure terror and helplessness in those eyes that are pulling him closer and closer. He doesn't think about the bullying or the torment or the heartbreak he endured in his old life. He doesn't think about the nightmares and trauma he's learned to cope with over time. He doesn't think about the last words he heard from the explosive blonde before he left everything behind. All he can think is it looks like he's calling out for help. Noticing that the most solid and unchanging portion of the sludge is its face, he pulls off his backpack and spins, gaining momentum before throwing it. The villain recoils as the bag hits him straight in the eye and he loosens his hold on the boy enough for Izuku to grab part of his school uniform and start pulling. "Deku," Katsuki whispers, throat sounding hoarse as he starts coughing up sludge. "I had to save you, Kachan," Izuku cries, tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, feathers come flying towards them, also grabbing onto the boy wherever they can. With Keigo's help, they're finally able to free him, and he sends both boys flying away from the action with his feathers. "We're talking about this later, Izuku," he calls to the boy, anger mixing with concern. Izuku barely hears it, focusing all his attention on the blonde laying in front of him. He's still coughing up sludge, breathing heavily as his body trembles. "Kachan, just breathe, you're okay." Izuku is crouched over him, frantically looking him over for any other injuries. The boy's eyes snap up to his, and the blonde looks him over inquisitively, as if he's not sure what he's seeing is real. "Deku, is that you?" He reaches out towards the green-haired boy's face before his hand falls limp at his side, eyes closing as he loses consciousness. Izuku stares down at him before moving over for the paramedics and watching on in a daze as they prepare to move him into the ambulance. Out of the corner of his eye he sees Keigo making a beeline right for him. He braces himself, exhaustion suddenly seeping into his bones. Must be the adrenaline wearing off. What the actual hell was that, Zuku? Keigo bends down so he's eye level, forcing Izuku to look at him, hands gripping his shoulders and shaking him gently. Behind him, his feathers are vibrating and alternating from soft to sharp, a natural reaction to being anxious or frustrated. "What were you trying to accomplish? See, can we just go, Kei?" Izuku says tiredly, energy draining out of him. He's definitely not in the right mind to try to explain his actions right now. Please. He can feel the tears welling in his eyes as Keigo studies him, anger morphing into concern. Keigo pulls him into a tight hug and exhales, resting his chin on top of his green curls. "Don't scare me like that again, kid." Dragging along a dazed Izuku, he picks up their bags where he had dropped them, finds Izuku's backpack, and informs the police to call him if they need any statements before loading up and taking off towards campus again. After they got to the teachers' dorms, Izuku went straight to the room he usually stays in and fell onto the bed, falling asleep instantly. Keigo apparently told everyone to leave him because he woke up 4 hours later, still in his clothes from earlier, the sun starting to set on the horizon. Not ready to face anyone yet, he changed into comfier joggers and a sweatshirt and snuck out towards the main campus building. That's where Keigo found him half an hour later, laying on the roof, arms behind his head, looking up at the stars. He landed next to him and sat, leaning back on his hands and looking over at the boy, who hadn't moved an inch at his sudden appearance. "Should I be concerned that you know how to access the roof of a secure building?" Izuku just shakes his head slightly, keeping his eyes trained on the stars above. "I'm sorry I got angry with you earlier." Keigo watches as Izuku swallows, mouth wobbling. "You know why I was upset, don't you?" "Yeah," Izuku mutters shakily, body tense despite his relaxed position. "Kid, they had Kachan," Izuku blurted out. "The boy that was saved today. It was Kachan." His body started trembling, and Keigo could see his fists clench underneath him. He was on the verge of breaking. Keigo exhales, beginning to understand the situation a little better, and rubs his hand down his face. Kachan had always been a tough subject, but he learned it was just better to not bring it up unless Izuku initiated the conversation. While he struggled with Izuku's feelings towards someone who apparently tormented him for years for being quirkless, he knew that Izuku struggled with losing Kachan over everything else when he left. Even more than losing his mother. So, seeing him today, paired with the adrenaline from taking on a villain like that. It was understandable why the boy was so on edge. He extends his arm out, brushing the green curls from the boy's forehead and leaving his hand there, his thumb moving up and down in rhythmic motions. Do you wanna talk about it? It takes all of 3 seconds before the boy is moving, curling into Keigo's side and clutching at his shirt, tears flowing down his cheeks. Shish, it's okay, Zu. It's gonna be okay. Keigo held him tightly, encouraging him to let it all out, feeling his shirt dampen as the boy clung to him. The two sat there huddled together until Keigo felt him relax in his arms, tears subsiding into sniffles. Izuku wiped his face on the back of his sleeve, laughing softly, this is so stupid. He sat up, pulling away slightly from Keigo's side. I don't even know why I did it. He swallowed, looking far off into the distance. I just thought of what could happen if no one saved him in time and I couldn't let it happen. The thought of Kachan not existing somewhere in the world, he trailed off. Keigo stayed silent beside him, folding his wing around the boy. Izuku absent-mindedly reached out, stroking his hands along the soft feathers. Keigo had discovered that playing with his feathers helped the boy ground himself when Izuku first came to live with him and had to learn to cope with his nightmares and lingering trauma. It had been their unspoken way of showing affection ever since. You know what I think. Izuku hums in acknowledgement from beside him. I think you were braver than any of those heroes there today, me included. Izuku snorts at that, shaking his head in disbelief. Izuku, look at me. Keigo turns his body to face the boy fully, waiting until they lock eyes. No matter what Kachan thinks about you or says to you, you were his hero today. You stepped up when no one else did. You were the reason he is okay. Izuku looks down at his hands, playing with the sleeves of his sweatshirt. He reached out to me before he passed out. He swallowed the lump in his throat, choosing his words carefully. He didn't look like he hated me then. He doesn't hate you, Zu, Keigo murmurs softly, his hand running up and down his back. When I spoke with the detective on the case earlier, he said the kid asked about you. Izuku's head snaps up, looking at Keigo curiously. What did he say? He said he looked worried and asked if you were okay. Said he wanted to talk to you, but Tsukauchi told him you had left right after. Izuku looked troubled, like there was a puzzle in front of him he couldn't solve. Would you like to see him? Izuku shakes his head rapidly, and no way, I'm not ready for that. No worries, bud, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. The boy relaxes, nodding. It's been a long day though. Why don't we get off this roof and get something to eat? I'm starving. You're always starving, Kei, Izuku blurts out with a lopsided grin. No fried chicken, though, he added as he got up, stretching his hands over his head. Just for that, Keigo flings his arms around the boy and runs to the edge of the roof before launching himself off, smiling at Izuku's frantic laughter as they glide towards the dorms. Everything's going to be okay. Shinso stares at the bedroom door with unease. He had been giving Izuku space after Hawks explained what happened, but he couldn't help but be worried for his friend. Izuku has always been a chaotic ray of sunshine that broke through the dismal existence he lived in before. Ever since that first encounter, when he came blasting through Shinso's walls without a care in the world, the boy had charged through life and all its changes with a determined smile and excited eyes. He felt that mindset seep into his own life, and he owed Izuku everything for that. So seeing him today, with a distant look in those eyes and his mouth set in a grim line, was unnerving. He had been pent up for the last few hours worried, pacing his room when he couldn't focus on his schoolwork. He startles as a hand dropped to his shoulder, looking back to see Hawks giving him a reassuring smile. He's doing better, you know. If you want to see him. Shinso gives him a quick nod. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about anyways. Maybe it'll keep his mind off everything. I just feel bad, I guess, Shinso mumbles, looking back at the door. I don't know what to say to make anything better. You've already made it better by being his friend. Don't worry about the rest. Hawks pats his shoulder and gives it a gentle squeeze before turning away and walking down the hall towards the roof access door. Letting out a small exhale, Shinso knocks before opening the door once he hears an affirmative greeting from inside. Izuku is sitting cross-legged on the bed, back against the wall, brows furrowed as he writes in one of his notebooks. He looks up quickly and gives him a quick smile before bowing his head again. Hey, Toshi. What's up? Just wanted to see what you were up to. You know, since I didn't really get the chance earlier. Izuku grimaces before looking up apologetically. Yeah, sorry about that. Shinso rolls his eyes before walking towards the bed. You don't have to apologize, Zuku. I was just worried. He climbs onto the bed, Izuku shifting over to give the boy room to sit beside him. Shinso looks down curiously, inspecting the boy's chaotic scribbles. What's all that? Izuku followed Shinso's eyes down to the page. Oh, it's an assignment from Nezu. We're talking about quirk theory. He wants me to analyze different quirks and theorize what effects an awakening may have on the quirk and its user. Awakening. Yeah, like sometimes if you're put under a large amount of stress or you're in a live or die situation, your quirk can, become more powerful, I guess. You might be able to do things you normally wouldn't do. Shinso hums thoughtfully, so like a power-up. Izuku nods, eyes darting over the pages. Kinda, except more permanent than a power-up that you might only be able to use once. So, you for example, might gain the ability to get people to talk or think independently while controlling them. He pauses for a moment, the excited gleam in his eyes growing. Shinso smiles fondly, knowing he's about to hear another of his friend's famous ranting sessions. He never minded them, of course. He had learned a lot from Izuku, and he liked seeing his friend happy. Hawks, on the other hand, might gain more durability towards weaknesses like fire or be able to grow his feathers back faster. If put under enough pressure, his feathers might even gain the ability to act independently with his goals in mind instead of him having to directly control their actions. That's the idea, anyways. Tell me more, oh wise one, Shinso declares sarcastically, a sly grin forming as Izuku playfully punches him in the shoulder. See if I ever help you again, Izuku grumbles, turning the page to continue his scribbling. He begins muttering, something about how cool it would be if Eraserhead could hold his erasure even after he blinked. Shinso tilts his head back, resting it on the wall behind him, and lets his eyes close, Izuku's mumbling lulling him into a sense of calm. After a moment, Shinso bumps his shoulder to get his attention. You all right? Izuku pauses before putting his pencil down and shutting the notebook. His head fell back against the wall to match Shinso before tilting towards him. I just feel stupid, I guess. Shinso waits patiently, knowing that Izuku would continue with his thought process on his own time. He was always so mean to me and I still care about him. I think part of me hopes there's some part of him that's still my friend after all these years. Izuku sighs in resignation, but I don't need him to be my friend. I have you, and that's enough for me. Shinso smirks. Lucky bastard. Izuku rolls his eyes in mock annoyance. But you know, it's okay to wish he was your friend too. As long as I'm your best friend, of course. Izuku scoffs. Deal. Hopping off the bed and setting his notebook on the table, he turns on the TV and grabs the two controllers before handing one to Shinso. Now stop being a sap and help me fight this last boss. The next morning, Keigo makes his way towards the principal's office with Izuku in tow, who wrings his hands and mutters nervously the whole way there. He can't really blame him, even he is curious about why the principal wanted to meet with them both. He has no doubt that Izuku is an incredible student, so it couldn't be that he was unhappy with his performance. Could it have something to do with the commission? He tried to ignore the sinking feeling in his gut as they got closer to the office. Over my dead body will they take him? They can't have him. His head is so clouded over that he barely registers the occupants of the room until he hears a muffled squeak from behind him. Looking over his shoulder, he sees Izuku with both hands covering his mouth, owlish eyes looking past Keigo. Turning back around, he finally recognizes who is waiting for them at the conference table, the principal and All Might. He barks out a laugh, understanding exactly why Izuku had the reaction he did. Hey yo, what a surprise. He gives them both his most charming smile. Hawks, I'm glad the both of you could join us. I apologize for it being so last minute, the principal greets the two, gesturing to the empty seats. Keigo steps to the side, resting a hand on Izuku's back as he pushes him toward the table, before following behind him. Izuku's face hasn't changed, eyes fixated on the number one hero, as he's pushed along. All Might, he whispers in disbelief. It's a pleasure to meet you, my boy. I've heard great things. Izuku's eyes get impossibly wider as he inhales sharply. Why, you've heard great things about me. Sorry, can we start from the beginning? What's going on here, Nezu? Keigo asks cautiously as he sits, narrowed eyes alternating between him and All Might. He trusted Nezu with Izuku's protection and education, but he was cautious to involve anyone else. Especially the number one hero. There was nothing wrong with the guy, though Keigo never fully understood the hype, but the thought of Izuku drawing that much attention had him on edge. If All Might was curious about him, who was next? Nezu clears his throat. I asked All Might to join us today to discuss an opportunity for Izuku that I thought both of you would be interested in hearing about. I need you to trust me, Hawks. He gives Izuku a reassuring smile before his face turns serious. I'll let All Might explain more, but I must make this clear. This conversation cannot leave this room under any circumstance. This information cannot fall into the wrong hands. Keigo understands the implication when the principal pointedly looks at him. He doesn't want any of this getting back to the commission. So, All Might must have something to hide from them as well. Interesting. He hesitantly nods. Okay then, let's hear it. All Might nods his thanks to the principal before interlocking his fingers on the table in front of him and turning his attention to the winged hero. I have been on the hunt for a worthy successor for a while now. I asked Principal Nezu for help in my search and he recommended you. His gaze shifts towards Izuku, who stares back at the hero with unblinking wide eyes and his mouth hanging open. After taking some time to think it over, I agree with him. I want you to be the next symbol of peace. Keigo is at a loss for words, a headache forming at the base of his skull as he tries to make sense of the conversation. All Might acts as if he can just give Izuku the title, and while Keigo fully supports and believes that the kid can be a hero, being the symbol of peace is a completely different level than anything they've ever talked about, let alone thought possible. The symbol of peace is a legendary title that only the number one hero could live up to. He knows Endeavor's been trying to get past the number 2 spot for decades now and he hasn't even come close to that, let alone being a symbol of anything. How could All Might possibly expect a 14-year-old to do it? How would that work? He looks over to gauge Izuku's reaction, who looks like he's completely blue-screened at this point. His jaw is still hanging open, and he's making these little noises that almost sound like half-formed words, as if he's forgotten how to speak properly. Keigo sighs, running a hand through his hair. What does that even mean, All Might? Your whole symbol of peace thing is great and all, but how exactly are you planning on Izuku carrying on that title? That seems to snap Izuku back to reality as he looks over at Keigo, brows scrunching, a frown ghosting over his features. He's right. I'm Quirkless. How can someone like me be a hero like you? Keigo places a hand over Izuku's trembling one. Zuku, that's not what I meant. You know being Quirkless doesn't mean you can't be. Actually, All Might interrupts, throwing a cautious glance at Nezu before continuing. That's one of the reasons I think it should be you. He fiddles with the teacup in front of him. This may be difficult to understand, so bear with me. Keigo's feathers ruffle behind him with nervous energy. You see, I was not born with my power. It was a sacred torch passed on to me. Before that, I was Quirkless too. That's not possible. It doesn't make any sense. Beside him, he can hear Izuku start muttering. That's not possible. I mean, I know your quirk is hotly debated and there are a lot of theories about what your power actually is, and no one knows for sure. But no one's ever been able to just give someone their powers before. I don't even know how that would work. Quirk factors are genetic, so how can someone just give their quirk away? Scientifically, All Might holds up a hand, Nezu chuckling beside him. I assure you, it's possible. The short story is, my quirk is one that can pass on and stockpile power. I am the 8th holder. If you choose to accept it, you'd be the 9th. He pats the book beside him on the table. There are more details in here once we start training. All Might looks pointedly at Keigo. If we start training, it's ultimately you and the boy's decision. The ability to pass on and stockpile power. A quirk that has multiple users over time. Keigo thinks back on all his time at the commission. All the files marked confidential in big red letters that he'd been given while in training. Learning about different top-class quirks and secret missions that were locked away from anyone that didn't have a high enough level of clearance. He would have remembered stumbling onto something like this. If the commission doesn't know about the origin of All Might's power, what would they do if they knew? Nezu must see the questions forming in his mind. As I said earlier, it's a delicate situation that needs to be kept secret. A power like this is extremely valuable and, if it fell into the wrong hands, would be catastrophic. Keigo can feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Yeah, this information in their hands is the last thing anyone needs. Keigo glances over at Izuku, squeezing his hand. In the end, it's Izuku's decision. I just want what's best for him. I'll support him no matter what he decides. Izuku smiles at him timidly. Keigo can tell he's still slightly overwhelmed, the past 24 hours weighing heavy on him. Do you need some time, Zuku? He bows his head, focusing on his hands interlocked in his lap, before looking up at All Might inquisitively. Are you sure it should be me? All Might smiles fondly. I was pretty convinced after my first meeting with your teacher and after talking with Aizawa. But after hearing about your role in the sludge villain attack yesterday, there's not a doubt in my mind that it should be you. Izuku nods, eyes welling with tears. Then I'll do it. The meeting continues with Keigo asking All Might for specifics on training and this new power. One for All, a quirk with a dark history that All Might promises he'll learn more about as time goes on. The quirk that Izuku will receive after completing a physical evaluation. He's thankful for the training he did with Keigo and Shinso all these months. If he had to start from scratch, he would have to wait a lot longer to receive the quirk, since it's so physically intensive. With the UA entrance exam in 11 months, he can now focus on improving his physical form while also getting a grip on his new power. He's glad Keigo's paying attention to the details, because Izuku feels completely overwhelmed and is still in disbelief over what's happened. Of all the things this meeting could have been about, he never could have imagined it'd be anything like this. He's going to have a quirk. The thought suddenly hits him like a freight train, knocking the breath out of him. Keigo looks over, concerned. You okay, bud? Izuku squeaks out an affirmative noise and nods. Just a lot. He's going to have his own quirk. He can't wait to tell. I have a question. He cuts in. The adults stop and turn their attention to him. Well, it's just, what are we supposed to tell Shinso and Aizawa? They know I don't have a quirk, and they'll be suspicious if I just all of a sudden have one. Nezu and I discussed that, and, since they're both close to you and will be around once you start UA next year, we think it'd be okay for you to tell them the truth, as long as they understand the importance of keeping this a secret. It may be good for you to have some support as you train, and Aizawa can keep tabs on your progress in class. The talk with Aizawa and Shinso goes about as Izuku expected. Aizawa just narrowed his eyes in suspicion at the number 1 hero, and Shinso rolled his eyes and said, maybe now you'll be able to beat me in a fight. Izuku is too dazed to snap back about how their last fight ended with Shinso tapping out. He lets Keigo explain everything since he had been paying more attention to the specifics with the promise that they would go back over everything later, once his brain started working again. His schedule, thankfully, would stay pretty much the same. He would train with Keigo at home, with a new and improved plan to help with his quirk, and then train with All Might during the weeks he was at UA. All Might had also promised to come see him in Fukuoka every once in a while, to check on his progress. For the next few weeks after arriving home, Keigo and Izuku trained harder than ever to prepare. All Might's aim to succeed American Dream Plan called for more extensive weight training instead of focusing on combat like they had been doing. He had done well in the first physical evaluation, but the physical backlash was, according to All Might, pretty intensive, so there was still some work to do before he could transfer his powers. Some days, Izuku was so exhausted that Keigo had to fly him back home when his legs gave out. Finally, the day came for the transfer. Izuku had done well in the physical test, and All Might agreed that his body had become a suitable vessel for One for All. They had met at the training gym with Keigo, Shinso, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl, the head nurse at UA, to supervise the transfer and provide assistance with his power if he had trouble controlling it. Izuku felt like he was dreaming. He had worked so hard over the last month, spending many sleepless nights analyzing the notebook of information on One for All that Nezu and All Might had compiled for him, icing sore limbs and muscles after hours and hours of training, all for this moment. So, when All Might presented a hair to him, he thought he heard him wrong. Did you say eat this? Izuku looked at the hair, scowling in disgust. I'm not actually supposed to eat it, right? Off to the side, he heard Shinso snicker and turned to see Aizawa smack him on the back of his head. That's right, my boy. To receive the power, you must ingest my DNA. There are other options but, this is probably the easiest. Izuku turned to look at the group of people surrounding him. Keigo, who took time out of his patrols to train him and who learned how to cook to satisfy the meal plan All Might had written out for him. Shinso, who supported him without question after learning about One for All and was someone Izuku could confide in when he had doubts about being worthy. Aizawa, who had given him a place to stay and treated him like his own son when he was at UA. They were all counting on him, cheering him on, and he couldn't let them down. So, he stuck out his quirkless hand, swallowed down his fear, and grabbed onto his future. On a cold February morning, Izuku walks down the now familiar paths of the UA campus. He's only half listening to Shinso at his side, but he's pretty sure it's mutual, since both of them are tense with nerves. The regular entrance exam finished up 2 days ago, and now it was their turn. He thought he did well in the interview portion yesterday. It helped that his interviewer ended up being Aizawa. Today was the practical portion of the exam. They would be grouped with the other 8 recommendation students, competing against each other for a final grade. Since the interview was done one-on-one, this was the first time he'd be meeting the other students, besides Shinso of course. What do you think they'll have us do? He turns to his friend, who shrugs. His face is blank, but Izuku can see the nervous tick of his jaw. Not that he should be nervous. In the past couple years, Shinso has become a force to be reckoned with. He had even started practicing with a capture scarf like his dad when Izuku first received his quirk, something about him, making it more interesting, during their spars. The scarf helped with his physical mobility where his quirk couldn't, making him a formidable mental and physical threat. Dad wouldn't say. In his words, he didn't want to spoil me, he says with air quotes. Izuku chuckled at his friend's mock distress. I bet it's an obstacle course, he says offhandedly. Oh yeah, He absent-mindedly called on his quirk, pushing the power back and forth from one finger to another, letting the familiar tingle and crackle of lightning flow through him. He had figured out, once he was able to control his power at a minimal level, that the action had a way of calming him down. It grounded him and cleared his mind. It's the best way to show off different quirks. Each obstacle would allow them to evaluate students' strengths and weaknesses as a baseline for where they fall with the regular examinees. Show off, Shinso muttered, bumping Izuku's shoulder playfully, as they entered the exam arena. Their conversation stops when they notice the other students waiting in a group, facing Aizawa and Midnight, another teacher at UA. Izuku looked at Shinso expectantly, smirking when Shinso rolled his eyes at Midnight's outfit. It obviously helped with her quirk, but shouldn't a high school teacher be a bit more modest? Midoriya, Shinso, nice of you to join us. Aizawa gives the two a pointed stare. Sorry, sensei. Izuku studies the other students. There's a taller girl with a black ponytail, hands on her hips. The boy next to her has off-white hair and a wide smile. However, Izuku's attention is drawn to the mismatched eyes glaring at him. A large burn mark covers the left side of his face, and his hair is split into white and red, right down the middle. Izuku holds his gaze for a moment, only breaking away when Aizawa starts explaining the exam format. They'll be participating in an obstacle course. Izuku hears Shinso mutter, "You've gotta be kidding me," under his breath, and he snorts, winking at his friend when the teachers aren't looking. They all line up in a row, getting into position. As they wait for the start whistle, Izuku steals a look at the two-tone boy next to him. "Good luck," he nods cordially. The boy turns to look at him, mouth set in a grim line. "I don't need luck." He looks angry, sad. He looks like he doesn't want to be here. Why take the exam if he's so miserable? Izuku frowns as he turns away. He's so lost in his thoughts that he startles when he hears the whistle commencing the exam. He shoots off behind the rest of the examinees, analyzing the track ahead of him. The first test seems to be a rope maze. The first couple examinees have started weaving through the ropes, hurrying to get to the other side. Aizawa did say anything goes as long as we stayed on the track. He pulls one for all through his legs, capping the power at the 2% he's currently able to handle, before launching into the air, flying over the maze. A couple of the examinees stop to look up, mouths gaping open as they watch him fly past. Looking back, he smirks when he sees a familiar capture scarf wrapping itself around the beam above them, Shinso swinging over the course as well. On his other side, a massive pathway of ice covers the top of the maze, red and white guy propelling himself forward. So, an ice quirk. He seems pretty powerful. For the rest of the race, he's neck and neck with the ice wielder, trading places one obstacle after another. He fell behind on the inverted wall climb, and the ice wielder fell behind on the floating base jumps. Clearing the last obstacle, he looks to his right to see the ice wielder gritting his teeth, pushing himself forward on his ice. The finish line comes into view as Izuku feels himself fall behind. "I'm not done yet," he growls as he pushes his power to 5%, his body creaking with the added pressure. He was able to hold his power at 5% for short periods of time but hadn't practiced moving with it enough. Feeling the strain on his legs, he pushes himself forward, gaining ground on the ice wielder as they near the end of the course. With one final push, he launches himself in front, crossing the finish line a hair of a second before the other boy. He turns his power off, shakily coming to a stop and collapsing on the ground. Wincing at the sharp pains going up through his legs, he looks down to examine himself. Nothing's broken, at least. He's going to be sore as hell tomorrow though. He groans as he stands up, looking over to see the ice wielder glowering at him, fists clenched at his sides. "Hey, nice job, man. That was awesome." He hurries over with a cheerful smile. "I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. I never got the chance to introduce my—" "Get out of my way," the boy grits out, shouldering past Izuku. "I didn't come here to make friends." Izuku is left stunned, mouth gaping open after him, hand still outstretched. "Already popular, huh, Zuku?" Shinso steps to his side, staring after the boy. "You know who that is, don't you?" Izuku turns to look at him quizzically. Should I know who that is? Does the name Todoroki ring any bells?" "Wait, as in?" Shinso nods. "Yup, as in Todoroki Shoto, as in the youngest son of Todoroki Enji, as in the son of the number 2 hero, as in—" Yeah, I get it, Toshi." Izuku mutters as he watches Shoto walk over to the huddle of other students, fists still clenched at his sides. I wonder what his problem is. They walk over to rejoin the group. "Great job today, everyone," Aizawa calls out in his usual monotone. "This concludes the practical exam for today. Tomorrow, you will report at 8 a.m. for the written portion of the exam. If you have any questions, please direct them to midnight." He turns and walks towards the exit, not sparing the group another word. "Your dad's such a sweetheart," Izuku jokes. "Let's go get some food. I'm starving." "You're always hungry." As the boys leave the exam area, bickering back and forth, a pair of mismatched eyes narrow behind them. A coppery tinge coats the air of the warehouse district, the abandoned buildings rusting and threatening to crumble at each gust of wind. The faint call of seagulls cuts through the lull of waves lapping at the concrete barrier of the port. The sun hangs high in the sky, its warmth creating a haze from the lingering mugginess of last night's storm. Keigo drops down to the small alleyway between two of the abandoned warehouses, wings flared out behind him. Kneeling down, he traces the rippled asphalt. Scorch marks line the walls, steel beams warping slightly. The level of heat you need to do this. The outline of two bodies are barely visible on the ground, turned to ash where they lay. His feathers scour the surrounding buildings, checking for any signs of life. A couple buildings down, there's a slight increase in temperature, but no movement or heartbeat that he can detect. Could the change in temperature have something to do with the person's body heat being naturally elevated due to his quirk? The sudden revving of a motorbike cracks through the air like a whip. The roar of the engine grows closer and closer. Keigo stands and turns to the entrance of the alleyway as a black bike screeches into view, smoke billowing from the tires as it turns the corner sharply. Its rider is dressed in all black, a helmet obscuring his identity. It races towards him and the rider lifts a hand, blue sparks flickering to life before a tornado of flames shoots down the narrow passage. Motherphew. Keigo pushes himself up off the ground at the last second, the tips of his wings singed as the bike flies past. The biker turns his head towards Keigo, blue flames reflecting off the visor of his helmet. Keigo sends out two sharpened feathers and slices at the wheels. The bike jerks and the rider goes flying over the handlebars, ducking and rolling to a stop on the pavement below. He pulls himself up, swaying slightly, as Keigo drops in front of him. "We gotta stop meeting like this, hot stuff," he drawls, muscles tensed for a fight, primaries sharpened and at the ready if needed. "I'm starting to think you don't like me." He pouts. He can hear the biker scoff from behind his helmet. His red wings are reflected in the visor, striking against the contrast of blue flames behind him. "Well, I'm starting to think you've got a crush on me, Birdie. Can't stay away, huh?" The man grits out, breathing heavily. At his side, his fists clench. There's a faint trail of smoke coming from his hands. That's when Keigo notices the scarred flesh that runs through his palms, stapled to the healthy part of his hands and fingers. "You're just so interesting, I can't help it." He takes a tentative step forward. "We can go back to this cat and mouse game if you want, but I'd really rather not. It's getting old." "If it's getting old, then drop it," the man warns. He pulls up his visor, stepping into Keigo's space suddenly. A spark of electricity shoots through him as those eyes meet his, both manic and dead at the same time. Against his better judgment, he holds his ground and paints on his trademark hero smile that in no way matches his inner turmoil. No can do, blue eyes. Boss's orders. Those eyes search his own, a look of understanding and frustration briefly passing through them. The faint crackle of residual flames cuts through the silent bubble around them. Boss's orders, huh? How sad. "You know, birds are born to fly free, not be stuck in a cage," he croons softly. His eyes briefly flit down Keigo's face, as if memorizing his features, before narrowing. He steps backward before turning on his heel and walking away. "This is your last warning," he calls over his shoulder, "tell your boss to leave me alone." "Wait," Keigo calls out, arm extending towards him. His heart is pounding, frantically trying to beat out of his chest. He's spent months, years now, chasing this bastard. He couldn't let him get away. He couldn't lose him, again. Chuya. The fire wielder freezes mid-step. Sparks fly from his hands and smoke billows from the collar of his leather jacket as he turns his head to the side. "What? The beep. Did you just call me?" He growls out, his voice shaking with the rest of his body. "Please, just stop. Talk to me." Keigo's voice breaks at the end, desperation clawing its way up his throat. "What happened to you? Let me help." "Chuya's dead." His voice is detached. "Leave me alone, Keigo." He turns away, stalking straight ahead without a look back. Keigo stays frozen in place. His instincts and training are screaming at him to pursue him, to not let him get away. But he can't get his feet to move. His wings snap close to his body, all feathers being pulled back to him in a rush. He can feel them quivering at his back, going haywire as his brain short-circuits. It's him. It's really him. As the sun dips below the horizon, Keigo looks out at the cityscape, letting his feet dangle off the edge of the roof. The occasional honk of a car horn and soft music from a nearby restaurant drift upwards from the street below. Only employees of the apartment building have roof access, so no one else ever comes up here. Izuku sometimes joins him as well, but he's 6 hours away in the middle of his entrance exam. He sighs. He came up here to clear his mind, but he can't get that voice out of his head. Chuya's dead. Before this damn case, he would have agreed with that. He was there when the agents broke the news. He was there when he was informed that Chuya's family had a private funeral ceremony for the boy. One he wasn't allowed to go to. He couldn't afford to be compromised, according to his handler. He had grieved for the asshole whenever he was alone. He still remembers the agonizing, suffocating pain of losing the first friend he ever had. The all-encompassing darkness and dull existence that he had to stumble through for years afterwards. The emptiness, the loneliness, the numbness. For years, until that stormy night when he found Izuku. He pushes his hands into his eyes until he sees stars, focusing on that pressure rather than the emotions surging through him. Hi, I'm Chuya. I'm going to be the greatest hero ever. Blue eyes excitedly stared back at him under a fringe of white hair. The warmth from his smile reminded Keigo of the sun. Hawks, watch this. Chuya turned his hand up, a small ball of flame hovering above it. Brows furrowed in concentration, Keigo watched as the flame turned from orange to a brilliant blue. Chuya whooped excitedly, jumping up and down as he expanded the flame. A yelp rang out as the flame suddenly extinguished, a burn mark appearing on Chuya's skin. I don't care what they say. I'm gonna keep using my flames and show them I can be a hero. They can't stop me. He stomped past Keigo, slamming the door as he left towards the training room. Hawks, there was an accident during training. The grim-faced agent looked at him, a flash of sympathy in his eyes before turning stoic again. Inferno is dead. He then turned and walked away, leaving Keigo to pick up the pieces of his heart as it shattered in front of him. Inferno. He remembers the day Chuya picked out his hero name. After all, students in the legacy program abandoned their old identities when training started. Or at least, they were told to abandon them. Chuya had vehemently refused at first. He was his father's successor, he said. What good was being a hero if no one knew he was Enji Todoroki's son? But one day, the commission took him away and, when he came back, he was Inferno. Keigo had tried to ask but was told to drop it before Chuya locked himself in his room for the rest of the night. Was the commission aware he was chasing Inferno? Was this all a play to test his loyalty? They had trained together for almost 3 years. Longer than anyone else he's ever trained with before. Longer than anyone in the program had trained with another recruit. Most didn't last long enough to make it that far. If this was a way to test his reaction, to see if he would actually bring Chuya in once found. He felt himself being ripped in two. One half reminding him of his training, his duty to bring Chuya in and complete the mission. The other half filled with memories of a boy he had lost, who had somehow survived, and who was now a stranger in all the ways that mattered. The excited, hopeful eyes of a boy with big dreams that had turned into a vacant stare of a man that looked right through him. His phone rings with a text notification. Sighing, he fishes it out of his pocket before tapping on the message. All Might 2.0, guess who's starting at UA next semester? A feeling of immense pride swells in Keigo's chest, temporarily chasing away the darkness. Obviously, he had no doubt Izuku would get in. Besides being recommended for entry by both Nezu and All Might, he probably had the most potential of anyone that's ever enrolled in that school, or any other hero course in the country if he's being honest. He was already intellectually miles ahead of anyone his age, but now with One for All, the kid was well on his way of being the greatest hero of the new generation. Keigo couldn't wait to be in the front row as the kid surpassed him one day. Colonel Sanders. So I guess I should send Aizawa my condolences. All Might 2.0, please. Dadzawa should feel blessed to have the opportunity to teach yours truly, not sure what you're talking about. Colonel Sanders. I'll make sure to remind him. Congrats, brat, I knew you could do it. All Might 2.0, not without you I couldn't. Smiley face. All Might 2.0, I accept gifts in the form of the new Nintendo Switch that just got released, by the way. Keigo snorts and shakes his head. This sassy little shit. Colonel Sanders. Bitch, you should be buying me a gift for putting up with your attitude. All Might 2.0. Language. You wouldn't want your bad habits rubbing off on your innocent baby brother now, would you? Colonel Sanders. Kid, I don't think innocent is the right word to describe you. You should come with a warning label. All Might 2.0. Love you too, K. Gotta go pack. Don't wanna miss the train. I'll text you when we board. Colonel Sanders. Be careful. Love you. Tucking the phone back in his pocket, he glances over the city once more before dropping off the ledge. He lets himself feel the rush of air zoom past him for a minute before expanding his wings. He glides along the air current before swooping back up towards the top floor to the open balcony. He had let himself dwell on the past long enough. There was nothing he could do to change anything, and he had a job to do. Feelings be damned. Dobby kept his hood up, glowering at anyone who dared look him in the eyes as he stalked past. The scars were usually enough to keep people from staring for too long. They made people uncomfortable, made them want to crawl out of their own skin. My apologies for disgusting you. The tension he felt had been simmering all night, ever since that goddamn bird opened his big, fat, annoying mouth. Ever since those stupid, piercing golden eyes had locked on with his own. Those hypnotizing eyes that had the ability of peering into Dobby's cursed soul and digging up the corpse of a life he buried years ago. He should have burnt him to a crisp the second that name struck the air. For whatever reason, he had hesitated. That had been a mistake, one he wouldn't make a second time. He digs his phone out of his pocket, scrolling through the contacts before tapping one and holding it up to his ears. It rings twice before someone picks up. Hey there, sunshine. What can I do for you? I need a job, Jiren. Now. He bites out. He needed an outlet before he combusts and brings down the entire city block with him. Hold your horses, there. Let me see what I have. Dobby waits as papers shuffle on the other end of the phone, Jiren muttering to himself. You're still in Fukuoka, right? He releases an affirmative noise. Well then it looks like you're in luck, kid. One of the local Yakuza leaders needs a competitor's safehouse destroyed. No witnesses, no survivors. Can you handle that? Dobby hesitates for a second. He'd really rather not use his flames to hurt people. The two in the alleyway from earlier were an exception. They had tried to get a little handsy with him, jumping him when he said he wasn't interested. If there was anything he wouldn't tolerate, it's getting taken advantage of. He had stopped them, but he wondered how many others hadn't been so lucky. Those scum deserved a worse death. If anything, Dobby had shown them mercy. Isn't there anything else? Sorry, kid, that's all I have right now. Dobby closes his eyes. If you don't want it, I can find someone else. No, it's okay. I'll do it. Just send me the details. He hangs up without a goodbye. Maybe the house would be empty. Maybe there would be no witnesses out this late at night. He checks his phone when he hears the ping come in, reading through the information Jiren sent. Fortunately, the job is only about a mile away. He hopes it's enough to calm himself down and distract himself from the goddamn red feathers clouding up his mind. If it's not, he feels sorry for whoever ends up in his way. Izuku looks up at the massive lettering above the stairway leading into the dorms. Heights Alliance 1A. Move-in weekend officially kicked off tomorrow, with classes starting on Monday, but since they already pretty much lived on campus anyways, he and Shinso had gotten permission to move their stuff in a day early. They grow up so fast, Keigo fake cries as he comes to stand beside him, carrying a box in his hands. Izuku rolls his eyes at his dramatics. Stop being so embarrassing, Kei. He knows they're both putting on a brave face in a way. It's why he stares straight forward and has to swallow down the sudden lump in his throat, refusing to face Keigo, and why Keigo is acting even more cheerful as normal, putting on a face. If he was being honest, Izuku was terrified to lose the security of having Keigo around. He was terrified of putting himself out there and meeting a bunch of people he knows nothing about. He hoped his classmates were friendly, since they were in a hero course, but Kachan wanted to be a hero too, and had bullied him relentlessly for years, so who knows? Stuck here on campus, he couldn't just run to Keigo's room when he had a bad nightmare or a panic attack. He'd be hours away, unreachable except by phone, and that just wasn't the same. He tried to think positively. At least he was in class 1A and not 1B. That one may have been his doing. It wasn't his fault, not really anyways. If Nezu didn't want him hacking into the school system and changing classes around, he shouldn't have taught him hacking in the first place. Sorry to whoever Nito Monoma was, but sacrifices had to be made. He didn't want to go through 3 years without Shinso and Aizawa at his side. It clearly wasn't that big of an issue because, when Nezu walked in and Izuku slammed the computer shut guiltily, he had just given him a knowing grin and chuckled in that maniacal way he always does when he finds something particularly funny. Besides, he could have changed it back before their places were confirmed but didn't, so, oh well. Izuku hears Keigo sigh beside him as he hands off the box to some of his feathers. He wraps an arm around his shoulder. Ready, punk. Izuku takes a deep breath before nodding, allowing himself to be led up the stairs and into the building. The massive front doors open up into a large common area with a small courtyard in the middle, encased in tall glass windows and sliding glass doors. On the right side was an area with tables and chairs set up for studying and eating. Further in was a lounge area with couches, bean-bag chairs, and a flat-screen TV mounted to the wall. On the left side was an archway that led into a kitchen space. The entire back wall was lined with cabinets and countertops for preparing food, with an industrial-sized cooktop and 2 large ovens. There were 2 refrigerators, one on each end. The massive island in the middle held 2 double sinks and 2 standard dishwashers. The other side of the island had an elevated countertop with bar stools lined up underneath. Next to the kitchen was a laundry room with 2 washers and dryers and a large table in the middle for folding clothes. At the back end were the restrooms and shower areas, split by gender. Back behind the courtyard, splitting up the 2 sides of the common area, were the stairwells and elevators. Keigo whistles as they walk through the area, following Izuku to the stairs. Pretty fancy place they've got you in. I'm kinda jealous. I like the apartment better, Izuku says quietly. Once on the 2nd floor, they quickly find his room just across from the stairwell. A small placard with, Izuku Midoriya, is hung to the left of the door. He sighs in relief when he sees Shinso's name on the placard next door. Izuku turns the handle and opens it slowly to reveal a small bedroom with an attached bathroom. There's a twin-sized bed pushed up against the wall with a small nightstand, and a desk with a rolling chair against the opposite wall. On the far wall, between the bed and desk, is a sliding glass door leading out to a concrete balcony overlooking the rest of the campus. A dresser sits next to the desk and there's a small closet with a hanging rack next to the bathroom door. Izuku sets his box down on the bed, Keigo's feathers setting the other box down on the desk. So, you want help unpacking? Izuku feels the panic bubbling in his gut, threatening to overtake him. This is all moving too fast. He wants to tell Keigo to take him back home, but the words are stuck in his throat. He gasps for air as his lungs threaten to collapse. Darkness eclipses his vision, numbness crawling through his limbs until he's floating in a desolate void. He feels nothing and everything all at once. He wants to scream but nothing comes out. He can't do this. It's too much. It's all too much. It's all. He feels a hand at his back leading him out to the balcony. He can vaguely hear Keigo telling him to sit down, and he obeys, closing his eyes and dropping his head forward. There are hands on his shoulders, grounding him, a calm voice telling him to breathe through it. He focuses on his heart rate, gradually slowing it down to a normal pace. Keigo is here, it's all okay. It's going to be okay. Finally, he opens his eyes and lifts his head to find 2 golden eyes peering down at him in concern. There you are. His shoulders slump, eyes closing briefly. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. Nothing's wrong with you, Izuku, Keigo reassures him softly, his voice soothing the lingering panic simmering in his gut. It's been a long day. We'll go at your pace, okay? He gently squeezes his shoulder. Izuku nods and leans his head back against the glass door behind him. Just a few more minutes. He closes his eyes as Keigo comes to sit at his side, matching his pose and wrapping him in one of his wings. Izuku reaches over and gently strokes the soft feathers. They sit in silence, letting the afternoon sun warm them. After a while, they start trading stories, smiling over their favorite moments from the past 3 years, and making plans for the upcoming weekend. Izuku feels the tension slowly ease out of him. He knows that no matter what happens in the future, he will never be alone again. Katsuki Bakugo, you better get your ass over here and give your mother a hug goodbye. A voice rang out over the crowd of families, all moving into campus for the new semester. He heard snickers from other students in the crowd. Katsuki's father shrunk at his mother's side. Oi, old hag, stop yelling. You're embarrassing. Pay no mind that he was also yelling, but if anyone had a problem with that, they could screw off. After the hag pulls him into a hug, or at least tries to, before smacking him on the back of the head and telling him to behave, he trudges into the dorm, head down and hands in his pockets. There's a group starting to gather in the lounge area, but he has no interest in spending time with those extras. He's here to become the greatest, not make friends. Katsuki Bakugo doesn't need friends. He hears snippets of conversation as he walks by, heading towards the elevators to his dorm on the 4th floor. Did you hear there were 6 recommendation students accepted this year? No way. They never accept more than 4. I heard one of them was recommended by the principal himself. Apparently, he's been his private student for the past 3 years. TCH. Recommendation students. Just another way to say they paid their way in instead of earning it like everyone else. A bunch of spoiled nepo babies that don't know what it means to work hard. He'd crush them all. He's rounding the corner to the elevator when he hears laughter ring out from the stairwell, the door opening to reveal a kid with unkempt, purple hair and a tired look in his eyes turning to someone still out of view. An animated voice rings out, words jumbling together in a chaotic fashion. There was something familiar about it. The purple boy steps aside, holding the door open and gesturing for his friend to go ahead. When the boy's friend steps through the doorway, Katsuki feels like all the air has been beeped out of the room. What the actual beep? The room around him spins and his vision narrows on a boy with green hair, emerald green eyes, and freckles looking back at his purple-haired friend. He hadn't stopped talking, hopping excitedly from one foot to another as he rested a hand on the other boy's shoulder. Katsuki could feel his hands shaking, little sparks igniting in his palm, as he struggled to control his breathing. This was impossible. There's no way he was here. This had to be a mistake. A cruel prank. Zuku. Katsuki yelled excitedly as the green-haired boy came running into his room. Took you long enough. Sorry Kachan. I told Mama I could walk on my own but she said I'm still too little so I had to wait for her. An adorable pout crossed Izuku's face as he wrapped his pudgy arms around Katsuki to give him a hug. I brought my new All Might toy. Awesome. The boys sat in the middle of Katsuki's room and started playing with the action figures. They broke the figures into 2 groups, talking about the different quirks on each team and excitedly narrating the fight between them. Hey Kachan. Katsuki responded, busy knocking down one of the villains with the All Might figure. Do you think that when we become heroes we could team up too? PFF'd. Of course, Zuku. We're going to be unstoppable together. No villain will ever be able to beat us, Kachan declared, smiling over at Izuku and pumping his fist in the air. You promise? Izuku murmured, looking at Katsuki with wide eyes and a slight blush on his cheeks. Promise. Just watch us. Deku. He heard himself squeak out. The boy froze where he stood, the smile on his face slowly disappearing as he turned to look at Katsuki. His eyes widened and the hand he had on his friend's shoulder dropped to his side. Kachan. Okay, so, perhaps Izuku should have thought about the possibility of Kachan getting into the hero course. His ex-friend had been absolutely obsessed with the idea of being the next #1 hero as far back as he could remember, and UA was the best school out there. Even before he left, Kachan always made it known that he would be the first student from their underfunded, underwhelming middle school to make it into the top program in the country. Now that he thought about it, Izuku wasn't sure why the possibility slipped his mind. But he didn't have time to analyze that when a very shocked, very angry-looking explosive blonde was staring back at him from across the hall. That damn rat! Nezu knew Kachan was in 1A and just watched and laughed as Izuku himself put him in the same class. That's why he didn't say anything. Being stuck in the same class was Izuku's punishment for hacking into the system. He should have paid more attention to the rest of the class listing. Nezu was probably watching them on the cameras right now, enjoying Izuku's pain and suffering. Oh, this isn't over, you Mickey Mouse knockoff. He wondered what the punishment would be if he switched out the principal's keratin treatment with hair remover. It might be worth it. He decides to be the one to break the awkward silence. So, huh. He cringes and Katsuki clenches his fists, his lips turning into a snarl. Izuku feels Shinso tense up next to him. Shinso knows quite a bit about his tenuous relationship with Katsuki, being Izuku's closest friend behind Keigo, so he knows how he was his tormentor for years, and how, despite everything, Izuku still begrudgingly respects and admires him. He may not understand why, but that's not the point. Right now, Izuku is just thankful that Shinso is letting him handle the situation. However, he knows that if Kachan goes too far, his friend won't hesitate to step in. 3 years. 3 beeping years, and that's all you have to say. Katsuki growls out. What the beep are you doing here, Deku? Well, right now I'm going to take a walk and get some lunch. Deku trails off, chuckling nervously when he realizes that's probably not what Kachan meant. I mean, I'm a student here. That's impossible. How did someone like you? Izuku puts a hand on Shinso's chest as he goes to step in front of him. His friend stops, sending Katsuki a murderous glare to turn and look at him. Izuku just subtly shakes his head, giving him a small smile that says, I've got this. He can't let other people step in for him anymore. He has to be the one to face the past and stand up for himself. If he can't even do that towards Kachan, how can he be the hero All Might is expecting him to be? Katsuki's looking between him and Shinso, as if he's trying to figure out their relationship. A strange look briefly crosses his face. Kachan, you might not believe this, but I passed the exam and made it here the same as you. Nothing you say or think will change that, and I'm not going anywhere. Katsuki growls, his quirk emitting small explosions in his palms. Izuku schools his expression, not letting Kachan see the fear created by those sparks. He's worked through that trauma. He's not going to cower anymore. Now please, get out of our way. Young Midoriya, young Shinso. Izuku smiles at the familiar greeting, turning to see All Might waving them over with his signature smile. They drop their gear against the wall of the training gym. I imagine you're both moved into the dorms and settling in all right. Yes, sir. Izuku grabs a mat and starts stretching, the routine being second nature by now. Just excited to start tomorrow. I'm sure. All Might looks down at the tablet in his hand, typing out the workout routine for the day. As he types, the large screen attached to the wall updates to display the exercises. Okay, boys, today I want to focus on some more basic strength training before we start working with your quirks. Izuku, since you were able to move at 5% in the practical exam, I'd like to see you try to spar at that level. For you, Shinso, we'll focus on your form with the capture scarf against young Midoriya. To finish, we'll have you use your quirk on him to see if he can figure out a way to break it mentally. An hour later, Izuku felt his body straining as he kept 5% of one for all steadily coursing through his limbs. He focused on defending against Shinso's non-stop attacks, wiping the sweat from his brow after narrowly dodging a strike of the capture scarf. Shinso was relentless, barely giving him time to think as he steadily followed Izuku's moves around the ring. Izuku hadn't even landed a hit on him yet, too focused on keeping control over his power. Go down a level if you need to, All Might called from the sidelines. No, I need to improve. I can't. Shinso used the distraction to strike, hooking the capture scarf around one of Izuku's legs. Izuku cocked back his arm and punched, causing a funnel of wind pressure to shoot out in front of him. The impact sent Shinso soaring through the air, but he held tight to the capture scarf, which tightened around Izuku's leg. His feet were knocked out from under him and he let out a yelp, flying towards the wall following Shinso. He landed face first next to his friend, who was on his back staring at the ceiling and breathing heavily from exertion. He groaned as Shinso started laughing, holding his arms over his stomach. "That's what you get, you idiot." Izuku weakly swung his arm out, hitting him in the side. He turned over, wincing as his muscles protested. "I swear, one of these days I'm gonna choke you with that damn scarf." All Might just shook his head in amusement as the boys' laughter filled the gym. "I must insist you get your feet off the desk." "Hey." Izuku rolls his eyes as they walk into the room to see Iida lecturing Kachan. He met Tenya Iida yesterday at the dorms and he still wasn't sure what to make of him. If he was being honest, the guy could learn to relax a little. He was so robotic. "I guess you learn to take things seriously when you're part of a hero family like the Iidas." Izuku knew all about his brother, Ingenium, though Iida hadn't disclosed their relationship yet. He had a whole analysis written about him in notebook number 9, which was dedicated to speed-type quirks. "Save your breath, Iida." He won't listen, he calls out as he walks towards his seat, which is, of course, right behind Kachan. To his surprise, Kachan just tenses in his seat at Izuku's input before begrudgingly taking his legs off the desk with a HMPH. He frowns. Since when has Kachan listened to anyone? Happy. 4 eyes. "Yes, thank you. Also, I would very much appreciate it if you called me by my name. Using insulting nicknames for your classmates is very unbecoming of a hero." "TCH, whatever," Katsuki grumbles. He slumps down in the seat and scowls towards the front of the room. When Izuku goes to sit, he gets the feeling of being watched from the back of the room, and looks up to see familiar gray and teal eyes. The kid from the recommendation exam. To be honest, he had forgotten about their interaction, but the boy clearly still held a grudge. Maybe switching to Class 1A wasn't the best move. What did I do in a past life to deserve all this? Shinso notices the awkward stare off as he goes to sit in the seat behind Izuku, cocking an eyebrow at the exchange. "Midoriya." Iida moves his arm up and down robotically. "I hope you're having a good morning." "Morning, Iida." Izuku turns away from Shoto and smiles back at Iida as he sits down. "I am, thank you." The boy nods before stomping over to the other side of the room to lecture another one of their classmates on proper classroom etiquette. Izuku focuses his attention back on the boy in front of him. He can't help but think about how much Kachan has seemed to change. The boy he knew from 3 years ago would have blasted him to pieces for even daring to talk back to him. He remembers the scorch marks on his uniform, the burns on his arms from Kachan, putting him in his place. Now he was just letting it go. Has he really calmed down since then? "Hey, you're Izuku Midoriya, one of the recommendation students, right?" He's shaken out of his thoughts by a bright, cheerful voice. He looks up to see a girl with brown hair cut in a short bob smiling back at him. Why yeah, that's me." He blushes as she leans in. This girl clearly had no concept of personal space. "Sorry, we just didn't get a chance to meet yesterday during the move-in, so I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Ochako Uraraka." She's so cheerful for it being so early. It was nice, Izuku decided. Behind him, Shinso kicks the back of his chair softly. He decides to ignore it, focusing on Uraraka as she chatters on about how excited she is for the orientation ceremony. Shinso kicks his chair again, harder this time. He whirls around in his chair. "What, Toshi?" Shinso just nods towards the front of the room with a smirk. Izuku turns back around to see Aizawa, still halfway in his yellow sleeping bag, staring at him with tired eyes. "Oh, awesome. Why am I not surprised you're the one causing trouble, problem child?" Izuku looks around to see everyone seated. Uraraka runs back to her desk red-faced, muttering her apologies. "At least I'm predictable," he squeaks out, slouching in his seat when his teacher's face remains passively empty, clearly unamused. After all this time, he was still so effortlessly intimidating. Finally, he turns to the rest of the class. "It took far too long for everyone to shut up. I expect you all," he pointedly glares towards their side of the room, "to be ready at the final bell." "Understood." The class answers back affirmatively. There should be school-issued PE uniforms in your lockers. Go change and meet me outside on the training field. He walks out of the room without a glance back. Izuku turns to Shinso, who rolls his eyes. Let's see what kind of test Dad has planned this time. A quirk assessment test. They had all gathered on one of the practice fields to find Aizawa with a clipboard and a bunch of equipment. You weren't allowed to use your quirks in your junior high physical exams. This will be a baseline for you going forward. The person in last place, he smirks maniacally, will be expelled. Izuku has to force himself to hold back his laugh as the rest of the class freaks out. There's no way in hell Aizawa would ever actually expel anyone based on a quirk assessment, especially since, judging by the exercises he had set up, the tests were mostly physical. Those with mental quirks, like Shinso and Aizawa, wouldn't do as well unless they had physically trained to compensate for that weakness. Expelling someone for not having a physical type quirk was not rational, as Aizawa would say. Still, it would make the students work harder than they would otherwise, which is what Izuku figured his real goal was. Midoriya. Aizawa throws him a ball with a sensor running through the middle of it. Use your quirk and throw the ball as far as you can. As he walks by, he hears Kachan mutter something like, "This is going to be embarrassing." He smirks to himself, stepping up to the ring, tossing the ball up in the air a few times to get the feel of it. Embarrassing. Kachan. He knows he should stay within his 5% limit. He didn't need more than that to get his point across. However, the petty part of him wants to just go full out and really show Kachan how much has changed in the last 3 years. How strong he'd become, how much more powerful he was. He wasn't just a useless Deku anymore that Kachan could use as his punching bag. Winding back his arm, he calls on his full power, feeling it surge and crackle under his skin. He hasn't tried going this hard since the first few times when he couldn't control it and Recovery Girl ended up having to heal his broken bones, but whatever. It would just be a quick trip to the nurse's office. No big deal. As he drives his arm forward, his power suddenly withdraws from his body in a whoosh. The ball leaving his hand and the sensor calling out, 54 meters, as it drops on the field in front of him. He doesn't have a chance to analyze what had just happened when a familiar capture scarf winds around his body. He groans. Aizawa pulls the scarf towards him until they're face to face. He speaks low so no one else can hear. "Why the hell were you using full power?" "I was not." Midoriya. "Fine. I just wanted to prove myself." He looks down, ashamed. Aizawa sighs in resignation. "There's no reason for you to do any more than you can currently handle." He loosens the scarf around him, handing him another ball. "Throw at your current power level. If I see you trying to go overboard again, you'll be healing yourself without Recovery Girl." "Understood." "Yes, sensei," he mutters, turning to go back to the ring. He takes a few deep breaths. He knows Aizawa is right, even if he doesn't like admitting it. Winding up again, he concentrates his power into his arm. The familiar prickling sensation starts in his shoulder, flowing down to the tips of his fingers. With a yell, he releases the ball. It shoots up into the sky, sending shock waves in its wake. Finally, the sensor calls out from Aizawa's tablet. 645.2 meters. Katsuki shields himself from the blast of wind rushing towards the class. 645.2 meters. What? He must have heard wrong. Hell, he must have seen wrong. There was no way that Deku just threw that ball that far. It was impossible. Quirks manifested by the age of 4, he would have known if Deku had that kind of power. He was quirkless, damn it. It didn't make sense. Unless. No. They had been planning on being heroes together. They were going to be the best. They had to give that up when Deku found out he wasn't getting a quirk. Deku wouldn't have lied to him all this time. Right. Why would he lie? What reason would he have for lying? Did he not want to work together? Did he pretend to not have a quirk because he didn't want that anymore and just couldn't break it to him? Did he feel bad for him? His hands were shaking, his anger barely held in control. He could feel the sweat gathering in his palms, threatening to ignite. How dare he? Who the hell did the damn nerd think he was, making a fool out of him all this time. What? He got a fancy quirk and decided Katsuki wasn't good enough for him. Decided he would just beep off to who the hell knows where and find someone to replace him. That was their dream. A dream they had been forced to give up, and now the damn nerd comes back with a quirk like it's nothing. Before he could stop himself, he was running towards Deku, hands sparking. Deku, tell me what's going on, you bastard. Deku puts his arms up, taking a step back into a defensive position. Suddenly, Katsuki's held back by the same capture scarf that had wrapped around Deku earlier and his explosions die out. Why the hell is your scarf so strong? He grits out. It's a weapon for capture made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire made of a special alloy. Aizawa's eyes are glowing red, his hair standing up straight. I'd appreciate it if you didn't make me use my quirk. It causes dry eye. He loosens the capture weapon. If you're done here, we have a test to finish. Katsuki freezes in place, glaring at Deku as he awkwardly skirts around him. All these years, he had a quirk. Why? Katsuki had spent the last 3 years thinking about how he would apologize if he ever saw Deku again. Thinking it was all his fault that things had gone the way they had. All the bullying, pushing him away, the blame and anger he had placed on Deku for their dream being crushed. Did Deku really hate the idea of being with him so much that he'd subject himself to the way Katsuki had treated him for so long? What a beeping joke. Deku had lied to him. All this time, he replaced him. He made a fool out of him. He clenched his fists at his side. That damn nerd better watch out. He was going to make him regret everything. No one replaces Katsuki Bakugo. There's been a noticeable shift in Kachan's attitude towards him in the past couple days since the quirk assessment test. Where Izuku thought he had maybe seen a change in the boys since they were kids, there now seemed to be an intense hatred radiating from him. He hadn't actively tried to bully him or confront him about anything, but it was there. Izuku could sense it every time they were in the same room. Like now, as the boy's ruby-red eyes follow him as he enters the classroom and walks past to his seat. He's probably just angry about me being able to compete with him now. He had only lost to Kachan by a single point in Aizawa's tests. The blonde had stormed off towards the locker rooms as soon as the scores had been announced. Aoyama, who had come in last place, had almost passed out when he thought he was going to be expelled. Izuku kind of felt bad for him. He kept muttering about how he had to be here or else something bad would happen to him and his family. I guess some people are just superstitious. As for today's class, they were starting basic hero training. Which meant, All Might suddenly bursts into the classroom in his Silver Age costume and his trademark smile. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. The rest of the class bubbles with excitement over being taught by the #1 hero. Izuku just shakes his head and smiles fondly. His mentor's entrance was anything but normal, but he always did have a flair for the dramatics. It's one of the things about him that made him so popular in the polls. Today, we will be doing combat training. He presses a button on the wall that reveals a bunch of compartments, each with a number from 1 to 20. These are the hero costumes you submitted at the start of the year. Find yours and go change. We'll be meeting at ground beta in 20 minutes. The class gathers around All Might, tall buildings looming around them. Izuku looks around at his classmates, studying their costumes. Uraraka's quirk is zero gravity, right? She should look into incorporating a self-contained helmet into her design that can simulate the Earth's normal gravitational pull. That way her spatial orientation won't be affected and she won't get sick after using her quirk. Maybe even make the visor adaptable with thermal imaging or night vision to help with locating targets in low visibility environments. Denki Kaminari. His quirk is electrification. His costume is definitely aesthetically appealing, but it doesn't seem to include much in terms of practical equipment. I wonder how far his electrification goes. Does he draw electrical currents from outside sources or can he emit them directly? If he needs a source, he should look into incorporating a device to draw electricity to him. Depending on his range, it might give him a bigger power source for him to use rather than being limited to what's in the immediate area. If not, maybe a battery pack to store his power until he's ready to use it. It might be a little heavy though. He glances over to Shinso, who has his hands in the pockets of his black jumpsuit, a similar capture scarf to Aizawa's wrapped around his neck. Sitting under his chin is a black metallic mask. They came up with the concept of artificial vocal cords together when they were training one day. With the vocal modulators attached to the mask, he could emulate the voices of other people instead of just relying on his own. Even if the target figured out how the mask worked, it would be effective at breaking down communication between opponents. Plus, it made him look like a badass, so it was a win all around. They had worked together on Izuku's costume as well, though it would need constant changes as he mastered one for all. For now, his suit had a lightweight, flexible design with dark green and black fabric. His red utility belt at his waist held emergency first aid supplies and small tracking beacons that could be stuck onto targets discreetly. They would then transmit their location to the device attached to his belt. On his other hip there was a location transmitter that could be used to send his location out at the press of a button. The notification would go out to designated contacts or groups depending on the situation. His red boots matched the belt and were encased in armor to protect his feet. He already had an entire workbook of new ideas, but it would be hard to determine what he would need until his power actually improved. Now then, All Might brings out a training script. You will be split into heroes and villains and fight indoor battles in teams of 2. There is a nuclear weapon hidden somewhere in the building. The villains will win by either protecting the weapon for the allotted time, or capturing the heroes. The heroes win by capturing the villains or getting the weapon back in the allocated time. He then splits them into teams. Uraraka turns to Izuku as their names are called for Team A. Let's do our best. He grins back at her and nods enthusiastically. After all teams are assigned, All Might brings out 2 boxes, one marked as heroes, and one marked as villains. Now, for the first match, he pulls out 1 ball from each box, Team A for the heroes and Team D for the villains. Izuku bristles as he feels those red eyes on him again. The villains will have 10 minutes to hide the bomb somewhere in the building. Heroes will wait here until it's time to enter and the exercise will start. Let's begin. You better be ready, Deku. No holding back. Kachan bumps his shoulder as he and Iida walk by to enter the building. Shinso gives him a concerned look as he goes to walk towards the observation room with the rest of the class. Izuku gives him a shaky smile and a nod. He knows Kachan is going to be true to his word. Going up against him in combat was going to take all of his strength and focus. He always had an almost supernatural level of combat sense, and Izuku was sure the boy had only improved over the years. The only weakness he could think of exploiting going into this was that Kachan had a habit of acting emotionally. It was a bit of a paradox since he was normally very reserved with his emotions, but it seemed like combat always gave him the outlet he needed to act on feelings he wasn't comfortable with showing otherwise. He could almost guarantee that Kachan would come at him emotionally charged, with their history and all, so Izuku could use that to their advantage. Are you okay? You're muttering. Izuku turns to Uraraka. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's just we're going up against Kachan and Iida. It won't be easy. You and Bakugo knew each other before this, right? He seems intense. He's amazing. He always has been, ever since we were kids. His determination and skill are unmatched. But, Izuku stands tall and raises his fist. If I'm going to become the hero I want to be, I need to beat him. Uraraka beams at him. Then that's what we'll do. She pumps her fist in the air with a little hop. Izuku nods and pulls up his hood. I have a plan. Just follow my lead. Heroes. All Might's voice calls out from the intercom above the building's door. You may now enter the building. The exercise starts now. Izuku and Uraraka move silently through the labyrinth of hallways. Izuku already knows what's around every corner. Most of the buildings actually used for indoor training in ground beta have the same layout. It made it easier for classes to do small group training, since each group would have the same environment to work with. Peeking around a corner, he gives the Uraraka the all-clear before they start down the hallway. Izuku goes through their plan once more in his mind. Kachan will definitely come for me. When he does, Uraraka will sneak away. 2 right turns, 1 left, take the staircase to the 5th floor. They'll hide the bomb as high up as possible to buy some time since they'd expect us to look floor by floor. On the 5th floor, it'll be a left then a right, then straight down the hallway to the main storage room. That's where they'll be. While Uraraka deals with Iida, I'll keep Kacchan distracted. Chances are his fighting techniques haven't changed much over the past 3 years. I can predict his moves to keep him at a distance. He can't let out big blasts indoors. He hears Katsuki before he sees him. The blonde yells out as he bursts out from a side hallway, setting off a small blast in their direction. Come on, you damn nerd. Don't dodge. Fight me. Izuku rolls his eyes. So predictable. Uraraka, go. He dodges another blast as she takes off down the hall, following the directions he had given her at the start of the match. Is that all you've got? He taunts the blonde. Katsuki whips around, his eyes wild. So yeah, he probably shouldn't provoke the kid that can literally create explosions in the palm of his hand, but he never really has had a strong sense of self-preservation anyways. Whatever works. Kacchan's already forgotten about Uraraka. You're dead, Deku. Izuku waits for the punch, a right hook just as he predicted. At the last second, he dodges, sliding behind him. As Katsuki turns back around, Izuku hits him with a punch at 2% of his power. The blonde flies back, landing down the hallway. He coughs as he gets up, holding his stomach while grinning maniacally. Some fancy quirk you got there, huh, Deku? He holds up a hand, an orange glow growing brighter from his palm. Was it fun lying to me all this time, you bastard? Izuku dodges the blast, diving into one of the side corridors. He takes advantage of the smoke to run away, twisting and turning through the maze of hallways and rooms until he gets to a small storage room tucked in a corner of the building. He ducks down between a few boxes and metal shelves to catch his breath. What was he talking about? Lying to him about what? Is this? It suddenly dawns on him. Does he think I had a quirk all along? He could see why Kacchan would think something was up. Quirks manifested by the age of 4. It was practically unheard of to gain a quirk so late in life like he had. It was one of the main reasons they had no choice but to bring Shinso and Aizawa in on the secret of One for All. So did Kacchan think Izuku had been lying about being quirkless? Kacchan had been there when Izuku had come back from the doctors. He had seen how distraught he was, how he had cried and cried until he didn't have the strength to anymore. He was witness to the bullying and neglect and mistreatment he suffered from. Hell, he was the cause of most of it. Why did Kacchan care if Izuku had lied anyways? They weren't friends. They were practically strangers at this point. Izuku didn't owe him anything, much less the truth. Not after everything that happened between them. Katsuki's voice rings out from across the building, growing closer as he moves through the labyrinth. Come on, you coward. You think you're better than me now that you can fight back? Think you can just replace me? He hears a blast somewhere on his right. Replace him. He peeks his head out the doorway. It's still all clear, but it won't be for long. He gets up and starts inching his way through the hallway, moving towards one of the large rooms that make up most of the floor. It'll give them some room to fight one-on-one if it comes to that. Clicking his radio at his ear, he checks in on Uraraka. How's it going over there? Well, Iida's monologuing right now. Izuku hears Iida attempt an evil laugh in the background. Of course he is. Try to get him to come after you. If you touch him, you can activate your quirk and float him, right? Uraraka makes an affirmative noise. Okay, once he's floating, you should be able to make it to the bomb easily. I'll keep Kacchan distracted down here. Keep me updated. He doesn't hear her answer as his attention focuses on a clicking sound behind him, followed by footsteps coming closer. He whirls around to see Katsuki striding towards him, a menacing grin plastered on his face. They're all loaded up, the grenade bracers. Izuku had a feeling they were for more than show. Even though Kacchan liked the attention, the blonde was also extremely smart when it came to his own quirk application. He had been talking about possible costume designs for years, paying special attention to support items that could improve his quirk without risking his body. From the looks of it, the grenade bracers were storage devices for his sweat, which meant they could give him the ability to let out bigger blasts with little physical impact. He made a mental note to add the details to his notebook later. Kachan, stop. We don't have to do this. Someone's gonna get hurt. Wrong thing to say. Katsuki clenches his jaw, veins pulsing in his neck. Oh, don't worry, Deku. I won't hurt you enough for them to stop the exercise. He raises the bracer, his other hand coming up to wrap around the release pin. He braces himself, moving his weight onto his back leg. Just enough to show you how strong I am. How you made the wrong damn choice. Izuku doesn't have a chance to process his words as an enormous fireball comes roaring down the hallway. He dives down onto the floor just in time, the blast tearing a hole straight through the outer wall. His ears ring. He can faintly make out Uraraka speaking through the radio. Izuku, are you all right? What's happening down there? Izuku coughs, throat burning from the smoke. I'm fine. Keep with the plan. He sees Katsuki's silhouette emerge in front of him, his other bracer clicking and glowing red. The blonde cackles at him, a look of pure ecstasy on his face. What do you think, nerd? Pretty amazing if you ask me. Still think I'm not good enough? Kachan. His voice is hoarse and he coughs once more, trying to clear his throat. You've always been good enough. Stop lying to me. All Might's voice comes over the intercom when Katsuki goes to lift his other bracer towards him. Young Bakugo, use that again and you'll lose the exercise. Destroying the stronghold you're meant to protect is a bad strategy, whether you're a hero or a villain. What? Izuku lets out an internal sigh of relief. Truthfully, he should have probably called the match after the first blast, if nothing else than to inspect the building's integrity, but All Might had a tendency of pushing past perceived limits. Going. Plus ultra, and all that. He probably saw what Izuku did. At the last second, Kachan had diverted his blast to avoid a direct hit on him, and although the blast had done damage, he had also missed all the support beams that held the building up. He was holding himself back, even as his emotions led his actions. Katsuki growls, sparks igniting in his hands. This doesn't change a thing. Let's go, Deku. Don't hold back. He releases explosions behind him, launching him into the air towards Izuku. Izuku punches the air with a 5% smash, but Katsuki flies up over him, setting off an explosion that hits him in the back. The air is knocked out of his lungs and he falls to his knees. He rolls to the side to avoid another attack. The blonde isn't giving him the time to think of a strategy. Izuku expels another punch, using the chance to put some distance between himself and Katsuki when the blonde goes to dodge. Kachan, just listen to me for a second. I know you're strong. You've always been stronger than me. That's why I want to beat you. Shut up. Katsuki surges forward. This is it. I have to stop him. He's not going to listen. I have to stop him here and trust Uraraka to do her job. He pulls one for all to the surface, hurtling towards the blonde. Neither of them show signs of backing down, years of frustration and pain fueling them onward towards an inevitable collision. As Katsuki hits him with a powerful blast to his side, Izuku connects his fist with the boy's stomach, knocking them both back in opposite directions. Izuku collides head first with a concrete pillar, sharp pain shooting through him. The last thing he hears as everything turns black is All Might announcing that the heroes have won. Izuku wakes to see golden rays cascading through the windows of the infirmary. Oh good, you're up. He turns his head to the side to see Recovery Girl restocking medical supplies in the cabinet across from the bed. She turns towards him, tutting as she checks the bandage on his head. You know, I didn't think I'd be seeing you here so soon. Though I suppose this time it's not all your fault. He winces when she touches a particularly sore spot. What can I say? I missed seeing your beautiful face. She swats his arm. Flattery will get you nowhere, young man. She starts unraveling the bandage. Shinso was worried sick, you know, and your brother's been calling non-stop too, so you should probably get a hold of him soon. Izuku groans. Who told him? Aizawa. It's part of protocol to contact guardians whenever a student is injured, so don't be too mad at him. I'm surprised he's not here kicking the door in yet. Recovery Girl chuckles, gathering the used bandages and throwing them in the trash next to the bed. You're not wrong. That boy really is a mother hen. Now, You can go back to class now or take a few more minutes and wait for your friend to be good to go. Your call. My friend. He looks over to the other bed, just now noticing that it's occupied by a familiar blonde head of hair. Kachan looks peaceful in his sleep, the near-constant furrow of his brows smoothed out and his mouth set in a neutral line. One of his arms is bandaged up. Bits and pieces of the fight come back to him. Was it fun lying to me all this time, you bastard? Think you can just replace me? I'll wait here, he decides. His phone starts buzzing on the table beside him. You better answer that before he really does bust the door down, Recovery Girl calls as she steps out, closing the door behind her. He presses the answer button, bringing the phone up to his ear. Hey. Already causing trouble in your first week, huh, brat? Izuku rolls his eyes. Yeah, don't act like you haven't been worried sick about little old me. I'm fine, by the way. It was stupid for them to even call you. Well, I'm glad they did. And it's my job to worry about you, you little asshole. Besides, I know you're fine. That's not why I've been worried. Keigo's voice turns cold. Izuku can hear the slight flutter of feathers from across the line. He's mad. Then why? Just imagine my surprise when I had to hear from Aizawa that the Katsuki Bakugo, your infamous Kachan, is the reason why you're in the infirmary. Izuku grimaces. So yeah, he hadn't told Keigo that Kachan was at UA with him. The bird was so damn protective and he didn't want him worrying. Besides, he could handle it on his own. He was handling it on his own. We don't keep secrets from each other. Remember that. So what the hell, Zuku? You don't think your childhood bully showing back up isn't something I need to know? K-Hawks. He glances at the other bed, making sure Kachan is still asleep. I have it handled. And don't start with the whole keeping secrets thing. You know damn well you have secrets of your own and I've never pushed you about them. Zuku. No, don't. Zuku. Me. For some reason, he feels himself getting angry. Maybe it's all the stress and frustration from the last few days building up, but he can't stop himself. I'll talk to you about Kachan when you talk to me about why you're so personally involved in that secret case of yours. How do you know about that? Keigo's voice sounds controlled now. It's his commission voice. Izuku hates that voice. Keigo brings it out whenever he's talking to his handlers on the phone. It's like he turns into a robot. Don't even get him started on the fact that they're called handlers. Like he's an animal that needs tamed. His dislike for the commission grows every time he hears Keigo talk about them. Izuku snorts. Please, you're the least subtle person I know, and a terrible liar. Your feathers literally give you away. You're lucky they don't put you undercover. You'd be done for in seconds. I get why you don't want me involved, I really do. You're my brother, and I trust you, so I let it go, but you can't be mad at me for dealing with stuff on my own if you're gonna do the same. Keigo sighs on the other end of the line. You know I can't talk about this, Zuku. It's for your own safety. Yeah, I know. He sees Kachan's eye twitch from the bed next to him. I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. Wait, he doesn't hear the rest as he hangs up, an instant feeling of guilt running through him. He absolutely hates it when they fight. They both decided from the start that they would be a better family than the ones they had both run from. Never going to bed angry, always talking out their issues, getting through things together, never keeping secrets. But Keigo couldn't fight this battle for him, and he had to understand that. Still, the conversation left a sour taste in his mouth. I'll talk to him this weekend. I know you're awake, Kachan. You're a shit actor. He mumbles absently, replying to Shinso's texts to let him know he was okay. How long since Recovery Girl called you my friend? Your eye twitched and you almost frowned but caught yourself. Not fast enough, though. Izuku smirks, looking over at the boy who's now throwing him daggers with his eyes. Since I know you would never call me a friend, I thought it was too perfect to be a coincidence. Shut up, Deku. His voice is uncharacteristically soft, and where Izuku expects anger, he finds an expression of hurt cross over his face. Katsuki turns to look up at the ceiling, settling back into a neutral expression. Was it fun lying to me this entire time, you bastard? Kachan. We need to talk. The blonde goes to open his mouth but Izuku interrupts him. For once in your damn life, just shut up and listen. He hears Katsuki's teeth click when he snaps his mouth shut, his fist clenching in the sheets of the infirmary bed. I'm not going to ask why you said all the shit you did during the match and, to be honest, I don't owe you an explanation anyways. But for some beeped up reason, I still care about you, and don't want to have to worry about getting in a fight every time we're in the same room, so I'll try to explain my side of things. I never lied to you about my quirk. Katsuki opens his mouth and Izuku lifts a finger, silencing him. I was quirkless when I left. I didn't get this power until recently. It was given to me, but that's all I can say. And I never replaced you, whatever the hell that means. But, you were part of the reason I left. Izuku feels his eyes start to burn as the rush of memories floods him. He doesn't dare look over at the other bed. You were so terrible to me, Kachan. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand why. I don't know if it even matters anymore. But I cared about you so goddamn much, it's almost pathetic. I thought you were this amazing person that I wanted to stand beside and do all these amazing things with, and once you decided I was useless, that all disappeared. You saw how I was treated at home and looked the other way. You opened the door for people to bully me at school. You stopped being my friend, and that one hurt the worst. The saddest part is, despite everything, my opinion of you never changed. But that doesn't change what I have to do. I have to become strong enough to make the people who have supported me these last few years proud. If that means I have to beat you, then I'll do it. Not because I think I'm better than you or have replaced you, but because I know you're better than me. Surpassing you is my goal because I know I haven't yet, you idiot. You expect me to believe any of that? Kachan still wasn't looking at him, busy burning a hole into the ceiling tiles above him. Izuku sighs, turning to hang his legs over the bed and slip on his shoes. I don't expect anything, Kachan. I just told you my side. It's none of my business what you do with it. He stuffs his phone in his pocket and walks towards the door. He pauses when his hand reaches for the doorknob. Just don't expect me to take your shit anymore. I'm not the useless Deku I was back then. Keigo stares at the paperwork cluttering his desk, willing it to complete itself. He'd been looking over the same incident containment form for the past 20 minutes now, his brain struggling to form sentences. His sidekicks were still waiting on the patrol schedule for the week. He had a virtual meeting with his handlers in half an hour, and he hadn't eaten since yesterday. Unless you count canned coffee as food, in which case he's had a balanced 3 meals today. He contemplates banging his head off the desk and using the concussion as an excuse to go home early. His phone call with Izuku earlier wasn't helping matters at all. It made him feel sick to his stomach to leave things the way they did. He runs a hand over his face. What a beeping mess. He's still staring at form, willing the ink blob of words to unjumble themselves on the paper, when he catches movement in his peripheral vision. That was pretty concerning in itself, not recognizing the danger sooner, since he had feathers stationed at every entry point. He looks up and his heart skids to a halt when blue eyes meet his, a smug grin curling up his face as he lifts an eyebrow. Chuya breaks eye contact, slowly scanning the bookshelves that cover one wall of the octagonal office, sauntering unhurriedly towards his desk. Keigo taps the intercom button of his office phone, keeping his eyes trained on the intruder. Akane, cancel my meeting with the commission. He hears her answer but he's not listening to what she says. Chuya picks up a candle from one of the shelves, casually sniffing it before making a face and putting it back. What are you doing here, Chu? That's not my name, Birdie. He sings songs, flashing him a cold grin. Don't make me mad when I just got here. I'd hate for such a nice office to go up in flames. Should I just keep calling you hot stuff, then? What about blue eyes? Keigo smirks when those piercing eyes narrow on him. I can do this all day, sweetheart. You need to give me something to call you. Right now, I go by Dabi. He studies Keigo intently, focusing on the feathers that ripple and harden for a split second before fluffing back out. His grin grows wider. Son of a bitch. Have you picked out your hero name yet? Keigo asked as they walked down the hallway towards the dorm. He looked at his partner, who was bouncing on his feet next to him. Chuya was always so full of life, a shiny ball of energy. It was kind of annoying, in a good way, Keigo thought. It made the monotony of the day feel less like a cage, painting the bare walls of the training facility with vibrant colors of life. Nope. Chuya popped the P obnoxiously. I can't decide and I'm not going to pick one until they stop trying to make me give up being a Todoroki. Keigo hummed next to him. He'd heard this all before, and he had told Chuya it was all just a matter of time before the commission got what they wanted, but he was stubborn as a bull. He didn't understand why their old identities were shackles. What do you think it should be? Keigo thought for a moment. I like Dabi. Chuya chuckled and bumped his shoulder. Real creative, Hawks. You want me to go by the name of my quirk? He shrugged. I like it. It fits you. Plus, pro heroes Dabi and Hawks sound good together. Chuya just turned away, but not before Keigo saw the blush creep up his cheeks. Keigo swallows and clears his throat, fully aware that Dabi was watching for his reaction. Real creative, he bites out, kicking himself when his voice comes out broken. Dabi's smile turns predatory. Thanks, I thought you'd like it. He strides closer, hands behind his back. You didn't answer my question. Why the hell are you here? How did you even get in here? That's 2 questions, bird brain. Keigo levels him with a stare and Dabi tuts in response. So uptight. I thought you'd be happy to see your oh-so-elusive target delivered straight to your doorstep. He leans his side against the wall, tilting his head. Or should I say, through your window. Keigo's eyes dart over towards the open window directly over the fire escape, where one of his feathers is still sitting motionless. How in the hell did he miss that? Was he really that out of it? He startles when he turns his head back and finds Dabi leaning over the desk into his space. How the beep does he keep doing that? Something got you distracted, hero. He coos. His eyes are impossibly bright, the blues pulling him under until he's drowning in their depths, breathing in water instead of air. Drowning would be a nice way to go. The training part of his brain kicks in, saving himself from further embarrassment. What do you want? I want to tell you a story, Birdie. Last time we spoke you asked what happened. Aren't you curious? Last time we spoke, you also said to leave you alone. So why'd you change your mind? Dabi shrugs, stepping back to sit in one of the seats across from Keigo before kicking his big, clunky combat boots up onto the desk. He interlocks his fingers and lays his hands in his lap. Keigo can see the line of staples disappear into the verse's neck of his shirt, keeping him stitched together. Maybe I got bored and decided you'd be a good person to play with. Maybe I got sentimental and just really missed your company. Keigo doesn't miss the sarcasm lacing his voice. His feathers flutter in response, agitated. And maybe I got tired of watching you be a good little pet for your precious handlers and decided it was time to help you escape from that short leash they have you on. Keigo opens his mouth to retort but Dabi holds up a finger to silence him. Just be a good little birdie and shut up for me. His feathers bristle behind him at the order. Content that he'll keep quiet, Dabi slouches back onto his chair and tilts his head up to the ceiling. Once upon a time, there was a boy with big dreams of being the greatest hero. His entire purpose in life was to surpass the current number 1 hero and our great symbol of peace, the one and only All Might. But even though the boy had a fire quirk that was even better than his father's, he inherited his mother's ice resistance, which made the boy's body incompatible with his flames. So, his impatient prick of a father decided he'd enroll his failure of a son into a secret training program run by the HPSC. His father hoped that they could fix him, give him a new purpose in life, while he trained his new masterpiece. He spits out that last sentence with so much venom that it catches Keigo off guard. He knew Dabi's story, or at least he knew Chuya's. When he had first started in the program, he'd opened up to Keigo and told him why he ended up there. He had told Keigo that the HPSC had better resources to train him to be a hero than his father did. The story Chuya told, however, was not filled with so much hate and anger. What had changed? But after 3 years of training in torture and indoctrination, the commission realized he wasn't worth their time anymore. He couldn't be the hero they wanted with the way his quirk still hurt his body, and he was too stubborn for their behavioral reprogramming to stick. So, They decided to terminate his involvement. Keigo shakes his head unintelligently, unable to come to terms with what Dabi was insinuating. They said there was a training accident. His voice sounded far away from his own ears, lifeless and monotone. They said. They took me to an abandoned lot, far away from prying eyes, and injected me with a high-dosage trigger. Dabi leans forward, eyes trained on Keigo, who currently has the arms of his chair in a stressed grip. He faintly hears them crack under the pressure. Do you know what happens when you give someone with a fire quirk trigger? Especially when that trigger is lab-made specifically for HPSC use. How hot their flames get. What would happen to a body who's not built to take that heat? You're lying, Keigo grits out. There was an accident. There was a funeral. No, Birdie. He has the decency of looking sympathetic for a split second before his face hardens again. They left me there to die, figuring I wouldn't survive. I was found by someone with a healing quirk, lucky me, who took pity on me and healed me as much as they could. At least the parts that weren't too far gone. He gestures at the staples lining his cheeks. When I made it back home, I walked in to find my father beating my little brother to a pulp. Just like old times. Keigo prickled at this, an uneasiness settling in the pit of his stomach. For a large portion of his life, Endeavor had been his own personal hero. He had saved Keigo from an abusive childhood, and had inadvertently made his dream of being a hero possible when the Commission found him afterwards. A part of him would probably always feel like he owed Endeavor for the life he was living now. But his feelings about the number 2 had become complicated when Tuya entered his life. Tuya always spoke about his father with a certain reverence, but Keigo hated how his father had abandoned his child so easily. It reminded him of his parents, how his mother so quickly took that check and beeped off to who knows where without a backwards glance. How could a hero like Endeavor do the same to his son? But accusing Endeavor of abusing his children was different. An entirely different line that shouldn't be crossed. Part of him refused to believe that it went that far. That the Todoroki family story could be that dark. He refused to believe that he traded the abuse of his father for the abuse of the man who used to be his idol. Nausea threatened to overtake him, the taste of bile in the back of his throat. What do you mean? He was beating him. He couldn't stop himself. He had to know. I mean that Endeavor will stop at nothing to turn his perfect little project into a hero that does what I couldn't. The training he put me through was rough, but this is so much worse. I snuck in every night for a week. I saw the bruises. I saw him hit my brother until he puked. I saw the burn marks and the scars from old wounds. I saw the black eyes and swollen cheeks. I saw him break my brother's left wrist when he refused to use his fire. Sparks fly off of his hands now, charring the wooden arms of the chair. You've put your faith into false heroes, let them feed you lies for your entire life, Keigo. What are you going to do about it? He challenges. Keigo focuses on the wooden arms of his chair underneath his fingers to keep him anchored as the world seems to tilt on its axis. It was too much. His brain was short-circuiting, overloaded from the information Dabi had just presented him. The blood pounds in his ears and he can feel his entire body shaking. His vision blurs and his breathing grows uneven. He wants to crawl out of his skin. To cower away and hide himself in a dark corner where no one could see him break. Dabi just sits there, studying him intently. Stop it. Stop looking at me. Stop it. Get out. He manages to growl, his voice shaking violently, to the point that he doesn't know if it was even intelligible. He had to stay together just a little longer, just until he was alone. Dabi just stays where he is, eyes ripping him apart, searching. He takes in the grip Keigo still has on the chair, the subtle shake of his limbs, the downright murderous glare on his face, the up and down of his chest as he tries to control his rapid breathing. Seemingly finding an answer to whatever he's looking for, Dabi sighs and gets up, walking towards the fire escape. He pulls himself up and swings one foot over the windowsill before looking back. Until next time, Birdie. Keigo keeps himself whole until he can't feel the vibrations of the flame user through his feathers anymore. And then, he breaks. Izuku barely closes the door to his dorm, dropping his backpack next to the desk and flopping face forward onto the bed, when he hears a knock. It's open. He calls, not bothering to lift his head from the mattress. Shinso kicks at his foot hanging off the bed before plopping down into his desk chair across from him, spinning it in a slow circle. Glad to see you're still alive. Ah, Toshi, were you worried about me? He turns so he's laying on his back, putting one of his arms under his head. He smirks mischievously. How sweet. You're such an ass. It would just beep to not know anyone around here. That's it. Izuku chuckles, used to Shinso's prickly exterior. He can act like he doesn't care all he wants, but it doesn't fool him. Izuku notices the faint glimmer of worry in his friend's eyes as he inspects him for any lingering injuries. He really is a softie at the heart of it all. He braces himself when his head swims as he sits up too fast. I'm fine, I promise. Just a bit of a headache. Shinso's mouth twitches downwards and he spins in the chair again. You hit that pillar pretty hard. Izuku kicks out a foot, stopping him when he's face to face with the purple-haired boy. Hitoshi, I'm fine. He smiles warmly at him. Shinso sighs and nods. Dad said you can skip tomorrow if you need to. Figured you might want an extra day home. Izuku's mood sours as he thinks about going home this weekend. He flops back down onto the bed with a groan. Yeah, I probably should. Don't act so excited. I am. It's just, Hawks is mad at me. Not really looking forward to that conversation. I told you he'd find out. Izuku sighs and pulls out his phone, looking at the time. Yeah, I know, he grumbles. Do you think your dad would let me leave now if I wanted to make it home tonight? Shinso cocks an eyebrow. I mean, probably, but tonight. Really, you wouldn't get home till after midnight. I know, I'm just too anxious to sleep right now. Might as well do something productive. Plus it'll mean I get a full day at home tomorrow. He opens his phone and sends a text to his teacher before getting up and walking over to the closet, grabbing his duffel bag. As he's stuffing clothes into the bag, Shinso's phone goes off. Denki's asking if you want dinner. Guess it should be ready in a few minutes. Izuku turns his head and raises an eyebrow at him. Denki, huh? Shinso's eyes narrow slightly before he deadpans. I'll tell him you have a train to catch. No. Izuku's grinning now, zipping his bag up. I think I should stay and eat first. It's a long ride. The purple-haired boy gets up from the chair, intent on leaving the room as he strides to the door. Tashi, come back. Izuku rushes out behind him, poking at his sides. Shinso smacks his hands away. Knock it off, you goddamn gremlin. Izuku grins, wrapping an arm around his shoulders as they walk down the stairs. I'm just so happy you're making friends. In our first week too. My baby is growing up so fast. Izuku mock sniffles, earning an eye roll from the boy next to him. I hate you so much, Shinso mumbles. Yo, Mido, you leaving? He hears as they exit the stairwell and walk towards the kitchen area. Shinso stiffens next to him as Kaminari approaches them with a beaming smile. Oh, this will be fun. Not yet. I can't pass down dinner. It smells really good. He smirks at Shinso before turning back to the blonde. Hey, why don't you sit with us? By the time dinner is over, Izuku's pretty sure Shinso's actively plotting his murder. But even without the subtle teasing, which Kaminari definitely did not pick up on, it was nice getting to know his classmates a little more. He learns that Uraraka would want to be an astronaut if being a hero wasn't an option, which he supposes is pretty fitting given her quirk. Ashido was part of a dance crew that traveled all over the country competing before enrolling at UA, and Jiro's parents are both big in the music industry. It's fascinating really, how different they all are but how they've all come together to chase the same dream. The possibilities are endless with all their combined quirks. His hands are itching for his notebook, wanting to brainstorm ideas on group scenarios and costume improvements for his classmates. Too soon, the alarm he set on his phone goes off, warning him that he had to get moving unless he wanted to miss his train. All right, I gotta go. He claps a hand onto Shinso's shoulder as he gets up, putting on his backpack and hoisting his duffel bag back onto his shoulder. Uraraka is asking him where he's going when he sees Kachan walk in the front door, heading straight for the pot of beef stew on the stovetop. He must have just gotten back from the infirmary. I'm headed home for the weekend to spend time with my brother. Kachan freezes for a second with the ladle held over the pot before going back to serving himself. I'll be back Sunday though. Thanks for dinner. He waves to everyone at the table and gives Shinso a wink as he looks back and forth between him and Kaminari. Kachan turns from the stove and they lock eyes for a moment before Izuku turns to leave the dorm, not looking back. When Izuku enters the apartment a little before 2 o'clock in the morning, he finds it dark and silent. Flicking on the lights in the living room, he takes in the familiar atmosphere of home. It was still as neat and tidy as when he had first come to live here, but now pictures of the two of them lined the walls. There was one of him and Keigo outside the courthouse after the adoption had gone through, one of him and All Might at Keigo's agency after a training session, a few of him, Shinso and Keigo when they'd gone to a theme park together, and more documenting the past few years together. There are red flowy curtains pulled back from the massive windows and an eclectic multicolored rug taking up the floor of the living room. The warm colors filling the space make it look inviting and cozy, unlike the neutral design it had been before. Plants hang from the ceiling, their leaves cascading down towards the floor. The bookshelves are filled with DVDs, books, some trinkets they'd collected over the past couple years, and more plant life. It was more like a proper home now rather than a showcase. He wonders if Keigo's spending the night at the agency when he calls out a quick, "Hello," and doesn't hear anything back. He hasn't used the office overnight in a long time. It was a bad habit that he'd been steadily getting better at over the past few years when Izuku reminded him that heroes need breaks too. I hope he's not starting that up again. But when he sees a feather resting on the kitchen counter, he knows he has to be somewhere nearby. He goes up to it and taps it 3 times before speaking. "It's me. I came home early." He knows Keigo will be listening. Sure enough, he gets a text a few seconds later. "Colonel Sanders. Roof. All Might 2.0, be there in a minute." Trudging to his room, he drops off his bags and changes into a pair of sweats and a heavy sweatshirt, since it'll probably be colder up on the roof with all the wind. He plugs his phone into the charger and sets it on the nightstand next to his Edgeshot alarm clock. It was one of the only merch items he had that wasn't All Might themed, considering the walls of the room are plastered with All Might posters and he had more figurines of the hero posed on top of his dresser than could be considered healthy. It's a good thing All Might had never visited them at home. He's pretty sure he'd have to yeet himself off the balcony from embarrassment. Izuku always felt bad that he didn't have much Hawks merch, but Keigo assured him he didn't want to see his face plastered all over the apartment. A bookshelf on one wall held all of his old hero notebooks, volumes number 1 through number 14. The original copies had been destroyed and Izuku had taken the time to painstakingly rewrite each analysis in a code that Nezu had helped him come up with. Even his mentor didn't know the entire code, so it was something only Izuku would be able to interpret. Rewriting everything had been kind of nice, in a weird way, because he had the chance to add on to some older analyses that he hadn't looked at in a while. Of course, everything was also backed up on an encrypted server as well, but Izuku liked writing everything on paper first. There was just something about the smell of fresh ink and the texture of paper under his fingers that he couldn't get enough of. When he gets up to the roof, he sees Keigo perched on a ledge, looking out over the city. Next to him sits a glass of what looks like whiskey on ice, condensation dripping down the sides. His wings are pulled in tight at his back, feathers blowing in the light wind. Izuku sits down next to him wordlessly, taking in the view. Keigo had spent the last 6 hours perched up on the roof staring at the skyline. He watched the city come to life in the setting sun, lights turned off in office buildings just to be turned on in the apartment buildings surrounding them. Headlights of cars lighting the streets from people traveling from work or coming into the city to scope out the nightlife. Being up so high, he could block out most of the noises from the street below, giving him a chance to be alone with his thoughts. After Dabi had unceremoniously barged into his office and set fire to the carefully constructed life that had been built for him, he had called it quits and flew back home. He'd have to do some serious damage control with his handlers tomorrow, and felt bad for leaving Akane to finish up the patrol schedule and paperwork, but he just had to get out of there. It had felt like the walls were closing in on him. He needed to be free. So, he flew back to the roof of the apartment, only sending in his feathers to be his own personal bartenders. Over 6 hours, flashes of a boy with white hair and the personality of the sun morphed into a scarred black-haired man with a quiet rage that spoke of unspeakable tragedies. He knew in his heart, in his very soul, that Dabi was Tuya. Even though he wanted to believe the commission wouldn't lie about that, he couldn't deny what was right in front of him. He may not be his Tuya, the one who couldn't contain his excitement at the thought of being a hero or pushed him to be better with his contagious determination. Hell, he had modeled half of Hawk's hero persona in remembrance of who Tuya had been, but some version of him did survive. Keigo could see it in the quiet confidence that Dabi possessed. Like he knew how powerful he was, like he could take on the entire world with a smile. That smile was just more manic now, more unhinged. He still had Tuya's penchant for mischief with his snarky comments and playful nature, but now it felt more predatory and threatening. He had grown into a force that Keigo wasn't sure he could contain. He didn't even know if he wanted to contain him, and that was a problem. Then there was the whole issue with Izuku from earlier. He knew the kid had a point. Keigo couldn't demand Izuku to be completely honest and open with him if he wasn't willing to give him the same courtesy, but it was different. Keigo's past, his life was dangerous. He had put Izuku in enough danger by being in his life, he wasn't going to drag him into this drama too. He was having a hard enough time keeping the commission at bay after they had heard about how he was admitted to UA through recommendation. How does an average student with a weak quirk get a recommendation to UA? Was what they had asked. He'd given up a lot of his flight feathers for that transgression. A shiver goes through him at the memory. He shifts slightly as Izuku comes to sit beside him, keeping his eyes on the horizon, even as his wing comes up to curl around the boy. They settle into a pleasant silence, broken only by the occasional honking of a horn from the streets below. Keigo takes a sip of the whiskey, relishing the way it burns on the way down, before clearing his throat. When I was about 13, I met someone who became very important to me. He was my training partner for 3 years. He feels Izuku turn his head towards him. He actually reminds me a lot of you. He was so full of life, determined to chase his dreams to the ends of the earth, wanting nothing more than to be the best hero. He was everything I wasn't and everything I wanted to be. Meeting him saved my life in a way. He was amazing. Then, one day, there was a training accident and he was gone. What was his name? The boy is listening with quiet reverence, knowing Keigo doesn't give up pieces of his past without good reason. He goes by Dabi now. Keigo turns his head to see Izuku's eyebrows pinch together in confusion. He stays silent as he watches the boy work through the words in his head. Nothing else needs to be said. He knows Izuku is smart enough to connect the dots on his own. The secret case, Izuku starts muttering, his hand coming up to rest on his chin. He's the person you've been hunting down, isn't he? The commission tried killing him, but he somehow got away. Kind of sloppy on their part. Not surprising though, they tend to be overconfident. No wonder they're so eager to find him. If he were to talk, the public would demand to know details of the commission's training program. They wouldn't be able to ignore the outcry. It would call into question everything we know about the justice system. He's the key to everything. Izuku snaps his head towards him, eyes hardening. Keigo lifts his head to see the splattering of stars in the night sky. They gave you this case on purpose, didn't they? They knew who he was to you and wanted to see what you would do. He just bows his head, staring intently at the glass in his hands. Keigo, what the hell? You have to know how messed up that is. Izuku grabs his arm, forcing him to look at him. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could've. No. His wings close protectively around the boy. You didn't even let me finish. You were going to say you could have helped. I can't let you do that, Zuku. You can't be involved in this. His voice turns authoritative, leaving no room for negotiation. Izuku's eyes soften. Keigo, they're not gonna get to me. They can't touch me. No, please, leave it to me, he pleads. Izuku sighs next to him. Fine. His hand goes to his feathers, stroking them mindlessly. Can you at least tell me about him? What's his real name? Keigo shakes his head. That's his story to tell. After everything he's gone through, I owe him that secret. He's a lot different now than he was back then, but also the same, kinda. If that makes sense. He still has an attitude. It gives me a headache. His lips twitch up fondly. You'd get along, I think. He hates the commission, too. He smiles when he hears Izuku scoff. I'd be shocked if he didn't. They're not good, Keigo. I know their intentions might be, but it doesn't erase everything they've done. To you, to him, to people who just needed someone to reach out and help them. How many other kids do you think got the same treatment as Dabi? You really think he was the only one? He was lucky to survive. How many villains could have been saved if they prioritized mental health services instead of rehabilitation or assassinations? Oh, sorry, I meant terminations. Izuku gestures with air quotes and rolls his eyes. They only look at the short term, not the big picture. They need someone with vision to step in and run it like a hero would. You sound like you spend too much time with Nezu. His voice is teasing, but he's actually quite surprised and concerned at how much Izuku seems to know. Their covert program that dealt with terminations of potential threats was not public knowledge. It was secret even to some sects of the organization itself. So how much information had Nezu shared with him, and how much had he learned on his own? In any case, Keigo didn't necessarily disagree with his sentiments, especially after everything that's happened since finding Tuya. But he had been trained to look at it from the perspective that it was for the public good. They created heroes with the legacy program to bolster society's strength against villains. They sent in assassins to prevent disasters before they started, saving lives. Was it all really necessary, though? Was there another way, a better way? He's smart. You'll see. Before Keigo can ask what that means, Izuku blurts out, I'm sorry for not telling you about Kachan. He can feel the boy let out a deep breath, clearly nervous to bring up the subject. It's okay. You were right. I just got worried. Yeah, you went all helicopter mom on me, Izuku smirks. Keigo reaches over and puts him in a headlock, ignoring his protests as he tries to squirm away. Wanna repeat that again, pipsqueak. He lets out some feathers and starts tickling Izuku's sides until he's laughing uncontrollably, tears rolling down his cheeks. Okay, I give up. I give up, you overgrown pigeon. They're both laughing when Keigo pulls away, Izuku punching him playfully in the arm before wiping his face with his sleeves. You'll let me know if you need my help. Keigo looks over at the boy, who smiles at him fondly. Always. All right everyone. Board the bus in seat order. Odd numbers on the left, even numbers on the right. Iida chops the air with his arms, directing the students on board the bus. Izuku shakes his head fondly. Oh Iida, it's not that kind of bus. They're headed to the USJ, also known as the Unforeseen Simulations Joint, today for their basic hero training course on rescue training. Izuku's been there once on a tour with Nezu. He remembers being blown away by the sheer size of it, all the different biomes representing different disaster situations. When asked why USJ, Nezu just chuckled and said he was bored and wanted to see how good the Universal Studios lawyers were when they inevitably hit him with a copyright lawsuit. Izuku assumes Jim Gamma, or the TDL, was named for the same nefarious reasons. If he was being honest, Izuku was super excited for today's training. Not that the regular combat training wasn't fun, it was, but it was something he was already pretty good at because of his training over the years. He sparred with Keigo constantly, and if not him, then Shinso. Sure, it wasn't the exact same as having to use teamwork to meet certain objectives, but the combat part of it was familiar to him. Rescue training, however, hadn't been something he had much experience in. Neither Keigo or All Might were really the rescue type hero. I mean, Keigo rescued people all the time and Fierce Wings was an incredible quirk for those situations, but he was also insanely OP when it came to close combat. Izuku wasn't stupid enough to believe the Commission was using him to rescue people from flood zones, although he would in a heartbeat. He was a soldier, first and foremost. Midoriya-chan, hero, I couldn't help but notice your powers are similar to All Might's. He beeps in a breath as he glances over at Tsuyu, chuckling nervously. Yeah, I guess so. It's like me and the Tetsu guy from Class 1B. Similar quirk types, right? Hiroshima butts in. Yeah, That's exactly it. Izuku sighs in relief as his classmates start discussing who their quirk twins would be, unaware of the mismatched eyes near the back of the bus as they listen on intently. When they get to the USJ and file out of the bus, they're greeted by 13, one of the other faculty members at the school. Izuku hadn't had much time with the hero, since he was always busy with Nezu and All Might, so he couldn't help but geek out a bit. 13. I haven't had a chance to get a proper profile built up, but from what I know, her quirk is extremely powerful. I can see how it would be useful in rescue situations. She can destroy rubble in a matter of seconds. I wonder how much control she has over it though. Can she determine what is destroyed and what isn't? How far does the suction extend out for? It's very particular though. The jobs she takes on would have to be a specific set of circumstances or else her quirk could be fatal. For Beep's sake, you haven't changed a bit, have you? Izuku startles at Kachan's voice. Oh shit, I said all that out loud didn't I? The blonde was staring at him, annoyed scowl on his face, arms crossed over his chest. He tries to think of a snarky comeback when he's interrupted by 13 chuckling. Actually, he's quite right. My quirk, Black Hole, can be used to beep up anything and turn it to dust. It can be used to save people, but it can also very easily be used to kill. She pauses for dramatic effect, a couple of the students gasping. There are many quirks in this world that can be dangerous if not used properly. You must stay focused. If you use your quirk recklessly, people could get seriously hurt or killed, even if it's just an accident. After all, being a hero is about ensuring the safety of others. This training today will show exactly that. Thank you for your time. The class slowly claps, Iida leading the charge enthusiastically and Uraraka hopping up and down with a huge smile on her face. Aizawa is about to split everyone into teams when the lights flicker. A strange electricity hums through the air and the fountain in the middle of the plaza starts sputtering. Something's not right. He instinctually reaches down to his location transmitter and hits the "Send to All" button. Only one ping is sent through to his first contact listed, Keigo, before it loses signal. Interference. The transmitter is state-of-the-art, he's never lost signal before. This wasn't supposed to happen. Aizawa, something's wrong. Aizawa opens his mouth to ask what when one of his classmates, he thinks it's Kaminari, calls out. Look down there. Aizawa whips around to where the rest of the class is now staring and pointing at as a purple mass slowly swirls, growing larger by the second, in front of the fountain in the center plaza. When figures start pouring out of the mass, it's clear this was not a drill. Rescue training was about to get a whole lot more interesting. Keigo stands in front of a wall of windows, looking out the top floor of the commission's headquarters, absolutely bored out of his beeping mind. His meeting was scheduled to begin half an hour ago, and yet he was still standing here outside the president's office waiting for permission to go inside. He rolls his eyes and turns to his handler, a guy named Kurokano, next to him. Nice weather we're having, eh? Kurokano looks at him with a bored expression, glancing back down at his tablet with no answer. Of course, answering him wasn't within his job description. His job was to make sure he behaved when in the public eye, to keep track of his progress on his ongoing missions, and recommend additional training when deemed necessary. Which really just meant when he wanted to be a prick, or Keigo said something he didn't agree with. Keigo sighs, turning back towards the cityscape when the door at the end of the hall finally opens and the secretary tells them they're okay to go in. He keeps his face blank, save for his usual laid-back smile, hands lazily clasped behind his back. He has to play his cards right, and showing any apprehension or discontent would only hurt him, not help him get the answer he needs. Hawks, Kurokano, please come in. Thanks for waiting. The president doesn't even look up at them as she skims through a case file on her desk. Her ash blonde hair is partially pinned up out of her face, the rest falling to her shoulders. She has on a pressed navy skirt with a white blouse and matching navy blazer. She always dresses impeccably, a habit she made sure was instilled in her recruits as well. The public has to see our best side at all times. Keigo can practically hear the words spoken out loud, they're so familiar. Of course, madam, we know you're a busy woman. Hawks smiles brightly, internally rolling his eyes. Such a joke. He knows she didn't have any meetings scheduled before theirs. It was a power play, all to make sure he knows his place. He was on her time. She had all the control. She doesn't grace him with a response, instead looking straight past him to his handler. Your report. Hawks attended a gala for the Kids Dream Big fundraiser on Friday and made an acceptable showing. Public ratings hold steady with a slight increase, so it was a minor success. There's another fundraiser set for Wednesday night and an interview appearance Saturday morning. Scripts have already been approved for both. Keigo stands there gritting his teeth, nails biting into the palms of his hands kept behind his back. The entire scene is humiliating. A few weeks ago, he wouldn't have thought much of it. It was a familiar procedure, something that he had done for years without question. It was how he was trained, how he was expected to behave. What other option was there? But now, maybe I got tired of watching you be a good little pet for your precious handlers and decided it was time to help you escape from that short leash they have you on. Dobby's words flow through him like a poison, a disease. He suddenly feels the leash, the collar around his neck keeping him rooted to the ground. Mission number 1753 is ongoing. From our last update, there have been a few sightings reported in the area, but no definitive evidence or progress. I'm disappointed in your performance on this matter, Hawks. The president interrupts his handler and addresses him directly, cocking an eyebrow at him in disapproval. You are our best asset. I expect you to act like it. Her tone is scathingly cold. Madam, I don't want excuses. I want results. So unless you have something to add to the report, be quiet. She stares at him expectantly, eyes hardened, as she waits for his apology. A surge of anger sparks in his gut, compelling him to act against his training. Did you know his identity when you gave me the mission? He growls out. The president squirms in her seat, adjusting the papers in front of her, and Keigo has his answer before she even says a word. Izuku was right. This was all intentional. A test. A sick game. Does it really matter, Hawks? She sounds bored, like she's dealing with a petulant child. The mission objectives were clearly stated. Dead, with retrieval of the body, or alive. His identity is irrelevant. Irrelevant. His voice booms in the open room. The guards stationed at each side of the room stand a little straighter, ready to intervene if necessary. You told me he was dead. How is him being alive irrelevant? A minor detail. She leans forward, narrowing her eyes. Unless you're telling me you're compromised. His handler tenses beside him. He knows all too well that this spells trouble for him too, as the person who's responsible for Hawk's behavior. Hawks is tempted to say yes, just to drag Kurikano down with him. You've put your faith into false heroes, let them feed you lies for your entire life, Keigo. What are you going to do about it? Even as Dobby's words repeat in his head, the fight drains out of him as he remembers the last time he was compromised. When he told the commission about Izuku and refused to give the boy up. When he ended up using his connection with Nezu. He had been grounded for almost 2 weeks, flight feathers plucked clean and electric burns from a shock therapy device around his wrists. He'd had to lie and tell Izuku he'd been in a nasty fight, one that hadn't been in the news for top secret reasons. He's pretty sure the kid never actually believed him, but he didn't question it either. No, madam. His voice is quiet, resigned. I apologize. She nods, content with his answer, and turns to his handler for the rest of the report. Keigo stands stoic, filtering out their voices as he retreats to the safe space in his head. A place where no one can touch him. A place created to escape during torture training and the suffocating loneliness of the legacy program. A place he created to mourn Tuya's death. A loud beep shocks him back to reality. He looks down to see the location transmitter flashing red. Izuku. He pulls the transmitter off his belt, looking at the data being shown on the screen. Location sent from USJ facility. Last signal. 15 minutes ago. His heart falters in his chest. Once a ping is sent, the location data should be sent continuously in 5-second intervals. The transmitter pinged off of over 100 different satellites, and could even use nearby devices to send data, so the signal should never go out. It was military grade, state of the art, the best tech available. Something was very wrong. He's already moving before he can even think about it. Over his shoulder he calls out, "Something's going on at UA. Contact the school. I think they might be in trouble." He ignores the order for him to come back, or else, jogging out the door straight to the nearest balcony before jumping off. Well, looks like I'll be getting that punishment after all. Izuku crouches down behind a break wall with Shinso and Tsuyu studying the scene in front of them. Once they manage to escape the shipwreck zone, leaving the villains unconscious with the help of Shinso's brainwashing, they rushed straight here. Izuku knew how worried his friend was for his dad. Hell, Izuku was worried for him. Eraserhead was an incredible close combat fighter, but a drawn-out battle with a large number of opponents was exhausting him, fast. Izuku could see it in the way he was breathing heavier after every attack, forcing his quirk past his limit. In the way he slumped as his quirk deactivated, how the activations were shorter and more spread out. Beside him, Shinso was squirming, looking on with pure fear, whimpering every time Aizawa got hit. Izuku had to physically hold him back as Aizawa slumped forward again to catch his breath. "Zuku, please," he pleaded, "he needs help." His voice is broken, cracking with emotion as his eyes fill with tears. "Hitoshi, listen to me." Izuku's voice is calm, betraying the turmoil he feels inside. "We can't go running in there without a plan or we'll just get in the way and make things worse. Just give me a minute to think and I promise you I'll find a way to keep him safe." He can tell his friend wants to argue but he just nods once, not looking away from the plaza. What can we do? The obvious answer would be to use Shinso, but his ability to control multiple people is novice at best and he's too emotional right now to be able to focus like he needs to. Plus, if we reveal his quirk too early and they find out what it is, it'll be over. He doesn't have his mask, since there's no practical use during a rescue training, so we don't have that advantage. We can't use his quirk until there's only a couple people left on the field. It'll give us a better chance of it sticking and not being broken. He studies the two figures standing at the edge of the fight. He's sure that they're the ones in charge, along with that purple mass that warped them away earlier. Our best bet is to strike before that warp guy comes back. If he joins the fight, we won't be able to get close enough to do anything. The smaller guy has hands wrapped around his upper body, one directly over his face, wearing black pants and a black long-sleeved shirt, and red high-top sneakers similar to his own. The other massive figure has a beak with sharp teeth protruding out, and the top of his skull is completely removed, exposing his brain. As he watches, Izuku notices that the bird guy hasn't moved an inch since they got over here. Humans constantly move, even if it's subconscious. This guy hasn't moved once, not so much as a tick or a twitch. Hell, his chest isn't even moving to indicate he's breathing. Wait, is he breathing? Is he some sort of machine? No, he looks fleshy. Bioengineered then. If he's not technically alive he must not have any processing power in his brain. In that case, why would they bring him here? There has to be a way to activate him to move, to use him. Maybe a signal or trigger of some kind. No, it'd have to be voice activated. If he's not processing commands like a normal human, it'd require the handler to provide clear, detailed instructions of exactly what they need him to do. Vocal commands are the easiest way to do that. If anyone's controlling him, it's definitely the creepy hands guy. He has to be our target. If we can get to him and get him under Shinso's control, we control two enemies at once, and we can use the bird freak to help Aizawa with the rest of the villains. I have a plan. He and Shinso sneak closer to the hand guy, using the bushes separating the biomes as cover, as Tsuyu moves in the opposite direction, closer to the main staircase where she can better support Aizawa if needed. As they move directly behind the hand guy, Izuku can hear him talking to himself, almost narrating the action. Silly pro hero wasting all his energy on low-level pawns, but he's no match for our juggernaut. We'll just have to have some fun with him until the last boss shows up. Then we can clear the board. Oh good god, of course he's a gamer. Explains a lot. It gives him an idea though, a way to know for sure if he's in control of that bird guy. He squeezes Shinso on the shoulder, motioning him to wait for his signal. He steps out of the bushes towards the hand guy. Hey, he turns around towards him, surprised. If he's your juggernaut, What does that make you? I'm more of a mage guy myself. The guy visibly relaxes, and almost perks up, much to Izuku's surprise. He almost looks excited. A mage, huh? You don't look like the type. Do you game? Here and there. I just beat Elden Ring, so I guess that's an accomplishment. You got past Malenia. I still haven't beaten her. How? At that moment, a buff guy with horns growing out of his head goes flying past, Aizawa's capture scarf pulling him back towards the fight. The hero brings his knee up to the villain's head, knocking him out cold. You. The gamer guy looks pissed as he realizes he's been distracted. You brat. Now, I know you're a villain and all, but it's not nice to call people names. He nods to Shinso, who snuck over to the guy's left side when he was distracted. Hey you, huh? The villain freezes where he stands. With the hand over his face, it's impossible to confirm for sure if they've got him, but Izuku gives Shinso the thumbs up anyways. Instruct your juggernaut to take out your allies. The guy turns robotically towards the massive beast, repeating Shinso's words. His voice is hollow. It's working. The beast takes off, bulldozing through the villains left standing in the central plaza, filling the arena with screams and the sickening crunch of bones. Aizawa whips his head around towards the fountain area where Izuku gives him a little wave. He starts moving towards them, pausing to take down some villains that try to stop him on his way. Izuku takes a second to study the gamer guy in front of him. At first glance, his gray hair and dry skin make him appear older, but he actually looks like he's a few years older than Izuku. Maybe early 20s at the most. There are raw scratch marks running down his throat, some parts scabbed over, indicating older wounds. How is someone so young leading such a large group of villains? He seemed so juvenile when he was talking earlier, like everything is just a game. He was excited to talk to me, like he didn't ever get the chance to talk about his interests. What's his story? Why is he doing this? Suddenly, a swirling purple mass forms next to the gamer guy. Tamura Shigaraki, why has Nomu started attacking our pawns? Tamura. Before Izuku can react and keep the purple mass from breaking Shinso's hold, a familiar yell fills the air before an explosion rains down on them. Kachan. No, out of my way. Deku. He directs the blast right at the purple guy. I'll kill you, bastard. The blast hits the purple mass directly, the shock wave knocking the gamer guy backwards, jolting him out of Shinso's hold. As the smoke disperses on the scene, Shigaraki gets to his feet, seething. He points at Izuku and starts walking towards him. What the hell did you do to me? You're ruining my game. As Shigaraki starts running, Izuku pulls his power into his fist, cocking it back. He can hear Shinso yelling for him, Aizawa running towards him. Kachan has the warp villain pinned to the floor by his metal armor, looking on in horror. Suddenly, Shigaraki stops in his tracks, legs encased in ice. His hand is reaching for Izuku, stopping only a foot from his face. Izuku whips his head to the right to see Todoroki freezing a path over to them. He lets out a breath of relief, his eyes meeting Todoroki's mismatched ones. Todoroki gives him a subtle nod, their tiff from the practical exam temporarily forgotten. No, Shigaraki whines, like a child throwing a tantrum. This isn't how it's supposed to go. You aren't the boss we're looking for. Nomu, kill this brat. Before Izuku can even blink, a huge black mass speeds in front of him. He doesn't have time to react as Nomu grabs his arm, hoisting him up in the air. He can hear the yells of all his friends and classmates around him, his teacher frantically running for him, and he closes his eyes tightly. Shigaraki is laughing maniacally, still trapped in his ice prison. The Nomu slams him to the ground. He can feel something in his arm crack, and his head hits the concrete. A large crash echoes through the arena in the direction of the main entrance. The last thing he hears before slipping away is a familiar voice. I am here. 2 hours later, the USJ is still swarming with police vehicles and emergency medical personnel. The medical tent set up in the parking lot is, thankfully, empty except for Izuku, who wakes up with a throbbing headache and his arm in a cast. He clutches at the oxygen mask, ripping it from his face and throwing it to the side. Whoa, slow down Zuku. Shinso stands up from where he was seated at his side. He tries to push him back down on the bed but Izuku slaps his hand away. Where am I? What happened? The last thing he remembered was the fear. The realization that he was about to die. A sharp burst of pain. And, All Might. All Might showed up and fought the Nomu guy. He won but, the other two got away. Is All Might okay? Kachan. Everyone else. A strange look passes over Shinso's face. Everyone's fine. Just minor scrapes and bruises. All Might's okay but he went past his limit. Izuku closes his eyes, his head lolling forward. Shinso doesn't have to explain what that means for him to understand. All Might's time limit probably just dropped even further. That wasn't good. He wasn't nearly strong enough to take up that mantle if All Might lost one for all's embers completely. He lifts his head and looks out the tense entrance to where the class is huddled together in a corner of the parking lot. Why is everyone still here? They're still sweeping the campus, making sure everything is clear. They wanted us to stay put until they finished. Shinso studies him briefly. His mouth opens and closes, like he wants to say something but doesn't know how. Just spit it out, Toshi. After the Nomu threw you down, Shinso sighs, running his hand through his hair. Bakugo went crazy. What the hell do you mean, he went crazy? Izuku's eyebrows furrowed, not understanding why it had anything to do with him. I mean, he went crazy. Dad had to hold him back with his capture scarf and Shinso cleared his throat. He tried going after Dad. Made him use erasure. He did what? Yeah, kept going off about how he was going to kill that Nomu and Shigaraki for hurting you. After it was over, he wouldn't let anyone near you. He wouldn't stop so Todoroki had to ice him just so they could get you out of there. Beep off, Toshi. Kachan wouldn't do that. Shinso just stared at him, his eyes serious. Izuku looked out towards the students. Kachan sat alone on the curb, away from everyone else. He had his head buried in his hands. Why? Izuku whispered. It doesn't make sense. Who knows what goes on in his head? Shinso shrugged. Are you feeling good enough to walk? I can get recovery girl over here if you need her. Nah, I'm good. Let's go. He hops off the bed and follows Shinso outside. Oh, by the way, Hawks is on his way. He must have gotten the ping. Izuku nods, feeling a little lighter. Uraraka notices them and calls them over, the rest of the class waving to greet them. Hey, Izuku, are you okay? The rest of the class gathers around, except for Kachan, who scowls from where he sits on the curb. Yeah, I'm okay. Recovery girl fixed me up. Whoa, is that? Kaminari points up towards the sky, the rest of the class following his gaze. Izuku doesn't have a chance to turn around and look for himself as he's tackled sideways, air leaving his lungs in an oomph. Familiar wings wrap around him protectively, Keigo's arms pulling him into his chest. Beep, K. A little warning next time, he teases, even as he relaxes into the hug, clutching his tan flight jacket as tightly as he can. Language, brat. Keigo's voice is shaky. All at once, the severity of the situation they had just gone through catches up to him. The bubble of safety he feels with Keigo hits him like a hurricane, and he can't stop the tears from falling. Shish, Zuku, it's okay. You're okay. Keigo rests his chin on top of Izuku's head. God, you scared me. I didn't think I'd make it in time. Izuku sniffles, burying his head further into the warmth of his jacket. Outside the wing barrier, he can hear the whispers start. Is that Hawks? What's he doing with Midoriya? Do they know each other? Isn't his agency in Kyushu? What's he doing all the way out here? It wasn't that their relationship was exactly a secret, it just wasn't something he talked about. He was always private when it came to discussing his own life. Maybe it was the lifetime of people telling him they didn't care. Why would anyone want to know about stupid Deku's life? So, naturally, he learned to focus on others rather than himself. It was just better that way. Izuku finally notices how Keigo's wings are drooped inwards, almost resting against him instead of standing tall like they usually do, how he's out of breath and his shirt is slick with sweat. He does the math in his head. Wait, Keigo, it should take you 3.5 hours to get here from Kyushu. Keigo huffs out a laugh, still breathing heavily. How the hell did you make it here so fast? It's only been like 2.5 hours since the attack. They don't call me too fast for my own good for nothing, he teases, then drops a kiss to the top of his head, his voice growing softer. Like I said, I didn't think I'd make it in time. I told you I'm fine. He rolls his eyes and smiles up at Keigo. Yeah, clearly fine. He cocks an eyebrow as he draws back and looks down at the cast on Izuku's arm. His wings uncurl as he lets him go, stepping back to give him some space. They're instantly bombarded by the rest of the class as they crowd around the pro hero. Whoa, you're Hawks, right? You're so cool. I'm such a big fan. Can I get your autograph? Mido bro, you didn't tell me you knew Hawks. It's an honor to meet such a prestigious hero. Even Tokiyami has pushed to the front of the class, crowding the hero. His usual brooding expression was replaced by an excited gleam in his eyes. At his side, Dark Shadow was shaking his arm, bobbing his head up and down. Behind Keigo and off to the side, he sees Kacchan watching them with a deep scowl. He looks between him and Keigo before turning with a huff, disappearing behind the group of their classmates. Later that night, Izuku leaves the teacher's dorm where Keigo is staying for the night to head back to Heights Alliance 1A. The exhaustion is finally hitting him now that he's alone, and his feet drag as he enters the dorm and opts to press the button for the elevator. He knows walking up the flight of stairs to the second floor would be faster, but he just doesn't have it in him. He enters the elevator, leaning against the wall with his head tipped up towards the ceiling as he waits for the doors to close. When he hears someone join him, he drops his head and is met with ruby-red eyes. Kacchan is scowling at him, but he can't hide the fact that he's looking him over. His eyes linger on his arm and his head. They were both still sore, probably would be for a few days, and a bruise was starting to form on his arm. Thankfully his hair covered up the bruise that he was bound to have on his head. I'm okay, Kacchan, he says gently. The blonde scoffs. Didn't ask. One side of Izuku's mouth curls up before he can help it. Always so goddamn stubborn. The doors close and they sit in silence for the short ride up to the next floor. So, you and Hawks, huh? Izuku looks over curiously. Kacchan is facing straight forward, his jaw clenched and hands in his pockets. Yeah, he adopted me after I left. Kacchan grunts his answer and doesn't push the issue any further. When the elevator dings and the doors open, Izuku groans and pushes off the wall. On his way out he pauses, hands coming out to hold the door as he meets Kacchan's eyes again. His eyes aren't harsh this time. Not really anyways. They might look harsh to the outside world, with their sharp lines and the ferocious glint that's unique to the blonde. But Izuku can see the concern underneath the thin layer of anger. It's the same concern Kacchan used to have when they were kids and Izuku tripped and scraped his knees on the concrete or when he fell climbing a tree. He was always so protective back then. Izuku missed that side of him. If what Hitoshi said was correct, he had shown that side of him today too. He just wished he'd been conscious to see it. Thank you, Kacchan, he breathes out. The blonde hesitates but nods as the door starts closing. Don't make it a habit, Deku. The elevator doors close and Katsuki is left alone for the rest of the journey up to the 4th floor. He leans his head back, gently knocking it against the wall behind him, and closes his eyes. It was no use. No matter what he did he couldn't get it out of his head. The way Izuku's head snapped back after hitting the concrete, his eyes slowly going blank as he lost consciousness. The unnatural angle of his arm as it lay broken at his side. The blood streaming down his face and pooling on the ground below them. How still his body was, just laying there bent and broken. He'd never known true fear until that moment. It's like someone had created a vacuum and beeped up all the air around him. He couldn't breathe, couldn't pull oxygen into his lungs. All he saw was red. Red blood, red shoes, red-hot anger overtaking his vision. The next thing he remembers was being covered in ice from that damn half-and-half bastard. All he felt in that moment was the fierce need to protect Deku, to avenge him. Nothing else existed in his mind. It's like some inherent instinct had woken up inside him. Alone in that elevator, he comes to a realization that should scare him, but instead leaves him feeling queasy in a different way. I'd rather die protecting him than ever relive that moment. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.